Welcome to the Audio Renaissance presentation of The Prometheus Deception. Written by Robert Ludlum. Adapted for audio and produced by Tony Huds. And read by Frank Muller.
The driving rain was unrelenting, whipped by howling winds, and the waves crashed against the coast, a maelstrom in the black night. Just offshore, 50 dark figures bobbed, clinging to their buoyant, waterproof haversacks like survivors of a shipwreck. The freak storm was good. It provided excellent cover. From the beach, a pinpoint of red light flashed on and off twice, a signal from the advance team that it was safe to land. Safe? What did that mean? That this particular stretch of Tunisian coastline was left undefended by the Garde Nationale? Nature's assault seemed far more punishing than anything the Tunisian Coast Guard could attempt. The men made their way to the beach and clambered onto the sand. Stripping off their black rubber dry suits to reveal dark clothing and blackened faces, they removed their weapons from their haversacks. Heckler and Koch MP-10 submachine guns, Kalashnikovs, sniper rifles. They were al-Nahda freedom fighters, natives of Tunisia come to free their country from the oppressors. But they were led by foreigners, skilled terrorists who also shared their faith in Allah, freedom fighters from the most radical wing of Hezbollah. Their leader was the master terrorist Abu Intikhab, the father of revenge. Elusive, secretive, ferocious, Abu had trained the al-Nahda fighters at a remote camp in Libya, refining their strategy on a full-scale model of the presidential palace and instructing them in tactics. 30 hours ago, at the Libyan port of Zuwara, the men had boarded a cargo ship that normally hauled goods between Tripoli and Bizerte in Tunisia. The powerful old freighter traveled north along the Tunisian coast and entered the Gulf of Tunis, just past the naval base at La Goulette. The ship had paused 5 miles from the Carthage coast, where the men launched their rigid-hulled inflatables equipped with powerful outboard motors. Within minutes they had entered the turbulent waters of Carthage. If anyone in the Tunisian Coast Guard happened to be monitoring the ship on radar, he would see only a freighter delaying its voyage momentarily, then heading on toward Bizerte. On the shore, the man who had flashed the red signal was hissing orders. Abu. "Quiet! Keep it down. What do you want, to bring out the whole godforsaken Tunisian Guard? Quickly now, move it! Clumsy fools. The trucks are waiting." Next to him stood a man wearing night vision goggles. The Tunisians knew him only as the technician. One of Hezbollah's top munitions experts, he was a handsome, olive-skinned man with heavy brows and flashing brown eyes. The technician spoke. "The operation is going smoothly, my brother. The trucks loaded with materiel were concealed just as we had arranged, and the soldiers encountered no resistance on their drive to the presidential palace. We have just received the radio signal from the first men. They have reached the palace. The coup d'etat has begun." As he spoke, he consulted his wristwatch. 3:32 a.m. Abu nodded. He was a man who expected nothing less than success. A distant series of explosions told Abu and his advisor that the battle was underway. In a matter of hours, the Islamic militants would control Tunis. "Let us not congratulate ourselves prematurely," Abu said. The rain was letting up, and in a moment the storm passed just as suddenly as it had appeared. Suddenly the silence on the beach was shattered by shouting, strident voices. Dark figures raced across the sand. "An ambush! Mighty Allah, they're surrounded!" 4 men approached, looking frightened. "A distress signal," panted the one carrying a field radio on his back. "They were able to transmit only that they were surrounded by the security forces at the palace and taken captive. Then the transmission was killed." Abu turned to his advisor in alarm. "How can this be?" The radio man said, "The materiel left for the men, the anti-tank weapons, the ammunition, the C4, all of it was defective. Nothing worked, and the government forces were lying in wait for them. Our men were set up from the beginning." Abu's customary serenity vanished. He beckoned his number 1 advisor. "Yes, Abi, I need your wise counsel. The technician came close to the master terrorist. Abu put one arm around his shoulders. "There must be a traitor in our ranks, an infiltrator. Our plans were leaked." Abu made a subtle gesture with a finger and thumb. On his cue, his followers immediately grabbed the technician by the arms, legs, and shoulders. Swiftly, Abu's right hand shot out, and he plunged a serrated, hooked knife into the technician's abdomen, yanking the blade down and then out. Abu's eyes were blazing. "The traitor is you." The technician gasped. The pain was excruciating, but his face remained a stolid mask. "No, Abu. Pig. No one else knew the timing, the exact plans. No one. And you were the one who certified the materiel. It can be no one else." Suddenly the beach was flooded with blinding carbon arc light. Abu turned and saw that they were surrounded by dozens of soldiers in khaki uniforms, machine guns pointed. The Tunisian Garde Nationale. A thundering racket from above announced the arrival of several attack helicopters. Bursts of automatic gunfire hit Abu's men, turning them into jerking marionettes. Their blood-curdling screams were abruptly silenced as their bodies toppled to the ground. Another burst of gunfire, and then it stopped. The silence that followed was eerie. Abu spun back around to the man he had branded a traitor, poising his blade for another attack. Just as Abu lunged forward, powerful hands grabbed the bearded Hezbollah leader from behind, slamming him down and pinning him to the sand. Abu's eyes burned with defiance as the two were taken into custody by the government soldiers. As he was dragged past the technician, he spat full in his face and hissed, "You are not long for this world, traitor! Pig! You will die for your treachery!" Several soldiers gently eased the technician down onto a waiting stretcher. The captain of the Garde Nationale stepped forward. "My God, it's a wonder you're still conscious. You've lost a great deal of blood. If your men had responded to my signal a little more speedily, this wouldn't have happened." He touched his wristwatch, which was equipped with a miniaturized high-frequency transmitter. The captain pointed to a hovering helicopter. "That chopper will take you to a high-security government medical facility in Morocco. That's where you'll be—" The captain said more, but the gravely wounded man didn't hear it. The loss of blood had been too great. Before the captain had finished speaking, the technician passed out. 5 weeks after the failed coup d'etat, a chartered jet touched down on a private landing strip near Washington, D.C. There was only one passenger on the aircraft. None of the crew knew his name. The flight's arrival appeared on no aviation logs anywhere. The nameless passenger was taken by unmarked sedan to downtown Washington and dropped off near DuPont Circle. He wore an unimpressive gray suit and looked like one of 1,000 faceless, colorless mid-level lobbyists and bureaucrats. Nobody gave him a second look as he walked to a dun-colored 4-story building at 1324 K Street. The building was like all the other bland, boxy low-rises surrounding it. These were the offices of lobbying groups and trade organizations, travel bureaus, and industry boards. Beside 1324K's front entrance, brass plaques announced the offices of Innovation Enterprises and American Trade International. Only a very few people might have noticed a few anomalous details. The fact, for example, that every window frame was equipped with a piezoelectric oscillator, rendering futile any attempt at laser acoustic surveillance from outside. Certainly nothing about this highly ordinary building ever attracted the attention of its neighbors. But that was how the Directorate liked to be, hidden in plain view. Who would ever suspect that the most secretive of the world's covert agencies would be headquartered here? Inside the lobby, from a brass wall panel, the man picked up a perfectly conventional-looking telephone handset. He pressed a series of numbers, a predetermined code. He kept his index finger on the last button, the pound sign, for a few seconds until he heard a faint ring, signifying that his fingerprint had been electronically scanned, analyzed, and approved. A disembodied mechanical voice commanded him to state his business. "I have an appointment with Mr. Mackenzie," said the man. In seconds, his words were matched against a database of pre-cleared voice prints. Only then did a faint buzzing in the lobby indicate that the first inner set of glass doors could be opened. He hung up and pushed open the heavy, bulletproof glass doors, entered a tiny antechamber, and stood there for a few seconds as his facial features were scanned. A second set of doors opened onto a small reception area equipped with hidden monitoring devices that could detect all manner of concealed weapons. A guard waved Bryson past through another set of doors into a hall where about a dozen clerical types were at their desks. "Nicholas Bryson, my main man," exclaimed Chris Edgecombe, bounding from his seat at a computer monitor. He'd been at the Directorate for 4 years, working on the communications and coordination team. He fielded distress calls, relayed information to agents in the field. He clasped Bryson's hand warmly. Bryson knew he was something of a hero to people like Edgecombe, who yearned to be field operatives. "Somebody hurt you?" Edgecombe's expression was sympathetic. Bryson simply nodded. The Directorate's creed, above all, was segmentation and compartmentalization. No one agent or staffer should ever know enough to be in the position to jeopardize the security of the whole. Bryson knew a few of the desk jockeys, of course, but the field personnel all operated in isolation. If you had to work together, you knew each other only by a field legend, a temporary alias. "You're a good man, Chris," Bryson remarked. Edgecombe smiled, then pointed a finger upward. He knew Bryson had an appointment with the big man himself, Ted Waller. "Don't get up," Bryson said as he entered Ted Waller's third-floor office. Waller did anyway, all 6 feet 4 inches and 300 pounds of him, all elegantly sheathed in a suit of navy cashmere. As they shook hands, Waller appraised Bryson with alarm. "Good Lord, you look like you came out of a POW camp." 33 days in a U.S. government clinic in Morocco will do that to you, Ted. Waller patted his ample girth. "Perhaps I should try being gutted by a mad terrorist someday." Bryson took a seat in front of him as Waller settled weightily in the chair behind his oak desk again. He shook his head. "What a business we're in. Never forget it's what you don't see that always gets you. But they say you've made a remarkable recovery." "The doctors tell me that in a few more weeks I'll be as good as new. They also say I'll never need an appendectomy, a side benefit I never thought of." Waller nodded. "You know why you're here? A kid gets a note to see the principal, he expects a reprimand." "Nicky, you have some inkling of the Directorate's command and control structure. Decisions, especially ones concerning key personnel, do not always stop at my desk. And as important as loyalty is to you and to me, it's cold-hearted pragmatism that rules the day. You know that." Bryson recognized the undertones of the pink slip talk. He fought the urge to defend himself, for that was not Directorate procedure. It was unseemly. He recalled one of Waller's mantras. "As you say, all's well that ends well," and it did end well. "I almost lost you," Waller replied, a teacher speaking to a prize student who has disappointed him. "That's not pertinent, Ted. Anyway, you can't read the rules on the side of the box when you're in the field. You know that. You taught me that. You improvise. You follow instinct. Losing you could have meant losing Tunisia, and there's a cascade effect. You nearly compromised other undercover operations in Maghreb and other places around the sandbox. You put other lives in jeopardy, Nicky. The technician's legend was intricately connected to other legends we'd manufactured, yet you let your cover get blown. Now, wait a second. Giving them defective munitions? How did you think they wouldn't suspect you? Damn it, they weren't supposed to be defective. But they were. Why? I don't know. Did you inspect them? Yes. No, I don't know. It never crossed my mind that the goods weren't as they were represented. That was a serious lapse, Nicky. You endangered years of work, years of deep cover planning, the lives of some of our most valuable assets. God damn it! What were you thinking? I don't know. I don't know? Not exactly words that inspire confidence, are they? You used to be our top field operative. What happened to you, Nick? Maybe, somehow, I screwed up. Well, we can't afford such screw-ups. We can't tolerate this kind of carelessness. We allow for margins of error, but we cannot go beyond them. You think there was something I could have done differently? Or somebody else could have done it better? Nick, you were the best we ever had. You know that. But as I told you, these decisions are reached at consortium level, not at my desk. A chill ran through Bryson upon hearing the bureaucratese that told him Waller had already distanced himself from the consequences of the decision to let him go. Ted Waller was Bryson's mentor, boss, and friend, and 15 years ago, early in his career, his teacher. Waller was the most brilliant man he'd ever met. He could solve partial differential equations in his head. He possessed vast stores of arcane geopolitical knowledge. At the same time, his lumbering frame belied his extraordinary physical dexterity. His marksmanship was legendary. You use the past tense, Ted, the implication being that you believe I've lost it. Nick, I've never worked with anyone better, and I doubt I ever will. Nobody else could have accomplished what you did in the Comoros, in Sri Lanka, in Belarus. Leave it to the politicians to color inside the lines, because those are the lines that we've drawn, that you've drawn. The historians will never know, and the truth is it's better that way. Bryson didn't comment. No comment was called for. And on a separate matter, Nick, noses are out of joint around here about the Banque du Nord business. He was referring to Bryson's penetration of a Tunis bank that channeled laundered funds to Abu and Hezbollah to fund the coup attempt. One night during the operation, more than $1.5 billion simply disappeared, vanished into cyberspace. Months of investigation had failed to account for the missing assets. You're not suggesting that I had my hand in the cookie jar, are you? Of course not. But you understand that there are always going to be suspicions. Personally, I question the method of diversion, the monies transferred through false flags to Abu's colleagues to purchase compromisable background data. That's called improvisation. Using my powers of discretion is what you pay me for. But wait a minute. I was never debriefed about this. You offered up the details yourself, Nick. Oh, Christ. It was chemicals, wasn't it? Now he understood the need for such a protracted stay in an American-staffed clinic. Chemicals had to be administered without the subject's knowledge, preferably injected into the intravenous drip. God damn it, Ted. What's the implication? That I couldn't be trusted to undergo a conventional debriefing, offer the goods up freely? That only a blind interrogation could tell you what you wanted to know? Sometimes the most reliable interrogation is that which is conducted without the subject's calculation of his own best interest. Meaning you guys thought I'd lie to cover my ass. Nicky, once assessments are made that an individual may not be 100% trustworthy, contrary assumptions are made, at least provisionally. That's the brutal fact of an intelligence bureaucracy, especially one as paranoid as we are. Paranoid. It was an article of faith that the Directorate, that the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and even the National Security Agency were riddled with moles and hamstrung by regulation. Waller liked to call these agencies the woolly mammoths. In his earliest days with the Directorate, Bryson had innocently asked Waller whether some measure of cooperation with the other agencies didn't make sense. Waller had laughed. You mean let the woolly mammoths know we exist? Why not just send a press release to Pravda? But the crisis of American intelligence, in Waller's view, went far beyond the problems of penetration. Counterintelligence was the true wilderness of mirrors. You lie to your enemy and then you spy on them, Waller said. And what you learn is the lie that you fed them. Only now somehow the lie has become true because it's been recategorized as intelligence. It's like an Easter egg hunt. People painstakingly unearthing eggs that their colleagues have just as painstakingly buried. You see the genius of it? Every CIA adventure will eventually come under public scrutiny. Not so for us, simply because we're on nobody's radar. Granted, we don't have the resources the big boys do, but then we don't have the bureaucracy either. Or the constraints. When you work in ad hoc fashion with groups around the world, when you don't shy from extremely aggressive interventions, then all you need is a very small number of highly trained operatives. You take advantage of on-the-ground forces. You succeed by directing events, coordinating the desired outcomes. You don't need a huge overhead. All you really need is brains. And blood, said Bryson, who had already seen his share of it by then. Blood. Waller shrugged. He and his colleagues at the Directorate fervently and unequivocally believed in liberal democracy. But they also knew that to secure its future, you couldn't play by Queensberry rules. We're the necessary evil, Waller had told him. We're extra-legal, unsupervised, unregulated. Sometimes I don't even feel safe knowing that we're around. And then he had paused thoughtfully and said, My friend, we exist to create a world in which we won't be necessary. Now Waller was saying, We know you've been having a hard time since Elena left. I don't want to talk about Elena. For so many years she had been his wife, best friend, lover. 6 months ago, during a call Bryson had placed from Tripoli, she told him she was leaving him. He ached, even now, for her return. Listen, Nick, you've probably done more good in the world than anybody in intelligence. But if I let you continue, you'll start to subtract from what you've done. There are things we call sentinel events, early warning signs. You've been extraordinary for 15 years. But 15 years, Nick. You're burned out, and the scary thing is you don't even know it. You spent a decade and a half making history. Now you can study it. I'm going to give you your life back. What did you have in mind? A rent-a-cop job at a warehouse? Hardly. Woodbridge College in Pennsylvania needs a lecturer in Near Eastern history, and they've just found a stellar candidate. Your graduate studies and linguistic mastery make you a perfect match. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, as they say. Something we've learned from hard experience. Give a field agent a lump sum and nothing to do, and he'll get himself into trouble. You need a project, something real. And you're a natural teacher. It's one of the reasons you were so good in the field. You're an independent scholar, Jonas Barrett by name. Waller handed him a canary file folder which contained a legend, a fictive biography, his biography. He skimmed the pages. They detailed the life of a reclusive scholar whose linguistic capacities matched his, whose expertise could be quickly mastered. Nick, the appointment went through a few days ago. Woodbridge is expecting their new lecturer to arrive in September. And if I may say so, they're lucky to have him. And if I don't want to retire? What if I don't want to go gently into that good night? Don't, Nick. Bryson knew how the game was played. He knew he wasn't being offered a choice, and knew what lay in store for the recalcitrant. The taxi cab that swerves suddenly, hits a pedestrian, and disappears. The pinprick a subject may not even feel as he makes his way through a crowded shopping mall. Nick, in my time, I've had to sanction 3 of my men. Good men gone bad. No, not bad, just unprofessional. I hated it, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I'm begging you. Don't make it 4. I'm offering you life, Nick. A very good life. But what lay ahead for Bryson wasn't life. Not yet. It was a sort of shadowy half-death. For 15 years he had devoted his entire being to a peculiarly hazardous and strenuous endeavor. Now his services would no longer be required, and he felt a profound emptiness. He made his way home, to the colonial-style house in Falls Church that barely seemed familiar any longer. The house was full of Elena, her scent, her taste, her aura. He poured himself a water tumbler full of vodka. It was the last time he would be fully sober in weeks. Alcohol in sufficient quantities is Novocaine for the mind. The trouble is that when it wears off, the throbbing pain returns, and the only remedy is more alcohol. The days and weeks that followed his return from Tunisia became mere shards, fractured images. He had no doubt the Directorate had him under electronic surveillance. He hardly cared. If they assessed him as a security risk, they would certainly sanction him. Perhaps with enough vodka he might save them the trouble. Days passed, and he saw and heard from no one. The phone would ring, but he never picked it up. Not a lost weekend, a lost 3 months. It would be mid-August before he ended his downward spiral. It wasn't just the severance that caused him to fall apart. It was Elena's departure. Nick hadn't known he was capable of loving somebody as much as he loved her. In the vortex of lies where his career played out, she was his one true thing. At the same time, she too was a spook. She would have had to have been for them to build a life together. They had met under the least promising of circumstances. It was a routine package transport, sometimes called a coyote run, referring to the smuggling of human beings. Elena's father, Andrei Petrescu, was a professor at the University of Bucharest, specializing in the mathematics of cryptography. He'd been pressed into service by Romania's notorious secret service, the Securitate, to devise the codes used in the innermost circles of Nicolae Ceausescu's government. By 1989, Andrei Petrescu had enough of his leader's brutality and tyranny and decided to do his part to end it. He possessed the keys to the Ceausescu regime's most secret communications. He would give them away to the regime's enemies. But he knew that once his action was discovered, he and his family would be arrested and executed. He had to get out of Romania. To do that, he needed to enlist a powerful outsider, preferably an intelligence agency such as the CIA or the KGB, that had the resources to get his family out. But his requests were rebuffed until the Directorate came to his aid. Nick was sent in to exfiltrate the family. 5 immediate relatives, in addition to Andrei, his wife, and their 20-year-old daughter, Elena. Raven-haired, petite, lithe, with flashing dark eyes. Elena's parents were relocated under new identities to a village on the Adriatic coast. For reasons of security, Elena was not allowed to visit them, a proposition she accepted with a heavy heart as a terrible necessity. She was offered work as a cryptographer in Directorate headquarters doing code-breaking and signals intercept analysis. Analysts like her lived desk-bound lives, the computer keyboard their only weapon, and yet their intellects roamed the world as freely as any field agent. She was immensely gifted, perhaps the finest cryptographer they'd ever had, and she loved the work. She also came to love Nick. At the wedding, Ted Waller was Nick's best man. But now she was gone. The big, empty house was silent, but he could hear her bruised voice over the line as she said that she was leaving him. "I don't know you anymore. I don't know you, and I don't trust you." He loved her. God damn it. He loved her. Wasn't that enough? No. Falseness, hardness, coldness. They were traits that kept a field operative alive, but they were also traits that he'd started to bring home, and no marriage could survive that. He had kept things from her, one incident in particular, and for that he felt enormously guilty. And so she was going to leave, to rebuild her life without him. There was nothing to discuss or debate. He remembered the stricken sensation that came over him. "Elena, do you know what you mean to me?" Her leaden response still echoed in his mind. "I don't even think you know who I am." Once he returned from Tunisia, he'd tried to track her down, but she did not want to be found, and she would not be found. It was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Woodbridge College in western Pennsylvania was a small school, but it exuded a sense of quiet prosperity. of exclusivity beyond the norm. It was a sheltered, secure, conservative brick and ivy establishment catering to America's richest and most powerful families. Jonas Barrett, to his own surprise, turned out to be a gifted history lecturer, his courses highly popular. As he walked toward the parking lot after his last afternoon lecture, he reflected Waller had told the truth. This was a good life. It had been ever since he'd left the Directorate, 5 years before. And then, suddenly, he felt it. Something's wrong. What? A sound. Something out of place. Then a flicker of motion in his peripheral vision. Looking around him, he saw, strolling too casually in his direction, a broad-shouldered man in a charcoal flannel suit, white shirt, and perfectly knotted tie. That wasn't academic garb at Woodbridge, and the weather was too warm for flannel. This was an outsider, but one pretending that he belonged. Bryson's field instincts were signaling wildly. His scalp tightened, and his eyes began scanning from side to side. The old habits were returning, unbidden and somehow atavistic, rudely out of place. Why? The man's jacket was unbuttoned, and Bryson caught a glimpse of maroon braces holding the man's trousers up. Yet the man was also wearing a belt, and the trousers were cut long, breaking deeply over black rubber-soled shoes. A surge of adrenaline. He'd worn similar attire himself in a previous life. Sometimes you needed to wear a belt as well as suspenders because you were carrying a heavy object in one or both of your front pockets, a large-caliber pistol, say. And you needed the cuffs a little too long to ensure that your ankle holster was well concealed. "I'm out of the game," his mind screamed. "Leave me in peace." But there was no peace. There never would be. Once you were in, you could never get out. Who are they? Foreign hostiles? Others from U.S. agencies? Are they Directorate, doing a full sterilization, mopping up? Nick Bryson, for he was Nick Bryson now, Jonas Barrett, discarded like a skin shed by a snake, looked closely at the man in the suit. His salt and pepper hair was brush-cut, the face broad and ruddy. Bryson tensed as the interloper approached, smiling as he did so. "Mr. Barrett? Not Directorate. Directorate personnel were better than this, smoother and less obvious." Soft footsteps behind him. Bryson spun. Another man, red-headed, freckled, younger, wearing a navy blazer, tan chinos, and bucks. More plausible as a campus costume, but the blazer did not quite lie flat over his chest. A bulge was visible where you'd expect to find the shoulder holster. Now Bryson identified the noise that had alerted him in the first place, the sound of a car quietly idling, a Lincoln Continental with dark-tinted windows, parked so as to block his own car. The older man was now just 2 feet away. "Mr. Barrett, we really need you to come with us." "Oh? Do I know you?" The stranger's reply was non-verbal. Hands on hips, chest out to display the contours of the holstered handgun beneath his suit jacket. The subtle gesture of one professional to another, one armed, the other not. Then abruptly the man doubled over in agony, his hands grabbing at his stomach. With lightning speed, Bryson had driven the steel nib of his slim fountain pen into the man's muscled belly, and the professional responded with an unprofessional, if wholly natural, move indeed. Reach for your weapon, never the wound. One of Waller's many axioms, and it had saved Nick's life more than a few times. As the stranger's hands flailed at his ruined flesh, Bryson plunged his hands into the man's jacket and retrieved a blue steel Beretta. He slammed the butt against the man's temple, the senior agent slumped to the ground, and with the weapon pointed, Bryson spun to face the younger man. "My safety's off. Yours?" Confusion and panic played on the young man's face. He knew that Nick would easily be able to squeeze off the first shot the instant he heard the click of the safety release. Bad odds. His gun aimed steadily at the young field man, Bryson backed up slowly to the idling vehicle. He knew the doors would be unlocked for immediate access. In one fluid motion, all the while keeping the Beretta leveled at the redhead, he yanked open the car door and slid into the driver's seat. In seconds, he was roaring away through the tall, ornamental, wrought-iron gates of the campus. Barreling down the tree-lined main drive, his mind raced. Now what? Bryson sped down the interstate, his eyes scanning the lanes ahead and behind for pursuers. They caught me unarmed and unaware. If they'd really intended to kill me, I'd be dead. Which meant that they were up to something else. But what? And how did they find him in the first place? Bryson felt no fear, only the icy calm of the seasoned field operative he had once been. They'd be expecting him at the airports. No, he'd return to his house on campus, the least expected place to go. If this was inviting another confrontation, so be it. Confrontation meant exposure of limited duration. Flight could go on indefinitely. Bryson no longer had the patience for protracted flight. Turning down the campus road to his residence, he saw a helicopter making its way toward the helipad atop the Science Building tower. The chopper had federal markings. His house was empty, and he knew from the alarm system that no one had entered since he'd left it that morning. He was home now. He would wait. And this time the meeting would be on his territory, on his terms. It didn't take long. A black government Cadillac sedan, complete with a small U.S. flag flying from the antenna, pulled into his driveway. Bryson realized that the very overtness of the display was meant to provide reassurance. A uniformed government driver got out and opened the vehicle's rear door, and a short, wiry man stepped out. Harry Dunn, Deputy Director of the CIA. Bryson walked out onto his porch. "Mr. Bryson," the man said. He was in his mid-50s with a thatch of white hair, the face narrow and creased. He wore an unstylish brown suit. "You know who I am?" "The name's Barrett, Jonas Barrett, and you're somebody with a lot of explaining to do." Dunn nodded, his hands raised in a gesture of contrition. "We screwed up, Mr. Bryson. I take full responsibility. My men overstepped the bounds. They also underestimated you. You've taught them a couple of key tactical lessons that will no doubt come in handy for them down the road, especially Eldridge, once he gets stitched up." He chuckled. There was a dry rattle in his throat when he laughed. "Reason I've come up here is to apologize to you personally, and also to explain. I need to talk to you." "I've got nothing to say to you." "I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking you to listen." "Mr. Dunn, all I did was defend myself against a couple of men who were in the wrong place and didn't seem to wish me well." "The Directorate trained you well, I'll say that much." "I wish I knew what you were talking about." The CIA man exhaled noisily, followed by a rattling cough. "Let's not waste each other's time. Not all of your former colleagues are as discreet as you. Secrecy oaths tend to loosen their grip when money changes hands, and I do mean serious money. None of your former colleagues came cheap. In any case, I do hope you realize that we intended no harm." "I realize no such thing." "Bryson, if I really wanted to take you down, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and you know that. Listen, kidnappers don't supplicate, and I'm not a man who makes house calls every day. I want to take you to our Blue Ridge facility. I need you to listen to what I've got to tell you, watch what I've got to show you. Then, if you want, you can go home and we'll never bother you again. Come with me, Bryson. It's the only way you'll ever know the truth." "The truth about what?" "For starters, the truth about yourself." In the rugged Blue Ridge Mountains of western Virginia, the CIA maintains a remote, secluded area, about 200 acres in all. Dotted with streams and waterfalls and enclosed by an electric fence topped with concertina wire, the area is known simply as the Range. It serves, among other things, as a test area for transmitters and tracking devices and explosives. When the helicopter touched down at the Range, Bryson, Dunn, and Dunn's aide-de-camp debarked and walked through the main lobby of the low-slung concrete and glass administration building down to a Spartan subterranean room. On the walls were mounted a pair of large, flat display monitors. The aide-de-camp guided the two men to seats at a gleaming table of brushed steel, then left the room. "Okay, Bryson, let me tell you what I believe you believe. You believe you're an unsung hero. This is, in fact, the central, unshakable conviction that has enabled you to endure a decade and a half of tension so brutal any lesser man would have cracked long ago. You believe you spent 15 years in the service of your country working for an ultra-clandestine agency known as the Directorate. Virtually nobody else, even at the highest levels of the U.S. government, knows of its existence, with the possible exception of the chairman of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board and a couple of key players in the White House." Bryson took measured breaths, determined not to betray his emotions by any visible display of shock. Yet he was shocked. The CIA man knew of matters that had been cloaked with extraordinary thoroughness. Dunn pressed a sequence of buttons on a control panel embedded in the table, and the screen shimmered into vibrant display. A kaleidoscope of candid images from Bryson's early life began to appear, pacing Dunn's narrative. Nicholas Loring Bryson, age 42, born Athens, Greece, the only child of George Winter Bryson, a one-star general, and Nina Loring Bryson, piano teacher. Moved from place to place with your family, a dozen different countries in your childhood. Acquired perfect native command of every culture you were immersed in, the customs and language of each locale. German, Italian, Thai, Chinese, Arabic, even Basque, for God's sake. A sponge, a human chameleon with an astonishing capacity to go native. Outstanding linguistic and mimicry skills. Always at the top of the class. Extraordinary intelligence, extraordinary athletic skills. Graduated from St. Albans School in Washington, D.C., Stanford, and Georgetown School of Foreign Service. Recruited while at Stanford into the Directorate. 15 highly successful years of service. Now the photographs changed. Bryson in a mountain region of Peru, clad in fatigues. In a desert, clad in Arab robes, dyed skin, and grizzled beard. Fascinating. But I suggest you take up these matters with others better placed to discuss them. Teaching is my only profession these days, as I assume you know. My friend, the question isn't what we know. It's what you know. And more to the point, what you don't. You believe you've spent 15 years in the service of your country, and that's where you're wrong. What if I told you that the Directorate, in fact, isn't part of the United States government? That it never was? Dunn leaned back in his chair and ran a hand through his hair. This isn't going to be easy for you to hear. It's not easy for me to say, I'll tell you that. One of the screens dissolved into another image. Here's the guy who recruited you, right? It was a photograph of Herbert Woods, Bryson's advisor at Stanford and an eminent historian. The screen went blank, then flared with a grainy photo of a young Woods walking on Gorky Street in Moscow. Bryson laughed. So you're going to reveal to me that Herb Woods was a commie when he was young? Sorry, everyone knows that. That's why he was such a staunch anti-communist. He knew firsthand how seductive all that utopian rhetoric could be. Dunn's expression was cryptic. Oh, really? You're a historian, right? Well, let me give you a quick history lesson. In the early 60s, you had a small circle of brainiacs at the GRU, Soviet Military Intelligence, if you don't consider that a contradiction in terms. These guys concluded that their intelligence agencies were all neutered, ineffectual, feeding out of the same trough of disinformation each one had created. Or, to put it another way, a whole lot of ink and not much squid. The way these guys figured it, the intelligence agencies were spending most of their time chasing their own tails. These guys were real geniuses, understand. They called themselves the Shachmatisti, the chess players. They despised their own clumsy Ruski operatives, and they had utter contempt for the sort of Americans who cooperated with them. They wanted to recruit the best and the brightest within their enemy's camp, same as us, and they figured out a way to get them, same as us. Recruit them for a life of adventure. I'm not following. Neither were we, until very recently. It was only in the last few years that the CIA learned of the Directorate's existence, and far more crucial, what the Directorate meant. Will you try talking sense? We're talking about the greatest espionage gambit in the entire 20th century. The whole thing was an elaborate ruse. Do you see? These GRU geniuses, their masterstroke was to establish a penetration operation right on enemy soil, our soil. A super-secret spy agency staffed by a lot of gifted people who had no idea as to the identities of their real bosses and who were instructed to conceal their work from any and all U.S. government officials. Now, that's the beauty part. You can't tell anybody else, especially not the government you're ostensibly working for. It went like clockwork. Enough done. This is all lies. A goddamn pack of lies. If you really think I'd fall for this crap, you're out of your mind. I hardly expected you to believe me. Not at first. Hell, I wouldn't believe it either. But bear with me. He gestured toward one of the screens. Know this guy? Ted Waller, Bryson breathed. But it was Waller as a much younger man, wearing a Russian Army dress uniform at a May Day parade in Red Square. Scrolling up the side of the image were biographical details. Gennady Rossovsky, born 1935, Vladivostok, childhood chess prodigy, trained in American English since age 7, certificates in ideology and in military science. A list of medals and other military honors followed. Bryson sat, stunned. Anyway, we might never have known about the operation. Then our luck changes. We got access to the Kremlin archives. There were 1 or 2 scraps of paper with pretty tantalizing stuff in them, but they would have told us nothing until we added in the information from a couple of mid-level defectors who gave us all they had. Patterns began to emerge. That's how we learned about you, Nick. But we still didn't have a whole lot, since the whole operation was kept so incredibly segmented. We started to wonder about what we didn't know. It's been a top priority project for the past 3 years. We've got only the foggiest idea of who the real principals are, except, of course, for your friend Gennady Rossovsky. So, Dunn, you're claiming that I was recruited at college into some kind of a cat's paw organization, that everything I did after that was a sham. Is that what you're saying? Dunn nodded. Only the machinations didn't start then. They started earlier. A lot earlier. On the screen now, a grainy image from police files. A crumpled vehicle on a snowy mountain road. The remembered pain slammed Bryson in the gut. Bryson, did you believe this was an accident? You were 15, a brilliant student, terrific athlete, prime of American youth, all that. Now both your parents are suddenly killed. Your godparents take you in, and Felicia, and Uncle Pete, Peter Monroe. That was the name he took, sure. His real name was Pyotr Aksionov, and he made sure you went to college where you did and made a lot of other decisions for you besides, all of which pretty much guaranteed that you'd end up in the Directorate's hands. A flicker in the back of Bryson's mind. Barely remembered conversations between Aunt Felicia and Uncle Pete. What? Something about, I should have died. It should have been me who was killed. Uncle Pete sitting at the kitchen table late at night, saying the words over and over like a mantra, drinking straight from the bottle of bourbon in his hand. Racked with guilt, Felicia trying to console him. Not just one evening. Many times after Bryson's parents died. Another memory. Happier times. Uncle Pete play-arguing with Felicia because she was coyly teasing him again about how he talked in his sleep. Oh, my God. She was teasing him about how he talked in Russian in his sleep. The one time when you can't control your utterances. Could Dunn be right? Could all this be true? So, you're saying that when I was 15, my parents were murdered. You're saying my entire life has been some kind of immense deception. Nick, if it makes you feel any better, you weren't alone. There were dozens just like you. It's just that you were their most spectacular success. And Elena? We believe she was recruited out of the Romanian Securitate, assigned to you by the Directorate in order to keep tabs on you. Sorry. A minute of silence passed, then another. Finally, Bryson said, "But it doesn't make any sense. I did goddamned valuable work. Time and again I screwed us, but good," Dunn interrupted. "Every one of your great successes was a devastating setback to American interests. And I say this with the greatest professional respect. In Sri Lanka, you pretty much destroyed a secret coalition that had been on the verge of brokering a peace between the Tamils and the Sinhalese. And," another image appeared on the screen, "Abu. Tunisia," Bryson said. "He was going to stage a coup, he and his followers. I moved in, leveraged some opposition groups. You burned him, took him down, and handed him over to the government. Then what happened?" Bryson shrugged. "He died in captivity a few days later. I won't tell you I shed any tears. I wish I could say the same. Abu was one of ours, Bryson. I trained him. He was our chief asset in the whole region. But the attempted coup, a bullshit cover story to keep up his bona fides with the lunatics. He was leading the Al-Nahda, all right off the cliff. Abu worked deep cover. He was a slick bastard who played rough, but he was our slick bastard. We were on the verge of having a direct feed to every Islamic terror group north of the Sahara. Then the Directorate sandbagged him, planted defective munitions for the so-called freedom fighters in that so-called coup. By the time our people discovered we'd been stung, it was too late. Set back our whole network about 20 years. You want me to go on? Tell you about Nepal and what you really accomplished there? Romania? Damn it, Dunn. This makes no sense. The GRU, the Soviet Union, that's all the past. Maybe you Cold War cowboys at Langley haven't yet heard the news. The war's over. Yes, and for some baffling reason, the Directorate is alive and well. Bryson, there was a time when I wanted to kill you with my bare hands. That was before we'd figured out the whole story, the way the Directorate worked. Nah, that's not right. We still aren't close to knowing the whole story, just isolated segments. As best we can figure, once the Cold War's over, two things happen. First, the whole operation falls into quiescence. Second, it breaks off from its original masters. Control shifted into other hands. Whose? Don't know. 5 years ago, the organization apparently went into a period of even deeper dormancy. You weren't the only agent to be terminated. A whole lot of people were let go. Maybe the place was being shut down. But now we've got reason to think it's being reactivated. What's that supposed to mean? Not sure. We hear stuff. Your old masters appear to be accumulating arms for some reason. And I ask myself, for what? What are they after? And I don't know. Interesting. You hear rumors, you speculate, you give me a digital slideshow like some corporate consultant, yet you don't have the faintest clue what you're really saying. That's why we brought you in. The old Soviet system may be down, but the generals aren't. Deliberative democracy? Plenty of Ruskies would say good riddance to that. In Beijing, there's a powerful reactionary cabal within both the National People's Congress and the Central Committee. Not to mention the Chinese Army, the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, which is a force unto itself. No matter how you look at it, a lot of money's at stake, and a lot of power, too. One school of thought has remnants of the Shakhmatisti teaming up with a handful of their Beijing brethren. But nobody really knows except the bad guys, and they ain't saying. If you truly think that I was some kind of chump in the biggest con game of the century, what the hell do you need me for? You apprenticed with one of their masterminds, one of their founders. Gennady Rosovsky. Back in Russia, his nickname was Volshebnik, the sorcerer. Know what that makes you? The sorcerer's apprentice. You know how his mind works. You were his best student. So, you want me to get back inside? Dunn nodded. You're our best bet. I could appeal to your patriotism, to the better angels of your being, but goddamn if you don't owe us one. Don't take offense, but if we're trying to scent them out, then at least we should send out the best bloodhound we can find. I mean, how can I put this? You're the only one who knows what they smell like. Nicholas Bryson stood on the sidewalk in the glaring midday sun, staring at 1324 K Street. The building that had served as the headquarters of his employer, that for so long had been home base, an island of continuity in his ever-shifting, violent world. The building had changed, but the transformations were subtle. New plaques on the facade. The American Textile Manufacturers Board and the United States Grains Producers Board sounded just as plausible as the other organizations whose plaques had been put there by the Directorate's creative camouflage artists. Harry Dunn had told him the K Street headquarters had been abandoned, but Bryson refused to accept his assurance on face value. Accept nothing at face value. Question everything you're told. Another of Ted Waller's, no, Gennady Rosovsky's lines. Bryson still had his own sources from the old KGB, the old GRU. Inquiries were made, records checked, data confirmed. Waller was Rosovsky. This much Bryson knew by now. But whoever his mentor was, he had taught Bryson much, including the stratagem, when in doubt, go in the front door. To explore 1324K, the best way would be to walk inside openly, brazenly. Hide in plain view. The front door opened with no locks or barriers of any sort. In the outer lobby, the intercom panel, where he had once entered a coded, constantly changing series of numbers, had been removed. In its place was a glass-encased directory of law firms and lobbying organizations located within. Beyond the glass doors, now regular glass, not bulletproof, the inner lobby looked little changed. A bored security guard receptionist sat behind a tall half-moon of curved marble counter. Bryson nodded to the young man as he strode by. He was a businessman who needed no assistance, knew exactly where he was going, belonged there. The guard barely nodded back. Bryson took the elevator to the 3rd floor and now wandered the halls looking as if he had no idea where he was going, all the while evaluating the floor's new layout. Nothing was familiar. He entered the American Textile Manufacturers Board offices pretending to be lost. A helpful receptionist gave him proper directions to the proper floor and even got him a glass of cold water. None of the communications works. He walked with her to the coffee room, chatting, studying the offices as he went. None of the communications workstations, the global satellite monitors, remained. The old small outdoor room was not a damn room. He inserted a striped ticket. He returned to his rented vehicle in the parking garage and drove to the exit, where he inserted his magnetic striped ticket into the card reader that controlled the liftgate arm. The ticket popped back out. Rejected. Damn, he muttered to himself. He inserted the card again. Again it failed. The parking attendant came out of his booth up to Bryson's open window and said, "Let me give it a try, sir." With his left hand he took the ticket Bryson handed to him, but suddenly his right hand was pressing the muzzle of a small-caliber pistol against Bryson's temple. "Please keep both your hands on the steering wheel, sir. I'd rather not have to use this thing." Jesus Christ. The attendant opened the car's rear door and leaped into the back seat, the gun once again to Bryson's temple. "Let's go! Move it!" he shouted as he pressed the button on a remote control and the barrier lifted. "And don't remove your hands from the wheel." Bryson drove out of the garage following the man's directions. The killer had no idea that Bryson's Glock was nestled against the base of his spine in his rear waist holster, but how to retrieve it? The hitman, for he was a hitman whether on the Directorate payroll or a contract employee, insisted that Bryson keep his hands visible at all times. He had to follow instructions now, waiting for a moment of distraction. Care to fill me in on where we're going? Let's just say we're going someplace outside the Beltway, someplace where a couple of guys can talk freely. But talking, Bryson realized grimly, was the last thing on the hitman's agenda. Minutes later, they were crossing the Key Bridge. Left, the man barked, indicating the direction of Reagan National Airport. Bryson obeyed, careful to seem compliant, resigned, the better to put the other man off his guard. "Now take this exit," the killer said. It would take them to the area immediately outside the airport, where most of the rental car agencies had offices. "You could have done me back there at the parking garage. You should have, actually." "Oh, please. You saw all the video cams back there, the potential witnesses. You know better than that. You wouldn't have done it there either, I'll bet." Bryson steered the car into a deserted, vacant parking area and stopped. "Why don't you at least make this quick?" "So now you're feeling the way the other guys felt. The fear, the sense of futility, of hopelessness, of resignation." "You're waxing entirely too philosophical for me. I bet you don't even know who's issuing your checks. Beyond the fact that they clear, I don't really care. No matter who they are, what they do, no matter whether they're working against the U.S. or not. Like I said, so long as the check's clear, I don't do politics." "That's a pretty short-term way of thinking." "We're in a short-term business." "It doesn't have to be. Not if we come to mutually agreeable terms. We all lock some away, discretionary accounts, a percentage of our expense allowance salted away, invested. Put your money to work for you. I'm willing to put some of mine to work for me right now." "To buy your own life. But my livelihood goes beyond one transaction. You may be one account, but they're the bank. And you don't bet against the house." "No, you don't. You just report back that the mark was even better than you'd been led to believe. Managed to escape. Jesus, the guy's good. They're not going to doubt you on that. You'll still keep your retainer, your deposit, and I'll double the contract amount. Sound business practice, my friend." "Sorry, I've got a job to do. And I must say, by the way, that I'm honored to be given this assignment. They say you were one of the top field men, after all." "Why do you think you were assigned?" "I don't know, and I don't care. A job's a job." "You think you're expected to survive it? You think they want you around telling tales? Who knows how much I might have told you." "What are you trying to say?" asked the hitman after a moment of uncomfortable silence. He seemed to hesitate for an instant. Bryson could feel the grinding pressure of the pistol barrel momentarily let up. It was all the opportunity he needed, this second or two of genuine indecision. Quietly, he slipped his left hand off the steering wheel and slithered it down around to his back. He had the Glock. With lightning speed, he pointed it toward the back of his seat and, firing blind, squeezed the trigger again and again and again in quick succession. The large-caliber bullets pierced the seat cushions, the noise ear-shattering. And then the barrel of the pistol fell away from his head. Bryson spun around. The man was dead, half of his forehead blown away. They met at CIA headquarters in Langley this time, in Dunn's office. "Why does it not surprise me the Directorate boys declared you beyond salvage?" Harry Dunn said with a hoarse laugh. "I just think they must have forgotten who they were dealing with. You're better than anyone they can send after you, Bryson. You'd think they'd know that by now." "They also know they don't want me in this office spilling my guts." "Wish you had anything to spill. You don't know real names, just legends, and a fat lot of good that does us. Legends that are or were internal to the Directorate yield nothing in our own in-house data search. Like this Prospero you keep mentioning." "But that's all I knew him as. Dutch, I believe. Very resourceful operative." "Our sketch artists produced a drawing based on your description, and we're trying to match the image against stored photographs, sketches. But it's arduous hit-or-miss work. So you got any other bright ideas on how to find these guys?" Bryson sat quietly for a moment, contemplating. "If you're looking for ants, go find yourself a picnic." Come again? That was one of Waller's sayings. Instead of looking for them where they were, we need to figure out where they are. Ask yourself, what kind of spread are they in the mood for? Dunn was suddenly alert. Weaponry, the word is. Seems they're trying to stockpile an arsenal. Tell me how you used to get hold of weaponry. You sure weren't using U.S. government requisitions? Bryson nodded. Given the restrictions, the deep secrecy, we had to round up the stuff ourselves. Take a fairly typical ordnance-intensive operation. We'd acquire Kalashnikov assault rifles, sniper rifles, rocket launchers and rocket grenades, Stinger missiles, and ammunition. That's where the amateurs would always go wrong. They'd end up with more guns than ammo. And I know where to find it all. In about 10 days' time, there's going to be an annual floating arms bazaar in international waters off the Costa da Morte in Spain. It's a 20-year institution, as regular an event as the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. An immense container ship, the Spanish Armada, filled with Major League munitions and Major League gun runners to keep them company. Dunn smiled. The picnic where the ants gather. That's right. For any group that's interested in acquiring arms without official scrutiny, the Spanish Armada is always a picnic. The immense ship loomed out of the fog, vast and unlovely, 1,000 feet long, its black hull sunk deep in the water. The supercarrier was loaded with cargo, multicolored corrugated metal containers stacked on deck from bridge to bow. As the helicopter gently landed atop the giant H painted on the foredeck, Bryson did a quick calculation. Over 200 containers on deck. Below decks, perhaps 3 times that many. An immense load of weaponry, exotic and mundane. At the ship's stern, the tall superstructure towered above the rows of containers, its bridge bristling with radar and satellite antennae. This was the Spanish Armada, a legend in the shadowed world of terrorists and covert operatives and other illegal or semi-legal operators. No one knew where Basil Kalakanis, the mysterious lord of this floating arms bazaar, obtained his wares, but it was whispered that he purchased many of them quite legally from Russia, Korea, China, and the stores of Eastern European nations with too many arms and not enough cash. Kalakanis's customers came from all over the world to do business, and they could do business with impunity, for the Spanish Armada was anchored in the Atlantic Ocean, 13 nautical miles off the northernmost tip of the Spanish coast, outside Spanish territorial waters, and thus constrained by no country's laws. But nothing was offloaded here. The ship would later call at selected safe harbors such as Guayaquil in Ecuador or Santos in Brazil. African ports of call included Lagos in Nigeria and Monrovia in Liberia. Bryson wore a stylish Italian suit, purchased and tailored just for the occasion at agency expense. He was traveling under an old Directorate legend that he himself had created some years ago. John T. Coleridge was a shady Canadian businessman known to be deeply involved in some dirty business deals, acting as a middleman for several crime syndicates in Asia and a few outlaw states in the Persian Gulf. Although Coleridge was an elusive figure, his name was known in certain circles, and that was the important thing. True, Coleridge hadn't been seen for 7 years, but that wasn't so rare in this strange business. But Bryson had never before set foot on the Spanish Armada, and Basil Kalakanis was famously careful about who he was willing to meet with. So Bryson had prepared the way to ensure his acceptance here. He'd called in an old favor owed him by a German arms broker who'd done quite a bit of business with Kalakanis. The favor? The simple faxing of a letter of introduction to Kalakanis's ship. Now, as Bryson and the 3 other passengers got out of the helicopter, they were met by a young, powerfully built, red-headed man who introduced himself as Ian. "Thank you so much for coming across. You're all just in time for dinner. Please step over this way." He indicated a spot just off the landing pad where 3 bulky guards toting submachine guns stood waiting. "I'm dreadfully sorry to make you go through this, but you know Sir Basil. Terribly security conscious, you know." The 3 guards expertly frisked the 4 new arrivals. They found nothing on Bryson, for he had expected this ritual, and so had brought no weapon. When they were done, Ian gestured toward the deckhouse. "This way, please." The helicopter lifted off, heading back to the mainland. An elevator lifted the men to the 06 deck, and when the elevator door opened, Bryson was astonished. He had not seen such luxury in the yachts of the most extravagant billionaires. No expense had been spared. The floors were marble-tiled, covered with oriental rugs. The walls were dark mahogany, the fittings gleaming brass. They passed an entertainment center and screening room, a fitness center, a sauna, a library. Finally, they came to the owner's enormous stateroom, 2 levels high, outfitted with an amazing opulence. There were 4 or 5 other men standing by a bar which was tended by a bartender in black tie. A white-uniformed stewardess, a dazzlingly beautiful blonde with stunning green eyes, smiled shyly and offered him a flute of Cristal champagne. He recognized a few of the other guests. His head spun as gradually dossiers attached themselves to vaguely familiar faces. A Pakistani middleman, an officer in the Irish Provisional Army. Had any of these men met him in his previous life? Did anyone here know him as Coleridge or by another one of his many identities? Apparently not, for no one gave him more than a curious glance, a sort of look cast by fellow predators who want to know their competition. Bryson turned his thoughts to his host. Vasiliou Kalakanis was a Greek born in Turkey to a good family, went to Eton with a member of one of England's most powerful arms manufacturing families, and somehow established an alliance with the classmate's family. He then went into business selling arms on behalf of the British family to the Greeks fighting the Cypriots. Somewhere along the way, Vasiliou became Basil and then Sir Basil. He belonged to the best London clubs. He also had strong ties to the French. After the collapse of the Berlin Wall, he did a major trade in surplus Eastern European arms. He struck deals with the Libyans, the Ugandans. From Afghanistan to the Congo, Kalakanis had fueled several dozen civil wars by providing easy access to weaponry. He had furnished his freighter with the blood of hundreds of thousands of innocent people. A steward announced dinner, and the guests filed into an opulent dining room. The long table was covered in white linen set with crystal and candles beneath a great crystal chandelier. One of the stewards escorted Bryson to a seat next to a large, barrel-chested man with a close-cropped gray beard and olive complexion. "Mr. Coleridge," rumbled Basil. He extended his hand to Bryson. Bryson shook Kalakanis's hand firmly as he took his seat. "A pleasure. I've heard so much about you." "Likewise, and likewise. I'm surprised it's taken us so long to meet." Bryson chuckled. "It's taken me altogether too long to eliminate the middleman. I got tired of paying retail." Kalakanis responded with a booming laugh. As the other dinner guests were seated around the table, Bryson noticed one in particular, one he had not seen at the bar, a stylishly dressed man with a shoulder-length mane of silver hair. He felt himself go cold. Though they had never met, Bryson knew him from photographs and dossiers. Jean-Marc Bertrand, an emissary from a powerful far-right French arms dealer named Jacques Arnaud. Did that mean that Arnaud was supplying Kalakanis, or the other way around? "So, Mr. Coleridge, I understand your clients are Africans." Bryson smiled politely. "My clients are highly motivated buyers." Kalakanis winked. "The Africans have always been some of my best customers. The Congo, Angola, Eritrea." Bryson took a sip of champagne. "And I have heard that recently Washington has become a good customer of yours as well." "They do have, how do you say, deep pockets." "But in certain circles one hears that the pattern of buying is being stepped up recently, that certain covert agencies that have the latitude to operate without oversight have been acquiring rather heavily from you." Kalakanis raised an eyebrow. "Are you interested in my wares or my clients?" "I ask for a reason, Mr. Kalakanis, a business reason. I have something to offer that might be of interest to a major player not officially connected with the government, but who has, as you put it, deep pockets." "You have something to offer me?" "I don't understand. If you wish to transact your own business, you certainly don't need me." "In this case, there's no other acceptable conduit." "Conduit? What on earth are you talking about?" "Plans. Blueprints worth a great deal of money. But in no way can my fingerprints be on this. Therefore I need a middleman, and your services as conduit, for want of a better word, will be remunerated quite handsomely." "You intrigue me, Mr. Coleridge. I think we should continue this discussion in private." Kalakanis's library was richly furnished in delicate French antiques. Curtains covered 2 glass walls. The others were decorated with antique charts and maps. In the middle of one wall was a paneled oak door. That the Greek had been so quick to leave his own dinner party was testament to the allure of the blueprints Kalakanis now held in his hands. They were exquisite forgeries, prepared by the graphic artists of the CIA's Technical Services Division. Kalakanis made no attempt to hide his excitement. "This is a new generation of the Javelin anti-tank weapon system. Where the hell did you get this?" Bryson smiled modestly. "You don't divulge trade secrets, and neither do I." "There will be no shortage of interested parties. The only question will be who has the resources. This will fetch quite a price." "I take it you have a customer in mind?" "He's on board at this very moment." "At dinner?" "No. He prefers not to mingle. His organization has been on quite the buying spree of late. Massive quantities of mobile armaments. A weapon such as this will certainly interest him." Kalakanis picked up his cellular phone, punched out a number, and said, "Can you ask Mr. Jenrette to stop by the library, please?" A middle-aged, tired-looking man with scraggly gray hair appeared at the door of the library barely 5 minutes later, escorted by Ian, who had greeted Bryson at the helipad. Kalakanis had called him Jenrette, but Bryson knew him as a Directorate operative named Vance Gifford, and if he was still attached to the Directorate, that meant that Harry Dunn was right. The Directorate still lived. Kalakanis smiled. "Mr. Jenrette, I'd like you to meet a gentleman who has an interesting new toy I think you and your friends might like to purchase." Vance Gifford stared in shock for the briefest instant before his expression softened and he gave a false smile. "Mr. Coleridge, is it?" "Please call me John," Bryson said casually as they shook hands. "Why do I have a feeling we've met somewhere before?" said the Directorate man. They had met 8 or 9 years ago in East Sector, a scheduled rendezvous in the Miramar Bar in Kowloon. They barely knew each other, spent maybe an hour talking business, covert funding, and dead drops and the like. Gifford had to be active still, otherwise Kalakanis wouldn't have summoned him here to inspect the prototype. "Was it Hong Kong?" Bryson asked. "Taipei? You look familiar as well. Anyway, wherever and whenever it was, it's good to see you again." Bryson acted blasé, even amused. But his heart was racing. Gifford's playing it straight. He knows who I am, but he doesn't know why I'm here. Like a seasoned field man, he's rolling with it. "Well, I'm always in the market for a new toy," Gifford said offhandedly. Bryson thought, surely he knows I'm out. But how much does he know of my termination? Does he regard me as a hostile or a neutral? Will he assume that I've gone private, selling secret weapons designs? Or will he assume he's being set up? There was no way to anticipate Gifford's response, no way to be sure. The only thing was to be prepared for anything. Kalakanis beckoned Jenret to his desk to inspect the blueprints. He bent down to study the plans with great intensity. Very quietly he whispered something to Kalakanis without looking at him. Kalakanis nodded and said, "Will you please excuse us, Mr. Coleridge? Mr. Jenret and I should like to confer privately." Kalakanis opened the paneled oak door which led to a private study. Jenret followed, and the door closed behind them. Bryson sat on a chair, frozen like an insect trapped in amber. It all came down to how Jenret decided to play it. What had the man whispered? Bryson looked up as the study door opened and closed. It was the blonde stewardess holding aloft a tray of empty glasses. She walked around retrieving used champagne flutes and wine glasses, then approached Bryson. Briefly stooping to pick up a glass without giving him so much as a glance, she murmured, "You're a popular man, Mr. Coleridge. 4 friends of yours await you in the study. Do try not to bleed on the Harry's runner. It's quite rare and one of Mr. Kalakanis's favorites." Then she was gone. Bryson stiffened, his body surging with adrenaline. Yet he kept still, betraying nothing. What did this mean? Was an ambush being set up in the study? The oak door suddenly opened again. It was Kalakanis himself, with Ian, his bodyguard, looming just behind him in the doorway. Jenret stood farther in the background. "Mr. Coleridge, won't you join us, please?" "Certainly. In just a moment. I think I left something in the bar." "Mr. Coleridge, I'm afraid we really have no time to waste." "This won't take a minute," Bryson said, turning toward the exit door that led to the dining room. It was blocked, he now saw, by an armed guard. He continued his stride toward the exit as if nothing were wrong. Now he was but a few feet away from the new guard. "I'm sorry, Mr. Coleridge. We really must have a word, you and I," Kalakanis said, with a slight nod that was a signal to the guard at the door. "Now!" Bryson lunged forward, slamming the bodyguard against the hard frame of the open door, the sudden movement catching the man unprepared. The guard struggled, reaching for his weapon, but Bryson hammered his right foot into the man's abdomen. An alarm went off, ear-piercingly loud. As the bodyguard lost his balance, Bryson sank his right knee into the man's midsection. He also saw that Ian had assumed a marksman's stance, leveling a pistol with both hands. The bodyguard reared up, screaming, grasping for Bryson. He was between Bryson and Ian, providing a shield of sorts. Bryson knew Ian would never fire with such a high probability of striking his own man. But suddenly there was an explosion, and Bryson felt a spray of blood. A dark red hole appeared in the middle of the bodyguard's forehead. The man slumped, dead weight. Ian had killed his own colleague. As the guard fell, Bryson yanked the pistol from his holster, then spun through the open door. Bullets exploded behind him, splintering wood, pockmarking metal bulkheads. With alarm shrieking all around him, he broke into a run down the corridor. Footsteps thundered behind him on the steel deck as Bryson raced toward the center stairwell. The stairs were the only way out, and down was the only way that made sense, down to the main deck and escape. Escape? How? There was only one way off the ship, and that was off the main deck, whether by jumping, which was suicide in these cold Atlantic waters, or down the gangplank, which was too slow and exposed to descent. He was like a rat in a maze. That he didn't know the layout of this immense ship put him at a distinct disadvantage. Yet the very size of the vessel guaranteed endless passages in which to hide. He vaulted to the stairs and took them 2 and 3 at a time. Footsteps and shouts above him grew increasingly loud and frantic. His pursuers had increased in number, and it would only be a matter of seconds before still others joined the chase. A landing led to a short passageway that in turn led to an outside deck. He ran through the passage and found himself on the open aft deck. Up ahead he saw a door marked Diesel Generator Room. At the moment it seemed the best place to escape. He yanked the door open, closed it behind him, and ran down a steep, narrow set of metal stairs. He was in a large, open area that was deafeningly loud. The auxiliary diesel generators were providing power for the ship since its engine was off. With several large strides, he ran across a railing that circled the room above the mammoth generators. But his pursuers must have spotted him, for in a moment he saw 4 silhouetted figures racing down the steep metal stairways, visible only as shadows in the dim light. They ran with a stiffness, an awkwardness that puzzled him for a moment, until he saw that 2 of them were carrying handguns and wearing night vision goggles. The others had sniper rifles outfitted with night vision scopes. He raised his pistol, aimed at the first man down the stairs, and suddenly all was darkness. The lights had been extinguished. No wonder his pursuers carried such equipment. He fired anyway into the darkness in the direction toward which he'd been aiming just seconds ago. He heard a cry, a crash. One man was down. But it was insanity to just keep firing into the darkness, using up precious ammunition when he had no idea how many rounds remained in the weapon and had no way to obtain any more. It was what they wanted him to do. They expected him to fire into the darkness with abandon, use up his ammunition, then, aided by their night vision, they would hunt him down. Blinded in the darkness, he extended his arms, felt around for obstacles, both to avoid and to hide behind. Then, in the pitch blackness, he saw a tiny, dancing red dot flit across his field of vision. Someone was aiming directly at his face. Triangulate. Estimate the sniper's location based on the direction from which the infrared reticle was aiming at him. This wasn't his first time as the target of a sniper with a night vision scope, and he had learned to estimate the distance of the shooter. He raised his pistol and fired. A scream. He had hit someone, though how well he couldn't yet tell. A second or two afterward, a bullet spat against the machinery to his left. Another round whizzed so close to his head he could feel the gust of wind against his scalp. He ducked behind the machinery. How many more were there? If the second man was indeed down, that meant 2 remained. But the generators were so loud he could not hear footsteps approaching, nor the ragged breathing of a wounded man. He was in effect both blind and deaf. And then he became aware of the dancing red bead in the darkness as one of the snipers aimed at the green oval that was, in the night vision scope, his head. The infrared reticle passed across his field of vision again, steadied, and then the spit of a silenced weapon, then 3 more spits, and a scream, and the sound of another body crashing to the steel floor of the catwalk. What? Someone using a silenced pistol had just fired a round of shots at his pursuers, perhaps even eliminated them. "Don't shoot," came another voice, the voice of a woman. Suddenly Bryson was blinded by a flash of light. The room lights had come back on. What was happening? As his eyes readjusted, he saw, standing on a catwalk above, the woman who had spoken to him. She wore a white uniform and a night vision unit on a head harness. It was the beautiful blonde stewardess who had warned him of the ambush in the study. Now here she was, gripping the butt of a Ruger with a long silencer attached, moving it from one side to another, steadily back and forth. He saw also 4 bodies sprawled at different points around the generator room. 2 from the deck closer to the generator, 1 at the beginning of the catwalk on which he was standing, and a 4th lying a mere 6 feet away. The woman was not aiming at him. She was covering him, aiming everywhere else, protecting him against others. Indeed, if she'd wanted to kill him, she could have easily done so already. She was standing by a small bank of controls and switches. That was where she'd turned the lights on. "Come on," she shouted, "this way." What the hell was going on? "What do you want?" Bryson shouted back, more to stall for time than to elicit any response, for what could this be but a trap? "What the hell do you think? Move it, before any others come here. I know this ship inside and out. If you want to stay here and play games, be my guest. I have no choice but to get off the ship." She pointed toward an object mounted high on one of the bulkheads near the ceiling of the generator room, a surveillance camera. "He has much of the ship on camera, but not all. You can follow me and save your life, or you can stay here and be killed. The choice is yours. If you want to save your life, move your ass." She turned and raced down the catwalk and up a short set of metal stairs to a hatch cover. Unlatching it, she glanced back. Bryson ran to follow her. His mind spun. He tried to make sense of the woman. Who was she? What was she doing? What did she want? Why was she here? He came through the hatchway behind her. "What are you—" "Quiet," she hissed. "Sound carries far here." She shut the hatch door behind him and slid home a large deadbolt. He caught her eyes, momentarily distracted by her remarkable beauty. "Will you tell me what's going on here? No time for explanations right now. I'm undercover here too, following arms transfers to certain parties that want to blast Israel back to the Stone Age." Mossad, he told himself. She cocked her head as if hearing some distant noise he could not perceive. "This way," she said abruptly, vaulting up a flight of steel stairs. He followed her to a landing, then out a hatch that opened into a long, empty, dark corridor. "Come," she hissed, breaking into a run. Bryson followed, lengthening his strides to adjust to the woman's lightning-fast pace. Within a minute, when they had run a few hundred feet down the dark tunnel, he heard a muffled noise behind them. He turned his head, noticed a shift in the pattern of the shadows. Before he could say anything, she swerved to the right and flattened herself against a bulkhead, behind a steel girder. He did the same not a second too soon. There was a burst of automatic gunfire. Bullets spat into the bulkhead, ringing, clattering against the deck. He saw a plume of flame shooting from a machine gun at the far end of the tunnel, the shooter shadowy and indistinct. Another burst of gunfire, and then the killer was running down the corridor toward them. "This way," the woman said. Suddenly leaping forward away from the shelter of the bulkhead, she raced ahead. He peered back around the girder, saw the shooter slow his pace, raise his Uzi, and aim it directly at the woman. Bryson aimed, squeezed the trigger twice. One round exploded. The second squeeze of the trigger produced nothing more than a click. But the shooter was down. His Uzi crashed to the deck as he tumbled to one side, dead. The woman turned back and gave Bryson a quick look of what might have been appreciation, but said nothing. He raced to catch up with her. Now she veered off to the right and stopped abruptly at another bulkhead. She leaned over, grabbed a bar that was mounted over a manhole-sized opening in the bulkhead, and swung her feet into the hole. In an instant she had disappeared. He did the same. They were now in a square, low-ceilinged compartment that was almost totally dark, connected to another one by means of another manhole, and then another and another. A thwart-ship's passage, the sections separated by steel girders. She peered into the next compartment, then grabbed onto the bar and swung her body inward, feet first. He followed suit, but the moment he got to his feet, he heard her whisper, "Shh, listen." He heard the distant hammering of footsteps on steel. The sound was emanating from the service alley from which they had come. "I'm sure they found the one you killed, which tells them you're armed, probably a professional. Although it's obvious you are if you've survived this far. They also know we can't have gotten too far yet. Look, I don't know who you are, yet you're risking your life for me. You don't owe me anything, but an explanation would be appreciated. If we get out of here, we'll have time to talk. Right now we don't. Do you have any other weapon on you?" He shook his head. "Not good," she said. "We're way outnumbered. And as we've seen, they're equipped with some serious weaponry." "There's no shortage of it on this ship," Bryson remarked. "How far are we from the cargo containers?" A quick, flashing smile. "Ah, yes, not far at all. But I don't know what's in them." "Then we'll just have to look. Do we have to go back out to the service alley?" "No. There's a passageway cut into the floor of one of these box girders. Over here." She ran to the adjoining space, stepped into another manhole, and began descending into a vertical passage by means of a steel ladder. He followed her down. Suddenly a clattering sound, something falling. "Damn," she said. "What?" "My night vision scope. It came loose. It'll be under 10 feet of water in the bilge by now." They seemed to descend for hundreds of feet. Finally the ladder came to an end, and they were crawling through a long, low, dark horizontal tunnel whose floor was damp and smelled of bilge water. The footfalls of their pursuers were now distant and muffled. At the end of the tunnel she grabbed hold of another vertical metal ladder and climbed upward. This ascent was a brief one. It led to what looked like another alley. Bryson took a package of matches from his pocket and lit one. The flame revealed that the walls of the alley were in fact the ends of corrugated steel shipping containers packed closely together. He began lighting match after match as they inspected the labels plastered at the ends of the containers. Knives, radios, electronic warfare components, and then the jackpot. A container with stun grenades, tear gas riot grenades, body armor, assorted small arms, and ammunition. "Do you know how to open these things?" "All we need is a bolt cutter. These containers are high security sealed to prevent pilferage. They're not really locked in any serious way." The container opened easily once the security seal was snapped off. 10 minutes later they had assembled a pile of assorted arms. The grenades and ammunition they stuffed into the pockets of their Kevlar body armor. The larger objects they secured to their shoulders and backs. Each wore Kevlar helmets with attached face shields. Suddenly there came an enormous crash from directly overhead, then another, the screech of metal scraping against metal. Bryson slipped into the narrow gap between two containers and signaled to the woman to do the same. A sliver of bright light appeared above as a hatchway covering this bay of the cargo hold opened. The light came from high-intensity flashlights, several of them, in the hands of 4 of Kalakanis's soldiers. Behind them, beside them, there were many others, heavily armed. He seized the grip of his Kalashnikov assault rifle and angled it upward. When you're outnumbered, go on the offensive. His instincts told him to fire first, to pick off as many of his pursuers as he could, whether it gave away their positions or not. He raised the rifle, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. The shot exploded, and one of Kalakanis's soldiers screamed and toppled from the ramparts above all the way down to the steel ramp a few feet away, landing with a sickening thud. Bryson pulled back into the shadows between the containers, bracing for the explosion of full automatic gunfire that he knew would be the response. But nothing came. There was a shout from above, a barked command. The men drew back and assumed firing stances, but did not fire. Why weren't they firing? Bryson raised his weapon again and squeezed off 2 more carefully aimed shots. One of the men went down right away, dead. Another sagged to his feet, yelling in pain. Suddenly Bryson realized they could not risk firing their weapons so near the containers. The corrugated steel shipping crates were filled with explosive, highly flammable arms. One misplaced round that penetrated the thin steel skin of a container might detonate a cache of bombs, C4 plastic explosive, or who knew what else, setting off a conflagration so immense that it might sink the vast ship. As long as he sought cover between containers, then they would not fire. Yet the instant he or the woman emerged and were safely away from the containers, a sharpshooter would attempt to take them out. They had to get out. He looked at the blonde, crouched between 2 containers 20 feet away. He jabbed his thumb first left, then right, an unspoken question. Which way out? She signaled back. The only way was to risk exposing themselves, to take the ramp back in the direction from which they'd come. Shit. Bryson went first, sidling out from the container alley, keeping his Kalashnikov pointed toward the guards above. The blonde followed. As swiftly as they could, given the burden of the load of weaponry they were saddled down with, they moved toward their only escape. As they moved, several powerful, crisscrossing beams of light shone directly at them, illuminating their every move. Bryson could see several of the shooters shifting positions, aiming at them so they could fire without fear of striking the containers. But it would take precise marksmanship. Bryson did not intend to allow them the opportunity. But as he shifted the Kalashnikov toward the shooters, he heard a loud clattering from behind. He turned quickly to look and saw men clambering out of the hatch that had been their escape route. They were surrounded. A sudden hailstorm of machine gun fire. It was from the woman, who then ducked back between the shelter of 2 containers. There were shouts, screams, and several of the advancing men collapsed to the ground, wounded or dead. Bryson took out a burst fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it up toward one group of Kalakanis's men above. The men scattered just as the grenade exploded, sending an immense shower of shrapnel everywhere, knocking several of them out. Another round of machine gun fire from the woman toward the men emerging from the hatch. Bryson pulled out another grenade and hurled it upward. This one exploded with equally devastating results. He then fired a burst at the approaching soldiers, hitting several. "Come!" the woman shouted. She was backing up farther into the narrow passage between containers, deeper into the darkness. She seemed to have another route in mind. Wildly firing off another long burst as cover, Bryson dove to the open ramp. As he ran, he was firing all around him. It worked. He made it to the passage just in time to see her disappear to the left in a crawl space between the ends of several containers, dragging a long, heavy object behind her. He recognized the weapon. Just before he turned, he pulled out another grenade and hurled it back towards Calicanis's men, at least those who remained standing. It was insanity. This oversized weapon was slowing down their escape. "Go on," he said. "I can get it." He grabbed the weapon, swung it over his shoulder, pulling the canvas strap around his chest. Now she was climbing down a railing that led to the next row of containers below. He climbed down as well, then followed close behind as she shimmied between another set of containers. Now he could hear footsteps all around, chiefly above and behind. Their pursuers were splitting up into small teams. Where was the woman going? She was weaving a strange, jagged path down between the containers. There were 8 or so levels of containers below the main deck, and who knew how many rows, which provided a great maze. That's what she was doing. She was trying to lose them in the maze. He had no idea which way she was going, but she was moving quickly and seemingly with purpose. At last they came to another vertical tunnel with a steel ladder mounted within. She vaulted up it, Bryson on her heels. This ladder rose 50 feet or so and stopped at a dark horizontal tunnel that was tall enough to stand up in. As soon as he had come through, she shut the hatch door behind him and bolted it shut. "This is a long tunnel," she said, "but if we can make it to the end, to the O2 deck, we're out of here." They ran, through one hatchway, a second, and suddenly he felt the welcome cold night air hit his lungs. They were outside on a small starboard section of the O2 deck, one level above the main deck. The woman strode toward the bulwark. She knelt and untied a cable from a pelican hook which released a boom, a davit arm, which now swung outward. Secured to the davit cradle was a 27-foot-long Magna Marine patrol craft, one of the fastest speedboats made. The two of them climbed into the boat, and she yanked at a line, releasing the brake. Abruptly they plummeted downward, the boat crashing into the water. She powered it up, the motor came on with a throaty roar, and the boat lurched forward, flying over the surface of the water. The woman took the steering wheel while Bryson maneuvered the long steel tube, the immense missile he had lugged throughout the ship. They barreled full throttle ahead at a speed of around 60 miles per hour. Calicanis's immense ship loomed as large as a skyscraper. The loud noise emitted by the Magna patrol boat alerted Calicanis's security forces. Suddenly the black sky was lit up with bright beams of light. Security men ringed the bulwarks, their submachine guns and rifles blazing. They had escaped, and they would soon be out of range and safe. But then Bryson noticed the rocket launchers being hoisted onto the deck. In moments they would be ready to fire, and he heard the powerful roar of an outboard motor. Coming around the ship's stern was a Boston whaler patrol boat with mounted machine guns, and as it raced toward them, gaining on them, its guns were firing non-stop. "Fire it!" the woman shouted, "before they blow us up!" But Bryson had already raised the stinger to his shoulder, the grip stock in his right hand, launch tube in his left, canvas strap around his chest. He peered through the optical sight, aligned the target, then actuated the missile function. The audible tone signaled that the missile had locked on to the target. He fired. There was an explosion of astonishing force, a recoil that knocked him backward as the dual-thrust rocket motor ignited, propelling the missile forward. The disposable missile launch tube dropped into the water, and the heat-guided missile soared into the air, tracing a long arc toward the patrol boat, trailing a long plume of smoke like a hasty squall in the night sky. A second later, the patrol boat exploded into a fireball, a sulphurous cloud of smoke spewing upward. The ocean roiled, huge waves rushing toward them even as they raced on ahead. Bryson lifted his second and last missile and shoved it into the firing apparatus. Then he fixed in the missile launcher's sights the superstructure of the Spanish Armada itself. The missile beeped, indicating that it had locked on. Heart pounding, holding his breath, he fired. The missile streaked toward the enormous container ship, swerving as it corrected its own path, headed right for the very heart of the vessel. An instant later came the explosion, which seemed to begin within the bowels of the ship and expand outward. Pieces of the ship flew upward amid the black smoke and thrusting flame, and then there came another blast, even louder, and then another, and another, dozens, as one by one the containers superheated, detonating their explosive contents. The sky was filled with fire, an immense rippling sphere of flame and smoke and detritus. The noise was deafening. A black oil slick spread into the water, and that too immediately burst into flames, and everything was smoke and fire and crashing waves. Calicanus's huge vessel, now a ruined hulk, listed to one side, the wreckage all but hidden in an acrid black cloud, and it began to sink deep into the ocean. The Spanish Armada was no more. They came ashore at a narrow, rocky spit of land buffeted by waves crashing against the steep cliffs. This was the Costa da Morte, the coast of death, so named for the legions of ships wrecked upon the perilous, harsh coastline. There was the mournful sounding of a foghorn from a lighthouse perched high above the sea. The lighthouse at Cabo Finisterre, Bryson knew. They pulled the boat up on the sandbar, stashing it in a hidden cove away from the eyes of the Coast Guard and smugglers. Bryson hid their body armor and assault rifles beside the boat, concealing them with sand, pebbles, and small boulders. It would not do to be observed walking around like a couple of mercenaries. Besides, they had plenty of other smaller weapons. Their clothes were drenched, and they shivered from the cold of the icy water. Sinking down on the edge of a boulder, the woman tugged off a blonde wig, revealing short auburn hair. Then she took out a sealed plastic pouch and removed a contact lens holder. She touched her finger against her eyes and removed her colored contacts. Her dazzling green eyes became a deep brown. Then she took from the plastic pouch a waterproof map and a tiny flashlight. "We can't stay here, of course. The Coast Guard will be combing every inch of shoreline. My God, what a nightmare!" She switched on the penlight, cupping a hand around it as she examined the map. "Why do I have the feeling you've been through nightmares like this before?" She looked up, regarded him sharply. "Do I really owe you an explanation?" "You owe me nothing, but you risked your life to save me, and I'd like to understand. Earlier you said you were following arms transfers, presumably for Israel. Mossad?" "In a sense. And you, CIA?" "In a sense." "Your target?" "Let's just say that I'm up against a far-reaching organization." "But why did you do it? Scrap your entire infiltration, then put your life on the line?" "Believe me, it wasn't my choice. It was the way things worked out. I made the foolish mistake of warning you, failing to take into account the surveillance cameras Calicanus has everywhere." "How do you know you were observed?" "Because after the madness began, I was pulled away from my duties and told that a Mr. Bogosian wanted to see me. Bogosian was Calicanus's head thug. When he asked to see you, well, I knew they had checked the surveillance tape. I had to escape." "But that begs the question of why you warned me in the first place." "I saw no reason to let them claim more victims, especially since my ultimate purpose was to prevent the spilling of innocent blood by terrorists and fanatics. And I didn't think it would place my own operational security at stake. Obviously, I miscalculated." "Do you have a name?" She gave a half-smile. "Layla. And you?" "Jonas Barrett." Lies, legends, cover names all came so easily to his tongue now, as they once had. Who am I really, he wondered. The melodramatic question of the adolescent, strangely transposed to the consciousness of an ex-field operative who'd found himself very lost. She switched off her penlight. "We need to charter a helicopter or a private plane, something that will get us out of here, and quickly." "The most likely place to do that is Santiago de Compostela, about 60 kilometers east of here." It's a pilgrimage town, a holy city. There's a small airport at Labacoya outside the city. You know this area?" "Barely. I've studied the map." They turned and scrambled up the rock-strewn hillside, dense with scraggly pines, until they came to a narrow gravel road on the ridge of the cliff. There was a sudden scuff of feet on the gravel not more than 100 feet behind them. Bryson spun around, pistol in hand, but saw nothing in the darkness and fog. Visibility was extremely limited, and the road bent around so that whoever was approaching could not be seen. The two of them froze in place, listening. One gruff voice, then another, younger voice answering. But where had the men come from? What were their intentions? "Come on," the gruff voice ordered. "Move it. We have no time to waste." Bryson and Layla silently advanced along a stone wall toward the source of the noise. Low voices, thuds, a metallic clatter. When they rounded a bend in the wall, Bryson could see two silhouetted figures loading cartons of goods into an ancient panel truck. One of the men looked middle-aged, the other not long out of his teenage years. Peasant laborers, probably father and son. The younger one was inside the truck's cargo bay. The older one was handing him the cartons to stack. It was a little after 3 a.m. What were these men doing here? Then he saw. The cartons were English and American cigarettes. These were smugglers bringing in contraband tobacco. Layla drew a strange-looking weapon from her vest, which Bryson recognized at once. He nodded and smiled. She aimed carefully, and the weapon coughed once, then again. With each shot, a powerful carbon dioxide charge propelled a syringe of a potent tranquilizer into each man's body. This short-range projector was designed for overpowering wild animals without killing them. The tranquilizer would last in a human being perhaps 30 minutes. The two men collapsed, never knowing what hit them, their bodies writhing briefly before they passed into unconsciousness. The old truck rattled and clattered as its arthritic engine strained against the steep grade of the winding mountain road. The sun was coming up the jagged cliffs, painting the horizon with pastel brushstrokes. Bryson thought about the beautiful, remarkable woman sleeping in the front seat next to him, her head leaning against the vibrating window. There was something tough and flinty about her, yet at the same time vulnerable, even melancholy. It was an appealing combination, but his instincts warned him away for a multitude of reasons. She was too much like himself, a survivor whose tough exterior shielded a supremely complicated interior. And there was Elena, always Elena, the woman he never really knew. The promise of searching her out had become for him a beckoning siren, elusive and treacherous. Even though it was early morning, it was already hot, and the road was becoming crowded with people walking to Santiago de Compostela. What had been an isolated few pedestrians became a line, a throng. There were old men with walking sticks who looked as if they could barely take another step, old women garbed entirely in black. Many wore simple, rough clothing, others were in shorts and T-shirts. A few were on bicycles, even on horseback. There were weary-looking parents carrying squalling infants, the odor of sweat, onions, and incense. This was the Camino de Santiago, the pilgrim's road that led to the ancient shrine of St. James in Santiago de Compostela. Everywhere along the roadside were pushcarts, gypsy vendors selling souvenirs. But soon Bryson noticed something else. A few kilometers before Santiago, the traffic became increasingly congested. Somewhere up ahead was an obstruction. Perhaps some road work? No. He saw the wooden barricades and flashing lights from the cluster of official vehicles when he rounded a turn. A police roadblock. Spanish police were inspecting vehicles, surveying drivers and passengers. Cars were being waved through quickly, but trucks were being pulled over as licenses and registrations were checked. The throngs of pilgrims passed by, unhindered by the police. "Layla, quick, wake up." She jerked awake, immediately alert. "What is it?" "They're looking for our truck. Those bastards must have come too, filed a report with the police." "No, Not them, not directly. People like that tend to avoid the authorities whenever possible. Someone must have got to them. But who? Calicanis's people? He shook his head. My guess is that it's an organization that knew I was on board the ship. A hostile intelligence organization? Yes, but not in the way you may think. Hostile isn't the word, he thought. Diabolical, maybe. He swerved the truck over to the side of the road. They'll be looking for a couple, a man and a woman matching our description, perhaps wearing disguises. We'll have to split up and go on foot. But, he looked at the row of gypsy pushcarts nearby. Hold on. Within minutes he had assembled a pile of clothing and returned with it to the truck. Layla nodded, then said solemnly, "So, now I'm a pilgrim." Chaos. Utter chaos. Car horns blared, angry drivers yelled and cursed. Bryson walked, buffeted along by the stream of people. He carried a walking stick and was dressed in a medieval monk's cassock. It had the advantage of having a hood that Bryson put up, concealing some of his features, the rest obscured by shadow. Layla, 50 yards or so behind him, wore a shift fashioned of a coarse fabric with a gaudy sweater covered with sequins, and on her head a bright red kerchief. She blended in with the rest of the crowd perfectly. The barricades had been arranged to allow a broad passage for pedestrians to move through. 2 uniformed police officers stood on either side of the path, casually examining faces as they passed. On the other half of the road, cars and trucks were being admitted one at a time. As he walked by the policemen, Bryson paid them no attention, and they ignored him. In a few seconds he was safely through the barricades. A flash of light, the morning sunlight glinting off something reflective nearby. He turned to see a pair of high-powered binoculars being held up to the face of another uniformed policeman, standing atop a bench. He was scanning the crowd with a methodical regularity. But this policeman was blond, and his skin was pale, almost white. No policeman or border guard could last for long in this climate without his face tanning from the powerful sun. No, this was not a local, not a native. The policeman was sweating profusely, and he briefly lowered his binoculars to mop his face. That was when Bryson first saw the man's features. The sleepy-looking gray eyes, the thin lips, the chalky skin, the ash-blonde hair. Bryson knew him. He was an infiltrator, a penetration agent. He was Directorate. He was also an expert in the quick kill, one of the best. Now there could be no doubt that his former employers had marked him beyond salvage. Yet how had they found him? The smugglers must have talked, angry about their stolen truck, eager to earn a no-doubt generous bribe. And there were only 2 ways to go on the road they had driven: into Santiago de Compostela or away from it. No doubt both possibilities had been covered. Bryson's pulse quickened. He looked away, but it was too late. He had seen the instant of recognition in the killer's eyes. He saw me. He knows me. Yet to run, to make any sudden moves that made him stand out from the crowd, was to throw up a flag, confirm the killer's suspicions. For the dispatch agent could not be sure at that distance. The hooded cassock Bryson was wearing obscured his face, and the killer would not fire indiscriminately. Time slowed almost to a stop as Bryson's mind raced. His body surged with adrenaline, his heart pounded, yet he restrained himself from accelerating his pace. He could not stand out from the crowd. In his peripheral field of vision, Bryson saw the killer turn toward him, his right hand moving toward the holstered weapon at his waist. The crowd of pilgrims was so thick that it carried Bryson along, but at a rate that was excruciatingly slow. How can the killer be sure I'm the man he wants? With this hood... And then Bryson realized that it was the very fact that he was wearing a hood that made him stand out from the crowd. In the brutally hot sun, some of the men wore caps to shield their heads, but a hood trapped in the heat. None of those who had hoods on their old-fashioned monastic garb wore them up. He became aware of the sudden jerking motion in his peripheral vision, the glint of light on a gun. The killer had his weapon out. Suddenly he sagged to his feet, feigning heat stroke, causing those immediately around him to stumble. Shouts of annoyance, a woman's cry of concern. And then a split second later came the deadly cough of a silenced weapon. Screams, shrill and terrified. A young woman just a few feet to his left crumpled, the top of her head blown off. The crowd began to stampede. Cries of fear, shouts of anguish went up. Dirt exploded nearby as bullets sprayed the ground. The killer was firing rapidly in semi-automatic mode. Having spotted his target, he no longer cared whether he struck the innocent. Bryson was knocked down and nearly trampled by the stampeding crowd. He struggled to his feet, while around him he heard the screams and cries of the wounded and dying. He had guns, but to return fire would be suicide. He was certainly outnumbered. The moment he squeezed the trigger, he was sending up a flare, advertising his location to the Directorate's killers. Instead, he rushed forward, keeping his head down, camouflaged by the tangle of bodies. Bullets ricocheted off a street sign 10 feet away, indicating that the blonde killer had lost sight of him. 20 feet ahead there was another scream, and the body of a man on a bicycle arched as he was struck in the back. The blonde was firing at phantoms now. This only served Bryson's purpose, creating a maximum disturbance into which he could disappear. He risked a glance around and was astonished to see the blonde killer suddenly cry out and collapse forward, as if shoved violently from behind. He'd been shot. A flash of scarlet, a bright red kerchief, which then disappeared into the crowd. Layla. He turned back and kept moving with the crowd like a piece of driftwood borne on a powerful current. The crowd of pilgrims was now out of control, a riot, a seething, teeming mass of frightened people. What had been ideal cover but a few moments ago had become dangerous, violent. He could not move toward Layla against the stream if he wanted to. He certainly dared not flash her a signal. He knew how the Directorate staged high-priority hits. They did not stint on manpower. A dispatch agent was like a cockroach. Where you found one, there was certain to be others. But where? He pulled out of the mob and grabbed hold of a street lamp to steady himself against the onrush while he waited for Layla to emerge. He was attracting stares. One pilgrim in particular, clutching what seemed to be a Bible beneath the folds of his brown monk's outfit, was peering at him with undisguised curiosity from across the swarming street. Bryson caught the monk's eye just as the man pulled out his Bible. Not a Bible, a gun. As bullets spat around him, Bryson lurched to his right, dove to the ground, and rolled over. He grabbed the Beretta, yanked it out, scrambled to his feet, steadied himself, located the monk killer, squeezed the trigger. His first shot hit the assassin in the chest, dropping him where he stood. Off to his left, glinting in his peripheral vision, was an object that Bryson's instincts told him was another weapon. He turned just in time to see another man, also in the guise of a pilgrim, leveling a small pistol at him from less than 20 feet away. Bryson spun away, but the sudden explosion of pain in his left shoulder told him he'd been hit. He returned fire twice just before his legs collapsed beneath him. The man went down as Bryson crumpled to the pavement. The pain was excruciating. He felt blood hotly soaking his shirt, his left arm going numb. Hands grabbed at him. Layla. "It's me. This way, this way." She was clutching his good shoulder, his elbow helping him stand erect. "You're all right," Bryson shouted with relief. "I'm fine. Come on." She pulled him to one side, across the stampede of frenzied pilgrims, into a large park with manicured gardens and rows of eucalyptus trees. "We must find a place to let you rest." "No, we have to keep moving." "But where?" "We have to stay with the crowds, disappear into them whenever we can. Whatever we do, we can't stand out. We'll take care of my wound later. Right now, it's the least of our problems." "I don't think you know how much blood you're losing." She unbuttoned the top few buttons of his shirt and delicately pulled the blood-matted cloth away from his shoulder. She gently palpated the wound. The pain intensified, a jagged bolt of lightning. "All right, we can tend to it later, but we have to stanch the blood flow." Whipping the red scarf from her head, she tied it firmly around his shoulder, anchoring it at the underarm, fashioning a sort of tourniquet. "Can you move your arm?" He lifted it, winced. "Yeah." "It hurts?" Don't be a hero. I'm not, and yes, it does hurt. But I've suffered a lot worse, believe me." "I believe you. Now, there's a cathedral up the hill." "The main cathedral of Santiago. The square surrounding it is the end point of the pilgrim's journey, always crowded. A good place to lose our pursuers, find a vehicle. We have to get out of this open area immediately." The assassins sent by the Directorate were disguised as religious pilgrims. Anyone they passed could be a killer sent to terminate him. A minefield, the trained eye could distinguish the mine from the field. Here there was no such distinction. They started walking, but he suddenly said, "Wait, and so have you, and so have you. They may not know who you are, not you, but me they know, my outfit. No, we can't give them that." She nodded. "Let me get us a change of clothes." He looked around, pointed to a small, ancient, moss-covered cathedral. "I'll wait inside there." "Good." She hurried up the path toward the main square while he turned back toward the church. He waited anxiously in the dim, cool church. A few times the heavy wooden doors opened. Each time it was a genuine pilgrim or tourist. Women with children, young couples. 20 minutes later the doors opened again. It was Layla, holding a paper-wrapped bundle. They changed in the cathedral's restrooms. Now they were dressed in the plain garb of middle-class tourists. A simple skirt and blouse for her, with a broad-brimmed sun hat. Khaki pants, a yellow short-sleeved knit shirt, and a baseball cap for him. She had managed to locate a couple of large bandages and a disinfectant to temporarily cleanse the wound. She'd even bought cameras, a cheap video camera for him, an even cheaper 35mm camera on a neck strap for her. 10 minutes later, both wearing sunglasses, walking hand in hand, they entered the immense, bustling cathedral plaza. The square was filled with pilgrims, tourists, students. Vendors hawked postcards and souvenirs. Bryson stopped before the cathedral, pretending to take some footage of the Baroque 18th century facade. As he looked through the viewfinder, he swept the camera from the church, panning it across the crowd of tourists and pilgrims as if taping the entire scene. Putting down the camera, he turned to Layla, smiling and nodding. She smiled, touched his arm. The two of them engaged in a pantomime of affection. Then Bryson became aware of a movement, a synchronized shifting at several points in the distance. The square was filled with motion, but against that background was a coordinated, symmetrical movement. The perception would not have registered with anyone who had not had his field experience. But he knew it was there. He put the video camera to his eye again and looked through the viewfinder, panning it over the crowd. But this time he was looking for something specific. There. A classic triad formation. At 3 points around the square, 3 persons stood very still, peering through binoculars in Bryson's direction. Individually, none of them was worthy of attention, but together they represented an ominous pattern. On one side of the plaza was a young woman with flaxen hair, wearing a blazer that was much too warm for such a hot day, though it would conceal a shoulder holster. On another side was a fleshy-faced, bearded man garbed in black clerical vestments. His high-powered binoculars were not the sort of optical equipment likely to be used by a man of the cloth. At the third leg of the triangle was another man, of sinewy build and swarthy complexion, in his early 40s. And when Bryson saw him, he felt his insides go cold. He knew the man. He had, in fact, hired him. Paolo Sangiovanni, a peasant from a village in the remote hill country of northwestern Italy. Paolo always operated in tandem with his brother Niccolo. The two had been legendary game hunters in their homeland and had easily become highly skilled hunters of human beings, assassins of rare talent. The brothers were much sought-after bounty hunters, mercenaries, killers for hire. Where Paolo went, so did Niccolo. That meant there was at least one other positioned somewhere outside the legs of the triad. But they had lost their pursuers, he was sure. How had they been found once again in their new disguises, in a crowd this size, so soon? The answer came to him in a slow, sickening realization. He felt the warmth of blood on his left shoulder, which had oozed out from the bandage. The gunshot wound had continued to bleed steadily, profusely, seeping into the fabric of his knit shirt, turning a large area of his yellow shirt crimson. The blood had been the giveaway, the beacon, negating all the precautions they had taken. His pursuers had located him, and now they were moving in for the kill. "Don't look," Bryson commanded, still panning the crowd and peering through the viewfinder. "Don't turn your head. It's a triad, as far as I can tell." "What distance?" 70, 80 feet. At your 3 o'clock, a blonde woman in a blazer. At 6 o'clock, a big bearded man in a black priest's getup. At 9 o'clock, a slender man, early 40s, swarthy complexion, dark short-sleeved shirt, dark pants, okay? Got it? One of them's the team leader. They're waiting for a signal. Now, I'm going to point something out and ask you to look through the video camera. Tell me when you've located them." He abruptly gestured at the cathedral's portico with an open, flat hand, holding the video camera out for her. "Jonas! Oh my God, the blood! Your shirt!" "I'm fine. Unfortunately, it's what drew their attention." She peered through the viewfinder as she moved it in a slow arc around the square. The blonde woman, check. The bearded priest, check. The younger guy, check. All right. I suspect they're trying to avoid a repeat of what happened by the barricades. Obviously, they're not averse to killing innocent bystanders if need be, but they'd rather avoid it if possible. Otherwise, they'd have already taken a shot at me. Or they may not be certain it's you. He shook his head. If they were uncertain a few minutes ago, they no longer are. They've moved into place. Who are they? You seem to know something about them. These are not just faceless pursuers to you. I know their methods. I know how they work. How? I've read their field manual. They were surrounded by tourists and pilgrims jammed up against them so closely it was hard to move. Now, I want you to cover the woman, but be very subtle about taking out your gun because they can observe your every move. They may not know who you are, but they know you're with me, and that's all they need to know. What does that mean? It means they consider you at the very least an accessory, if not an outright accomplice. Great. Tell me when you have your gun out. She reached into her large woven handbag. Got it? Now, with your left hand, lift the camera from around your neck and take a picture of me with the cathedral behind me. That'll allow you to see the blonde woman at the same time. Take your time doing it. She put the camera up to her face, squinted her right eye. All right. Now I'm going to seem to be joking around with you, pretending to take video of you taking a picture of me. As soon as I hold the video camera to my face, react with annoyance. Whip the camera away from your face, a sudden movement that will distract and confuse the watchers. Then aim right and take down the blonde woman. At this distance? I've seen your accuracy. Then don't wait for a second go. Dive right for the ground. And you? What will you be doing? Aiming at the bearded guy. But there's a third. That's the thing about this damned arrangement. We can't cover all three. She nodded, put the 35mm camera up to her face, clutching her Heckler & Koch .45 in her right hand at about waist level. He drew the video camera to his face. At the same instant, he reached his free hand around to the small of his back and pulled the Beretta from his waistband. Directly behind her, the bearded false priest lowered his binoculars, then shook his wrist, ostensibly an innocent gesture, but clearly a sign to the others. A signal, delivered moments before Bryson had anticipated it would come. They had no time. Now! He dropped the video camera just as he swooped the gun upward, squeezing off 3 rapid shots just over Layla's shoulder. At the exact same moment, she let her camera drop from its neck strap, whirled her .45 up, and fired over the heads of the crowd. What followed was a bewildering rapid-fire sequence of explosions, shot answering shot, provoking terrified screams from all around. As Bryson dove to the ground, he caught a glimpse of the bearded man staggering, falling. Layla threw herself downward, tumbling against Bryson. "She's down," she gasped. "The blonde, I saw her go down." The gunfire ceased as abruptly as it had begun, but the shouts, the horrified clamor, continued to rise. 2 of Bryson's would-be assassins were down, perhaps permanently so. But at least one remained standing, Paolo the Italian. And surely Paolo's brother was nearby. Running feet kicked at them, others tripped over them. Once again a crowd had become a stampede, and in the middle of the chaos Bryson and Layla managed to get to their feet, rushing headlong with the others, disappearing into the maddened crowd. Weaving in and out of the onrushers, Bryson saw a narrow cobblestone street, little more than a lane, leading off the plaza. It was barely big enough for one car to pass through. He ran toward it, determined to follow it as far as he could until they lost the Italian brothers or whoever else was chasing them. His shoulder wound was once again open and throbbing, blood oozing thick and hot. The pain was incredible. Yet he forced himself to run faster. Layla kept up easily. As he ran, he was searching the street for a courtyard, a shop, any place into which they could duck. There was a small Romanesque church tucked between a couple of even older stone buildings, but it was locked. A handwritten sign pasted on one heavy wooden door declared that it was closed for repairs. He stopped short, grabbing one of the massive iron door handles and rattling it. "What are you doing? Come on, let's keep going." Bryson gave the door handle one last mighty tug. The padlock and hasp were small and rusted, and they easily tore off the door with a splintering sound. He yanked the door open and entered the dark central portal. Layla followed, shutting the door behind them. Now the only light came from small, dusty windows high above. There was a dank, mildewy smell here, and the air was chilly. Bryson looked around briefly, then leaned back against a cold stone wall. His heart was pounding from the exertion, and he felt weak from the searing pain of his shoulder and from loss of blood. Layla was pacing the length of the nave, presumably looking for exits or hiding places. After a few minutes he had caught his breath, and he returned to the entrance doors. The broken lock would draw attention. Either it should be reassembled so that it looked intact, or it should simply be removed entirely. But as he reached for the handle to pull the door open, there was the sound of running feet, and then a voice shouting, "I thought I saw him, Niccolo. Down the street, you watch the plaza." Paolo and his brother were hot on their heels. He called softly to Layla, "Find us some rope or cable, right away." She nodded and ran back toward the sanctuary. He heard footfalls quietly approaching the church. The broken padlock must have aroused Paolo's suspicions. Bryson flattened himself against the doorframe, the Beretta gripped in his left hand. A brief hesitation, then the door was flung open. In the sudden flood of light, Bryson saw the swarthy skin, the lean, sinewy build. Paolo squinted his eyes, his expression fierce. He entered warily, looking from side to side. Bryson sprang forward, slamming into Paolo with the full force of his body. His right hand was a rigid claw, smashing against the cartilage of the Italian's throat, twisting the larynx enough to disable, not kill. Paolo screamed in pain and surprise. With his left hand, Bryson cracked the Beretta against the back of the man's head. He slumped to the floor, unconscious. Bryson knew that Paolo would be out no more than a few minutes. He grabbed the Italian's pistol and quickly searched his body for any concealed weapons. Since Bryson had trained the San Giovannis in field tactics, he knew there would be another weapon, and he knew where to find it. Strapped to the left calf, under loose-fitting slacks. Bryson took that, then removed a jagged fishing knife from a scabbard on the Italian's belt. Layla threw Bryson a large spindle of insulated electrical wire. Working quickly, the two of them tightly bound the Italian's hands and feet. Then they carried the assassin into a small alcove. "You know him?" "He and his brother once worked for me, in a past life. A few brief assignments and one major one in Russia." While they waited for Paolo to come to, Layla went to the church's front door and reassembled the broken hasp and padlock so that it appeared unbroken. Meanwhile, Bryson stood watch. In about 20 minutes, Paolo began to stir. He groaned slightly, and then his eyes came open, unfocused. "Hello, Paolo. It's been a long time since Novosibirsk. Where's your brother?" Paolo's eyes widened. "Coleridge, you bastard!" He tried to pull his hands up, grimaced as the thin wires cut into his wrists. "Paolo, we're going to play a little game here called Truth or Consequences. You tell me the truth, or you face the consequences. Where's your brother?" "Never." "Well, you've just answered one of my questions, that Niccolo came here with you. You almost killed me back in the square. What kind of gratitude is that to show your old boss?" "I'm not done yet, Coleridge." Bryson smiled. "Neither am I. Who hired you?" "Screw you." "I'll ask you one more time, and if I don't get a truthful answer, I'm going to use this." He aimed the Beretta at the assassin's kneecap. Layla approached. "I'm going to keep watch at the door." Bryson nodded. "Good idea." "Go ahead and kill me," the assassin taunted. "It makes no difference to me. There are others, many others. My brother may have the pleasure of killing you himself. It would be my dying gift to him." "Oh, I have no intention of killing you. You're a brave fellow. I know death doesn't frighten you, which is one of the things that makes you so good at what you do. No, I would rather take away your ability to hunt, whether it's your beloved wild boar or human beings placed beyond salvage by the liars who control the secret arms of government." "You goddamned sellout!" "Is that what they tell you? And who do they say I sold out to?" No reply. One more time. "Who hired you?" "Go to hell!" Bryson fired. The Italian screamed, and blood drenched his pants at the knee. Most, if not all, of the kneecap was gone. He would not hunt prey, human or animal, again. Suddenly there came a crash at the church door, followed by a male voice shouting and a throaty cry from Layla. Bryson whirled and rushed to the entrance just in time to see two silhouetted figures struggling in the darkness. One was Layla. Who was the other? He leveled his gun and shouted, "Stop, or you're dead!" "It's all right," came Layla's voice. "Bastard put up a nasty fight." It was Paolo's brother Niccolo, his arms trussed behind his back. A wire that hung loosely around his neck was all that remained of a garrote he had evidently used to pull tight around his throat the second he burst in. A thin crimson line at the base of his neck was the telltale evidence of his near strangulation. She'd had the advantage of surprise and had utilized it well. She had fashioned a restraint ingeniously so that the harder Niccolo pulled his arms, the harder the wire cut into his throat. His legs, however, were unbound, and he kept kicking, trying to gain his footing. Bryson leaped atop Niccolo's chest, slamming his feet down to knock the wind out of him. Layla tossed a loop of wire around his knees and ankles and bound them tightly. Niccolo bellowed like a gored ox, joining the blood-curdling screams of his brother 50 feet away. "Enough," Bryson said. He ripped a length of cloth from Niccolo's shirt and jammed it into his mouth to muffle the bellowing. Layla produced a roll of packing tape and used it to secure the gag. Bryson ripped off another piece of Niccolo's shirt, handed it to Layla, and she gagged Paolo as well. While she did that, he dragged Niccolo down to another church alcove. "Your brother's just been shot," Bryson told him. "But as you can hear, he's still alive. He just won't be walking very well again." Niccolo whipped his head back and forth, roaring through the gag. "Now, I'm going to make this as simple as I can, my old friend. I want you to tell me who hired you. I want the complete verbal dossier, the codes, the contact names and procedures, everything. And don't even contemplate fabricating anything, because your brother has already told me a good deal. If anything you say doesn't jibe with what he said, I'm going to assume that he's the one who's lying, and I will kill him, because I really don't like liars. Are we clear?" Niccolo nodded frantically, his eyes wide, searching Bryson's face. "All right, then." He ripped the wide plastic tape off Niccolo's mouth. Then he grabbed the bunched-up wet rag and yanked it out. Niccolo took several deep, ragged breaths. "Let's start with who hired you." "We don't know. The procedures are the same as when we worked for you. We are the beasts of burden. They tell us nothing." Bryson shook his head. Nothing is ever sealed in a vacuum. Even when you deal with a cutout, you know your contact's cover name. You can't help but pick up bits and pieces of information. And they may not tell you why you're doing a particular operation, but they always tell you how to do it, and that can be quite revealing as well. You worked with a team, under a team leader. You were issued instructions, and people always talk. You know who hired you. "No." "Your brother? He doesn't know either. You know how this works. We're only the hired help, and they pay us in cash." "The team you're working with, what language do they speak to one another?" "Different languages." "The team leader?" "Russian. He's a Russian." "KGB? GRU?" "What do we know of these things?" "You know faces." "Layla?" She approached. "Is it time?" "Would you like me to use a silencer?" "No!" Niccolo thundered. "I tell you what you want to know." "All right, talk. They hired you to kill me because you know me, know my face." Niccolo nodded. "But they knew you once worked for me, and they wouldn't just hire you to kill your old employer without a plausible cover story. So they told you I was a sellout, a traitor. Is that right?" "Yes." "A traitor to what? To whom?" "They only said you were selling names of agents, that we and everyone else you'd ever worked with would be identified, flushed out, executed." "Executed by whom?" "Hostile parties. I don't know, they didn't say." "Yet you believed them." "Why would I not believe them?" "Was a bounty placed on my head, or was this a straight job price?" "A bounty. $2 million. "I'm flattered. The bearded one was the team leader, the Russian speaker?" "Yes." "You know his name?" "I hear someone call him Milyukov. He's like us, he does assignments." "Freelance?" "They say he works for a Russian plutocrat, a very rich man who owns a conglomerate. Through it, they say he secretly runs Russia." "Prishnikov?" "Maybe, yes." Prishnikov. Anatoly Prishnikov, founder and chairman of the mammoth, shadowy Russian consortium Nortec. Immensely rich and powerful, and indeed the power behind the throne. Why would Anatoly Prishnikov have sent someone to eliminate Bryson? Why? The only logical explanation seemed to be that Prishnikov was controlling the Directorate, or was among those controlling it. Harry Dunn had said that the Directorate had been founded and from its beginning been controlled by a small cabal of Soviet GRU geniuses, as he put it. Was the Directorate now in Russian hands? The outlines remained murky and uncertain. Facts were all he had to work with, and there were altogether too few of them. Fact: a team of assassins made up of Directorate operatives had been trying to kill him. Why? Fact: the San Giovanni brothers had been hired to kill him even before his appearance on the Spanish Armada. The controllers of the Directorate had decided he was a threat prior to that. How? Why? Fact: the leader of the assassin squad was in the employ of Anatoly Prishnikov. Thus, Prishnikov had to be one of the controllers of the Directorate. But why would a private citizen be running a rogue intelligence outfit? Had the Directorate been the object of a hostile takeover co-opted by Prishnikov? Had it become a private army of Russia's most powerful mogul? And something else. Niccolo, you said the team spoke other languages. What languages? The blonde. She spoke French. Tell me about her. I overheard her speaking to another agent who was aboard the arms ship that blew up. The agent was a Frenchman who worked for Jacques Arnaud. He was there to make some kind of arms deal with the Greek. A deal? The Frenchman was a double, I heard them say. Bryson recalled Jean-Marc Bertrand, the emissary from Jacques Arnaud, France's wealthiest and most powerful arms dealer. So the extreme right-winger was somehow in league with the Directorate, and therefore in league too with the richest private citizen in Russia. And if two powerful businessmen, one in Russia and one in France, were controlling the Directorate, what was their objective? They left the two Italian brothers bound and gagged in the old cathedral and spent the night in a small hotel outside Santiago de Compostela, where she dressed his shoulder wound, sutured it, and applied an antibacterial ointment. She worked quickly, with the practiced skill of a medical professional. Appraising his torso, she ran her finger along a long, smooth welt, the wound inflicted by Abu in Tunisia. "A memento," he said grimly, "from an old friend." "You have been attacked often." She fingered a much smaller wound, a dime-sized area of puckered flesh on his right bicep. "This?" she inquired. "Another memento." The memory of Nepal came flooding back, of a fearsome adversary named Ang Wu, a renegade officer in the Chinese army. Now Bryson wondered what had really happened in that exchange of gunfire. What had he really been sent to do, and on whose behalf? So much blood spilled, so many lives wasted. And for what? What had his life meant? The more he learned, the less he understood. Layla went to the bathroom, returning a moment later with a glass of water. "The pharmacist gave me a few antibiotic pills. I told him I'd be getting a prescription in the morning, so he was willing to give me enough to tide you over." He swallowed the capsules. "You seem distant, far away. You're thinking of something troubling." Bryson looked up, nodded. Sharing a room with a beautiful woman was something he had not done since Elena's departure years ago. The opportunities had presented themselves time and time again, but he had remained monastic, for some reason punishing himself for whatever he had done to send her away. What had he done? How much, he wondered, of their life together had been set up, stage-managed by Ted Waller? What was the truth? Where was the truth? "Layla, I know almost nothing about you, except for the fact that you've saved my life several times in the last 12 hours. You work for the Mossad, yet you speak with an Arabic accent. Are you Israeli, Lebanese?" "My mother is Lebanese. My father was Israeli. He was murdered by Palestine terrorists at the Olympic Games in Munich." "That was 1972. You must have been a baby." "I was 2 years old." "You never knew him?" "My mother kept him alive for me. She never stopped telling stories about him, showing us pictures." "You must have grown up hating the Palestinians." "No. The Palestinians are good people. They are displaced, homeless, stateless. I hate the fanatics who think nothing of killing the innocent for the sake of lofty ideals. I hate zealots. That's why I work for Mossad." "Yet you don't consider Mossad a band of zealots." "Many of them are, yet some are not. Since I freelance for them, I can pick and choose my assignments. That way I can be sure that the work I'm doing is for a cause I believe in. Many jobs I turn down." "I must think highly of you to give you such latitude." "They know my deep cover skills and my connections." "And what about you? You're not CIA, are you?" "What makes you say that?" "Your enemies, the assassin squads. That violates standard protocol. Either you're a freelancer like me or you're with some other agency, but not CIA." "No, not exactly. But I am working for them." "Freelance?" "In a way." "But you've been in the business a long time. The scars on your body give it away." "It's true. I was in the business a long time, but I was forced out. Now they've brought me back in for one last assignment." "Which is?" How much to tell her? "It's a counterintelligence mission, in a sense." "In a sense? In a way? If you don't want to tell me anything, fine. We'll each get on our separate aircrafts out of Spain first thing in the morning and never see each other again. When we get home and do our paperwork, we'll each file contact reports on each other, debrief about each other, and that'll be it. A sealed file will be added to the Mossad's archives on CIA, another one added to the CIA's Mossad files. Drops of water in the ocean. I have my own reasons for my interest. Selfish reasons, if you wish. We're both following an arms trail to different places, different end points. but the trails intersect, overlap. Now, it's obvious to me that whoever it is who wants you dead, they're not fringe actors. Their resources and access to information is too good." Bryson nodded. "Jonas, I overheard your interrogation of the Italian. Anatoly Prishnikov's name was mentioned, and Jacques Arnaud. He stokes the fires of the Middle East and gets enormously rich in the process. I know him and I detest him, and I may have a way to get to him." "What are you talking about?" "I don't know where the trail leads you next, but Arnaud's agent, Jean-Marc Bertrand, was on the ship, selling weapons to Calacanis. Bertrand traveled often to Chantilly." "Chantilly?" "The location of Arnaud's chateau. The Mossad has had Arnaud in its sights for quite some time now, so I've been to Chantilly as a guest at several of his parties." "Under what cover?" "A commercial attaché at the Israeli embassy in Paris. Jacques Arnaud does not discriminate. He sells to the Israelis as readily as he sells to our enemies." "Can you get me to him, do you think?" She thought for a moment. "Yes, but I'd never get clearance from Tel Aviv." "Then don't request it." She thought again, finally nodded. "All right." "Good. Now tell me something. Exactly why does Mossad have Jacques Arnaud in its sights?" "Because in the last year or so he has become one of the world's leading suppliers of arms to terrorists. This is why I found it interesting that Jenrette came aboard the ship in the company of Arnaud's agent. I assumed Jenrette was buying for terrorists, so I was quite intrigued to see that you were meeting with him." Bryson fell silent, his mind working feverishly. Jenrette, the Directorate operative he knew as Vance Gifford, had come aboard with Jacques Arnaud's agent. Arnaud was selling weapons to terrorists. The Directorate was buying. Did that mean that the Directorate was sponsoring terrorism around the globe? The team of professional killers had been assigned to mop up, which entailed searching the narrow cobblestone streets that radiated off the main plaza in Santiago de Compostela. The dead had been loaded into unmarked vehicles and brought to a cooperating local mortuorio, where falsified papers would be drawn up, certificates of death stamped, the bodies buried in unmarked graves. Next of kin would be compensated handsomely and knew not to ask questions. But there still remained 2 team members at large, the Italian peasant brothers. They were presumed killed, but that was not a certainty, and black operations procedures stipulated that the wounded were either to be extracted or finished off. Finally, it was a report of muffled screams emanating from a side street that drew the mop-up team's attention. They traced the sounds to an abandoned church. They found both brothers tied up and gagged, though one of the brothers' gags was loose, which was fortunate. That had enabled his screams to be heard, and the brothers thereby located. "Christ! What took you so long?" gasped Niccolo. "We could have died here. Paolo's lost a huge amount of blood." "We couldn't permit that to happen," said one of the mop-up team. He took out his semi-automatic pistol and fired into the Italian's head. Weak links are unacceptable. Moments later, one more shot rang out, and Paolo followed his brother into death. The magnificent Château de Saint-Maurice was situated in Chantilly, 35 kilometers from Paris. It was a vast 17th-century manse whose splendor was illuminated by scores of artfully placed spotlights. No less magnificent were its surroundings, great sculpted gardens, lit this evening like a stage set. This evening, as on so many others, the powerful, influential, beautiful people of Paris and its environs were all there, tout le beau monde, or at least everyone who mattered. Clad in their finest evening wear, the women glittering with jewels, they arrived in their chauffeured Rolls-Royces or Benzes. There were royalty from the corporate world, celebrities from the media and theater, high society mingled with high finance. Bryson wore an elegant tuxedo, Layla a spectacular strapless black Dior gown. A few deft, subtle traces of makeup accentuated her natural beauty, her olive skin, her large, liquid brown eyes. Her wavy chestnut hair was pinned up with just a few strands deliberately unrestrained. The risque though tasteful décolletage of her gown highlighted her magnificent breasts. She was greeted by several people, all of whom seemed to know her as an Israeli diplomatic functionary from Tel Aviv with mysterious clout and connections. She had placed a call the day before to a casual acquaintance at the Quai d'Orsay, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, known to have close ties to Jacques Arnaud. The acquaintance was delighted to hear that Layla was in Paris, mortified that she had not been invited to this fête, which was surely an oversight, and insisted that Layla by all means must come. Monsieur Arnaud would be most offended, appalled, if she did not, and of course she must bring an escort. On board the Spanish Armada, Layla had been a green-eyed blonde, so at least her appearance had been radically altered for this evening. Bryson, however, risked being recognized, so he had purchased certain products at a costume supply shop. His hair was now silver gray, cheek inserts had turned his face jowly, he'd added subtle wrinkles and fine lines around his eyes and mouth. He now looked easily 20 years older, a distinguished gentleman who fit right in with the other men at Chateau de Saint-Maurice. He was James Collier, a venture capitalist from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Bryson and Layla wandered through the crowded banquet room, Layla smiling and chatting, Bryson smiling and nodding, pretending to listen. But his eyes constantly roamed the crowd, ever alert for the familiar face, the quickly averted glance. The circumstantial evidence he'd accumulated so far indicated that Jacques Arnaud was one of the shadowy powers who now controlled the Directorate. But what he needed was proof. It was here somewhere, but where? According to Layla, the Israelis believed that Jacques Arnaud's firm was involved in laundering enormous sums of money for criminal elements that included the Russian mafia. Arnaud often received and placed business-related calls here at his chateau, but repeated attempts to tap his phones had proven useless. His communications were undecipherable, protected by hard encryption. So, somewhere in the chateau there had to be specialized telecommunications equipment, black telephones, capable of encrypting and decrypting phone calls, faxes, and emails. Bryson had located the collection of blueprints of historically important chateaux maintained at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France and had studied the layout of the Chateau de Saint-Maurice. He knew it was highly unlikely that the Arnauds would have done anything to alter the chateau's floor plan. The only variable was the use they made of the rooms, the location of the bedrooms and offices, especially Arnaud's private office. Bryson and Layla walked innocently, idly, arm in arm, away from the banquet room, ambling down one hallway, turning left into another. No one paid them any attention. As they rounded a corner, they heard low male voices. They froze. The words were in French, but one speaker had a definite foreign accent, which Bryson quickly placed as Russian. He said something that Bryson couldn't quite make out. Then the Frenchman replied, "But once Lille happens, the outrage will be enormous. The way will be clear." Signaling Layla to stay back, Bryson flattened himself against the wall and inched forward. He took from the breast pocket of his tuxedo what looked like a silver ballpoint pen, then pulled from one end a long, thin, glass-like wire, telescoping it to its maximum 18-inch length. He bent the tip of the flexible fiber-optic periscope cable, then nudged it along the wall until it jutted out no more than half an inch beyond the wall's end. Looking into the small eyepiece, he was able to see the two men clearly. One, a trim, bald, compact man with heavy black glasses, was Jacques Arnaud. The second man, tall, florid-faced, was Anatoly Prishnikov. Shifting the periscope, Bryson saw another man seated just around the corner, an armed guard, stationed at the beginning of the corridor. Shifting the scope yet again revealed another guard, seated halfway down the hall where the men were standing, in front of a large steel-paneled door. Arnaud's private office. The two men ended their conversation and headed down the hall in the other direction. He collapsed the periscope back into its case, turned toward Layla, and nodded. They had located their target, the locus of Jacques Arnaud's business activities within the Chateau de Saint-Maurice. Swiftly, silently, Bryson backtracked until he found the open door to his sitting room they had just passed. The room was dark, sparsely furnished. He consulted the luminous dial of his watch. After a full minute elapsed, he signaled to Layla, then ducked into the room, waiting in its dark recesses. Layla began weaving down the hall toward Arnaud's private office, staggering as if drunk. Suddenly she let out a whoop of laughter and said, "There's got to be a bathroom around here somewhere." Turning the corner unstably, she came upon the first guard seated in a delicate antique chair. He straightened, stared at her with hostility. "Can I help you?" he demanded. He was young, with crew-cut black hair, heavy eyebrows, a pudgy face, and a 5 o'clock shadow. His mouth was turned down in a pugnacious frown. She giggled and continued to stagger toward him. "I don't know," she replied provocatively. "Can you help me?" "Why, what do we have here? A real man, not like those young fairies and old goats out there." The guard's stern expression softened somewhat as he sized her up to be no threat to the security of Jacques Arnaud's sanctum. His cheeks reddened. There was no doubt he was quite taken with Layla's voluptuous body, the swell of her breasts. "I'm sorry, mademoiselle. Please stay right there. You must go no further." Layla smiled coyly and inched closer to him. "But why would I want to go any further? Looks like I've found what I've been looking for." She slinked ever closer to him, jutting her breasts forward. The young guard cast a nervous glance down the hall at the other sentry, who seemed to be paying them no attention. "Please, mademoiselle." "Maybe you can help me to find a bathroom, that is." "Back down the hall you came, mademoiselle." "But I keep losing my way around here. If you wouldn't mind showing me? Perhaps a little guided tour? It needn't take long at all, Flush-faced, the guard rose from his chair. "Very well, mademoiselle." He guided her into a comfortably furnished smoking room. He was, she noticed, quite unmistakably aroused. He gave a wolfish grin as he pulled the door closed. She turned to him, her face full of anticipation. Silently, Bryson stepped into the hallway, turned the corner, and sauntered toward the remaining guard, who kept a solitary vigil before Arnaud's office door. Now it was Bryson's turn to feign drunkenness. The guard looked up as Bryson approached with a loose-limbed, swaying walk. "Monsieur," the guard said brusquely, part greeting and part warning. As he sashayed closer to the guard, Bryson held up his gold Zippo lighter, shaking his head disgustedly. "Can you believe this? I remember my lighter, but it's the damned cigarettes I forget." "Sir?" "Do you have a cigarette? Well, you're a Frenchman. You must have one." The guard obligingly reached into his jacket pocket at the same instant that Bryson flicked the Zippo's striker, which jetted forward not a tongue of flame, but a quick spray of a powerful neural incapacitant. The guard was at once blinded and frozen in place. A few seconds later he slumped forward unconscious. Bryson propped the guard back on his chair like a mannequin, folding the man's hands in his lap. From a distance one would assume the guard was on duty. A passerby who came near would assume he had fallen asleep. The spray was not the only item Bryson had purchased in Paris. He also had with him an array of other devices, including infrared and RF code scanners and grabbers. Although Arnaud's office door locked automatically, it was by means of nothing more elaborate than a conventional pin-tumbler door lock. Bryson took out a lockpick gun. He inserted it into the lock, then pulled the plunger back and forth a few times until the tumblers turned and the heavy door popped open. He was taken aback at how spare the room was. No file cabinets, a small seating area with a couch, 2 chairs, and a coffee table, and a bare mahogany table used as a desk. On the desk were a tensor lamp and a telephone. A flat, charcoal-gray box about a foot square, apparently nothing more than a desk telephone with a lid. But Bryson knew it was the latest generation of satellite encryption phone. The lid contained both the antenna and the RF. Built into the device was a chip containing the encryption algorithm. Wiretapping the line would do no good since the encryption key was never transmitted. An intercepted call would sound like garbled nonsense, the voices both encrypted and scrambled. Bryson quickly, deftly dismantled the phone and spread its electronic guts out on the bare surface of Arnaud's desk. Unseating the bulky read-only crypto chip from the circuitry, he examined it. It was precisely what he had hoped to find. He removed from his dinner jacket an object that looked like a miniature transistor radio. In the coin-sized slot at one end, he inserted the crypto chip, then switched the device on. An indicator light changed from green to red, and then some 10 seconds later back to green again. A signal had pulsed through the chip, capturing the data. He reassembled the phone. In the chip reader, he now had stored all the specifications of the chip's key, vast sequences of binary digits and algorithmic instructions. The encryption scheme changed each time the phone was used, never once repeating itself. But he now had every single combination recorded. Making use of this information was a daunting task, but there were others who specialized in this highly specialized area. Moments later, Bryson was striding down the hall back toward the party. The guard in the corridor by the office door was still out. When he came to, the odds were great that he would do nothing, summon no help. To reveal that he had been overpowered by one man was surely to ask for abrupt termination. In the smoking room, the young guard stood with his trousers gathered around his feet, his shirt unbuttoned and hanging open, as he prepared for final gratification. Layla stroked his bare abdomen, kissing his neck. She had protracted things for just about as long as she could. She glanced at her tiny gold wristwatch. According to their plan, it was just about time that... Scuff on the stone floor outside. Bryson's prearranged signal. He was precisely on schedule. She stooped to grab her small black velvet evening bag, then gave the guard a quick, friendly peck on the cheek. "Allons," she said crisply, rushing to the door. The guard gaped at her, his face flushed crimson. "Remember, mon cher, the highest pleasures are the unrealized ones," she whispered as she glided out of the room. "But I will never forget you, my friend." Layla's purse was heavier than it had been previously. It now contained the guard's snub-nosed Beretta. She knew that however angry and frustrated the man might be, he would never say a word about her, for to do so would be to confess to an unforgivable security lapse. When she returned to the party in the banquet room, Bryson, she saw, was already there. Bryson placed an arm around Layla's slender waist and said, "I hope you enjoyed yourself." "I'd much rather have traded places with you. Mission accomplished?" As he was about to reply, he noticed the balding head of Jacques Arnaud in a distant corner of the room. He was conferring with another man in a dinner jacket, whose earpiece indicated that he was part of Arnaud's security team. Then another man rushed up to the two, his gestures expressing great urgency. There was a brief, huddled consultation. Bryson saw Arnaud's gaze flicker in his direction. Suspicions had been aroused, security breaches reported. Bryson guessed the Frenchman had been tipped off by surveillance cameras in the vicinity of his office. Bryson knew there would be cameras, but that was a risk he'd had to take. The two security men suddenly broke away from Arnaud and began threading their way through the crowd, each taking a different path around the room toward Bryson and Layla. Then a third man raced into the room. All three exits from the room were now covered. Closed-circuit surveillance cameras had indeed captured their movements through the halls of the chateau outside of the party, and Bryson's exit from Arnaud's office had been observed. And now they were surrounded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Layla reach into her handbag and remove a small canister, a leftover from the Spanish Armada. She yanked the lever before she dropped it to the floor. The grenade rolled along the ancient stone, spewing out a cloud of dense gray smoke with an acrid sulfuric odor. Screams erupted, cries of "Fire!" and "Run!" Arnaud's guards were a good 6 to 8 feet away when the panic arose. The frenzy grew, hysteria overtaking the room as it filled with smoke. The proper, dignified party guests became terrified lemmings rushing toward the exits. The surging crowd was utter pandemonium, and Layla and Bryson disappeared into the stampede, unreachable by Arnaud's security forces. As they rushed through the main door, Bryson pulled Layla off toward the elaborate topiary that surrounded the chateau. Within the thick hedges, Bryson had concealed a motorcycle. He jumped astride the BMW and kick-started it. She climbed on, and moments later they were roaring out of the chateau's gates, speeding down the A1 highway toward Paris. But they were not alone. The BMW's throttle was fully open, the engine straining. They were virtually flying, passing car after car. But looking in his rearview mirrors, Bryson saw the single headlight of another motorcycle speeding even faster, closing in on them. It had to be a pursuer dispatched from the chateau. Now he could hear the other engines roar, and he knew it was more powerful than his BMW, capable of attaining even greater speeds. Suddenly Bryson felt something slam into them. It was the other motorcycle, deliberately crashing into their rear wheel, almost knocking them over. Another impact sent them veering off the side of the road. Just off the shoulder was a long, flat meadow, cleared farmland. Bryson accelerated onto the grass and dirt, the pursuing motorcycle right behind. No gunshots, which told him that the driver needed both hands for maneuvering, thus could not use a weapon. Pursue your pursuer. This had been one of Ted Waller's oft-repeated axioms. In the end, you will decide who is predator and who is prey. The prey survives only by becoming the predator. Bryson now did the unexpected, circling around the meadow, charging straight at the other motorcycle. The other rider tried to spin out of the way, but there was no time. Bryson crashed into him, and the man was flung from his vehicle. Slamming on his brakes, the cycle spewing dirt into the air, Bryson came to a stop. Layla leaped off, then so did he, flinging the bike to the ground. The other driver was running away, and as he ran, he was reaching for a weapon, turning to fire. But Layla already had her gun out, and she fired 3 times in rapid succession, striking him in the chest. The pursuer flew backward, sprawled on the ground, dead. Bryson raced toward him, flipped the body over, rummaged through the man's pockets for identification. He pulled out a wallet. He was not surprised to find one. The pursuer had been given no notice, and thus no time to rid himself of identifying documents. What he saw, however, he was not prepared for. It was beyond a surprise. The shock took his breath away. Their pursuer was a U.S. citizen, employed at the Paris station of the CIA. Bryson knew there were only 2 choices now: retreat or confrontation, and he preferred confrontation, the only option that had a chance of eliciting spontaneous revelation, forcing unplanned truths. To penetrate the lies, to finally learn the truth about Elena, about his entire life, he had to face Harry Dunn. Layla remained in France, trying to work her contacts to learn what she could about Jacques Arnaud and his recent activities. She said goodbye to Bryson at Charles de Gaulle Airport, surprising him with the ardency of her hug, her kiss that was more than the farewell kiss of a friend. Arriving back in Washington, Bryson had gone straight to Dunn's office, debriefed him on the events of the past few days, and presented him with the ID card he'd taken from the cyclist's body. Dunn was astonished, and uncharacteristically nervous. He had cut their meeting short, suggesting that they continue their conversation at another time and place outside agency walls, which made Bryson nervous in turn. It indicated that the number 2 man in the CIA feared his own office was bugged. Dunn's actions lent credence to the possibility that the Directorate had somehow managed to extend their tentacles into the highest reaches of the CIA. Whatever information Dunn might be able to collect, the fact that he insisted on continuing their discussion in a neutral, secure location was unnerving proof that something was very wrong. Early the next morning, Nick Bryson found himself in Rock Creek Park in Washington on the northern part of Beach Drive. It was a good location for a rendezvous with Harry Dunn. He arrived at the designated location at 4 o'clock, a full hour early. The park was silent, the sky dark, the air cold and damp. Passing cars were few. Their meeting place was a concrete, bunker-like restroom facility at the edge of a small meadow. The restroom was half sunken below ground, and its thick concrete walls would provide protection in the event of an ambush. But Bryson was determined that there would be no ambush. He swept the grounds twice, looking for recently made footsteps, for scopes or listening devices that might have been emplaced in advance. He found nothing. At precisely 5 o'clock, a black Lincoln Continental with government plates pulled into the parking area. Watching through binoculars from a stand of trees, Bryson could make out Dunn's regular driver, a slender African-American in a navy blue uniform. Dunn sat in the back seat. There appeared to be no one else in the vehicle. The limousine pulled up to the restroom and stopped. Dunn got out and walked down the steps into the small building. Bryson waited. He watched the driver, looking for any suspicious moves, phone calls made or received, signals to passing vehicles. But the driver simply sat behind the wheel, calm and still. After 10 minutes, Bryson came down the hillside, fast, following a winding path that led to the back of the restroom. He leaped down into the moat that surrounded the bunker and circled around to the entrance unseen. He entered swiftly, closing the heavy steel door behind him and locking it with the strong padlock he had brought. "Nice of you to saunter in. I see punctuality ain't your strong suit." Bryson ignored the jab. Dunn knew exactly why he was late. "Bad news, Bryson. The French card's legit. The guy you killed was detailed to Paris Station for over a year as an operative in extremis, for when the real dirty stuff had to be done. I ordered a Code Sigma priority search through all the computer banks. Nothing. The guy had no file." "Come on. There's health coverage, insurance, paychecks. You telling me he wasn't getting paychecks?" "Christ's sake, you're not listening. The guy didn't exist. Someone knew how to keep the guy's name off all the books. He was like a ghost, there but not there." "So what does this mean?" "It means, buddy, that the CIA may not be the best agency to investigate the Directorate, especially if the Directorate has its moles inside, which we have to assume. I don't want to believe the Directorate might have reached out and touched my own people, but I can't dodge the possibility that someone on my team is involved. I don't want to have to play my last card, but I may have to." "Which is?" "What does the Washington Post call him? The last honest man in Washington, which isn't saying much in this corrupt city." "Richard Lanchester," Bryson said, recalling the title often applied to the President's National Security Advisor and Chairman of the White House National Security Council. "Why is he your last card?" "Because once I play it, it's out of my control. He may be the one man in government who can head this thing off. But once I involve him, it's no longer contained in the intelligence community. It's all-out internecine war, and frankly, I don't know whether our government could survive it." "Jesus. You're saying the Directorate's reach is that high?" "That's what it smells like to me." "Well, I'm the one whose life is on the line out there. From now on, I communicate only with you, directly with you. No intermediaries, no email that can be cracked or faxes that can be intercepted. I want you to isolate a sterile line at Langley routed through a lockbox." The CIA man nodded. "I also want a code word sequence so I can be sure you're not speaking under duress or that your voice is being falsified. I want to know it's you and that you're speaking freely. One more thing. All communications go directly between you and me, period." Dunn nodded again. "Okay. Now, tell me why you went to see Jacques Arnaud." His emissary, his agent on Kalkanis' ship, was clearly working with both the Directorate and with Anatoly Prishnikov in Russia. Arnaud had to be a key node. "So you wanted to reach out to Arnaud directly?" Bryson paused. Ted Waller's words came back to him as they did so often. "Tell no one anything they don't absolutely need to know. Even me." He hadn't yet told Dunn about the crypto chip he had copied from Arnaud's satellite phone, and he would not. Not yet. "I considered it," he lied. "At least I wanted to observe those around him." "And?" "Nothing. A waste of time." Dunn took out from his battered leather portfolio a red-bordered manila envelope from which he drew a batch of 8x10 photographs. "We've gone through the names you gave us, ran them through every available database. We have a few candidates for you to look at." He displayed the first black-and-white glossy. Bryson shook his head. "Nope." Dunn took out another. "No recollection." And another. "This one I know. Prospero." Dunn nodded. "Jan Vansena, a senior official at Red Cross headquarters in Geneva. Director of Management for International Emergency Relief Coordination. Brilliant cover for traveling around the world, especially to crisis spots. And it gives him access even to places where foreigners are normally barred. You had a good relationship with him? I saved his life in Yemen. Warned him off an ambush. What's he doing here? Our people caught him in Geneva 2 days ago at Banque Genève Privé, authorizing the rapid sequence transfer of a total of $5.5 billion through separate and commingled accounts. Laundering, in other words. But not for himself. He was apparently acting as a conduit for an immensely well-funded organization. You didn't get all this background from a hidden video camera. We have sources throughout the Swiss banking industry. Dunn took a pager from his belt and pressed a button on it. Sorry, I should have signaled Solomon, my driver, 20 minutes ago. Our agreement was that I'd send him a page when you showed up if he wasn't able to establish visual confirmation. Which he didn't, since you made one of your Harry Houdini appearances. There was a sudden loud banging on the restroom door. Dunn went to it. I'm alive, Solomon. No guns to my head or anything. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but you're needed out here. A call just came in on the car phone. National security maximum. Oh, Christ. Bryson, would you mind? Bryson reached for his weapon at the same time that he inserted a key in the padlock, springing it open. He flattened himself against the wall, out of sight, gun drawn. The door opened, and Bryson confirmed that it was the same slender African-American man he'd seen behind the wheel of Dunn's car. He seemed ill at ease. Dunn headed out toward the limousine, his driver following. Suddenly, Solomon spun back toward the open door, lunging into the restroom toward Bryson, a pistol in his right hand. "What the hell?" shouted Dunn. The shot thundered in the small interior, fragments of concrete flying everywhere, piercing. Several more shots came in rapid succession, shattering the walls inches from his head. Bryson sprang forward, his gun extended just as another louder shot was fired. A gaping red hole appeared at the center of the driver's chest, an explosion of blood, and the man tumbled forward, dead. Harry Dunn stood 15 feet away, his blue steel Smith & Wesson .45 still pointed at his chauffeur, a wisp of smoke curling from the barrel. He looked dazed, his expression almost crestfallen. Finally, he broke the silence. "Jesus Christ," he said. "Jesus Christ Almighty." The twilight in the Oval Office was silvery gray, lending a somber cast to a gathering that did not need any more gloom. President Malcolm Stevenson Davis sat on the small white sofa at the center of the seating area where he conducted his most serious meetings. In chairs around him sat the directors of the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. At his right hand was his national security advisor, Richard Lanchester. A little over 9 hours earlier, a sophisticated bomb left in a laptop computer case had gone off in the DuPont Circle station of the Washington Metro during the height of the morning rush hour. It had initially killed 23 people and injured 3 times that many. The fatality list was growing as the day went on. The country was in a state of shock. This had happened in the very heart of the nation's capital, a mile from the White House, as CNN's commentators kept repeating. "It's more than a nightmare, it's a disgrace," the president said. "I'm going to have to reassure the nation in an address tonight, but I sure as hell don't know what I'm going to say." FBI Director Chuck Faber said, "Mr. President, we have 75 special agents on the case, combing the city, coordinating the investigation with the local police and ATF. Our explosive unit, I have no doubt that you folks are all over this like a cheap suit," Davis said. "I mean in no way to disparage the Bureau's capabilities, but you do seem to be quite good at handling terrorist events after the fact. But why can you never prevent them?" "Sir, respectfully, I think that's not quite fair to the men and women of the Bureau." The quiet, calm voice was that of Richard Lanchester, a tall, fit man with silver hair and aristocratic features. "The Bureau's prevention efforts tend to go unheralded, sir. It's usually impossible to ascertain what might have happened were it not for any particular intervention." The FBI director nodded his thanks. The president said, "There are news reports that the U.S. government could have prevented this tragedy. Is there any truth to this?" The director of the National Security Agency, Air Force Lieutenant General John Corelli, replied, "Sir, the problem is that the target fell between the cracks. As you know, our charter forbids us from operating domestically, as does the CIA's, and this was a U.S.-based operation." FBI Director Faber added, "And we're hamstrung by the legalities, sir. That is, we need probable cause to obtain a court-ordered wiretap, but unless we know to request such authorization, why in the world would we ask for it?" The president grimaced. "And as for the myth that the NSA is continuously sweeping for telephone calls, faxes, signals?" NSA Director Corelli nodded. "Myth is the word, sir. We can't possibly sweep every phone conversation in the world. Plus, we're not permitted to listen to conversations within the U.S. "Hallelujah for that," said Dick Lanchester. The FBI director turned to Lanchester. "Really? And I suppose you applaud our inability to monitor encrypted conversations, whether over the phone or fax or the Internet?" Lanchester replied, "Are you aware of a little thing called the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, Chuck? The right of the people to be protected against unreasonable searches and seizures?" CIA Director James Exum snapped, "And what about the right of the people to catch a subway train without being killed?" "The fact remains," said Lanchester, "that Americans don't want to sacrifice their privacy." "Dick," the president said, "the time for that discussion is over. The treaty should pass the Senate any day now, creating an international surveillance agency that will protect us from such mayhem. And damn it, not a moment too soon." Lanchester shook his head in sorrow. "This international agency is effectively going to expand the power of government 1,000-fold. "No," the NSA director said, "it's going to level the playing field, that's all. For God's sake, the NSA isn't allowed to listen in on the conversations of Americans without a court order. You seem to forget, Richard, that if the Allies didn't have the ability to read enemy messages during the Second World War, the Germans might have won." "We're not in a war." "Oh, but we are," said the CIA director. "We're in the middle of a global war against terrorists, and the bad guys are winning." A low tone sounded from the telephone on the small table next to where the president was sitting. President Davis picked up the handset. "Yes?" His face went ashen. As he hung up, he said, "That was the Situation Room. An American jetliner bound for Rome just went down 3 miles from Kennedy Airport." "What?" gasped several of the men. "Blown out of the sky a minute or so after takeoff. 171 passengers and crew." The expression in his eyes was ferocious. "God damn it! I will not go down in history as the commander-in-chief who sat by idly while terrorists seized control of our world. We have got to do something." Monsieur Jean-Luc Becot was not a happy man. In his opulent 27th-floor office in a high-rise in the heart of Geneva's commercial and banking district, he had just received highly disturbing news. According to Henry Mason of the CIA and Anat Shafetz of the Mossad, both of whom now sat before him, his bank, the respected Banque Genève Privée, was embroiled in a massive international money laundering investigation. And Becot knew these accusations could prove to be very messy indeed. Of particular interest to the investigators was the account of one Jan Vansina, an old, valued, and reclusive client. Yes, Monsieur Vansina's account had recently received large infusions of funds from Liechtenstein. Yes, the funds had been wired to an array of accounts in the Isle of Man, the Caymans, the Netherlands, and Antilles. What of it? "There is nothing illegal about wire transfers," he barked at the woman. Layla, who was using one of her Mossad aliases, replied, "Unless they are done to launder illicit monies. In this case, we suspect these funds have been used to bankroll the purchase of arms used in the activities of known terrorists around the world." Bryson said, "Of course, monsieur, perhaps this is all a mistake. If you could telephone Mr. Vansina and request that he come into the bank immediately, we may be able to clear this up, simply, quickly, and quietly." The request went against every bankerly bone in the man's body, as well as Vansina's direct orders regarding contacting him. Nevertheless, After a long moment's thought, Beko reached for the phone. Concealed in the small closet-sized room lined with video screens where the bank's surveillance cameras were monitored, Bryson was perspiring heavily. The plan he had devised called for him to remain in hiding while Layla met with Vansina in Beko's office, still in the guise of a Mossad officer. She would interrogate Vansina for a few minutes, and then Bryson would appear, drawing upon the tactical value of surprise. Bryson had intended to secrete himself anywhere in the vicinity of Beko's office. He had not counted on the serendipity of this surveillance station. There was no camera in Beko's office, but from here he could view Vansina's arrival, his movements in the elevator, waiting room, and main corridors. Within 20 minutes of Beko's call, Vansina arrived in the main lobby, a slight man with a full gray beard and tinted wire-rimmed spectacles. Not a man anyone would suspect of being a powerful, ruthless killer of great skill and wily intelligence. Presume that Vansina was laundering money for the Directorate. Laundered funds were an everyday necessity for intelligence agencies, but almost always they were relatively small sums, untraceable payments to agents and contacts. $5 billion, however, was an order of magnitude beyond payments to assets. If Dunn's information was accurate, the Directorate was channeling money to and, in fact, orchestrating terrorist organizations. But which ones? Why? And to what end? Bryson watched Vansina emerge from the elevator, check in with the receptionist, and be guided down the corridor by Beko's assistant into the man's office. There the surveillance ended. No matter. Bryson waited for Layla's signal indicating that it was time for him to make his appearance. She would place a call to his cell phone, let it ring twice, then terminate the call. But the call never came. Suddenly the door to the closet crashed open, and in the doorway stood Jan Vansina, grim-faced, eyes blazing, a gun in his hand. "Hello, Bryson." "Prospero." "Please keep your hands at your side. You know I will not hesitate to use this. You wish to talk with me? We will talk." "Where's the woman?" "Safe, bound and locked in a storage closet. I must say her Mossad papers appear quite genuine." "They are genuine, because she is Mossad." "Intriguing. I see you have established new alliances. Walk. Any sudden moves, and I will shoot." Bryson had no choice but to obey. He had underestimated the wily old operative. How had he turned the tables on Layla? He marched forward, crossing the hall into an empty conference room. The afternoon sun flooded in through the plate-glass windows. "Sit." Bryson sat at the head of the table. "Place your hands flat on the top of the table, please. No sudden motions, you know the drill." Bryson did so. Vansina sat at the other end of the table, his back to the plate-glass windows. "Now tell me this. Does Elena know?" Stunned, Bryson tried to make sense of the question. "Does Elena know?" "What are you talking about? Does she know what? Where is she? Have you spoken with her? Where is she?" "I am asking the questions. How long have you been with the Prometheans?" "The Prometheans? Enough! No more games. How long have you been in their employ? Were you double-dealing even while you were on active duty? I'd really like to understand the inducement, the lure, an appeal to misbegotten idealism, power. You were a great asset, Bryson. Until I was shoved out the door by Ted Waller, or should I say Gennady Razovsky. We all have many names, many identities, and sanity lies in the ability to distinguish among them, to keep them separate. You seem to have lost that ability. You don't know where reality ends and fantasy begins. Ted Waller is a great man, Bryson, greater than any of us. So you still believe him, believe his lies. You don't know, Prospero? We were automatons. We acted blindly, not understanding who our real masters were, what the real agenda was. There are circles within circles. The world has changed, and we must change with it, adapt to the new realities. What have you been told, Bryson? What lies have you been fed?" "New realities?" Bryson began. And then he saw the helicopter abruptly looming in the plate glass window, appearing from out of nowhere, and then a fusillade of machine gun fire riddled the glass, shattering the windows into a crystalline hailstorm. Bryson dove to the floor, but Vansana had no chance. The bullets tore into his body, shredding his flesh as his face contorted in a horrible scream that was masked by the deafening racket of the hovering helicopter, the ear-splitting thunder of gunfire. As suddenly as it had appeared, the helicopter lunged out of sight and was gone. The only sounds now were faint traffic noises from the street hundreds of feet below and the moaning of the wind as it whistled through stalactites of glass. Racing from the conference room, Bryson ran through a hall choked with horrified bystanders. As he ran, he thought, Jan Vansana was the object of the attack, not me. He ran through the images in his mind, recalling angles of fire. Yes, this was not an attempt to kill whoever was present in the conference room. The gunfire had been precisely aimed. But by whom? The Directorate could not be killing its own, could it? In Becco's office, he saw a coffee cup overturned on the floor, papers scattered near the desk, signs of a struggle. Muffled thumping noises, cries, were coming from the closet. He opened it, and there were Layla and Becco bound and gagged. Polyurethane humane restraint secured their wrists and ankles. Layla's face was bloodied and bruised. He pulled the gags from their mouths. Both captives took deep, gulping breaths. Bryson found a pair of scissors in Becco's desk, ran back to the closet, and cut them free. "Call security," the banker said. "The police are already on their way, I suspect." He helped Layla to her feet, and the two of them ran from the room. Passing the open conference room door, in front of which a crowd had gathered, she stopped. She saw the crumpled body of Jan Vansana surrounded by jagged shards of glass, the shattered windows. "Oh, my God!" she breathed, horrified. "Oh, my God!" Not until they reached the crowded Place Bel Air did they come to a stop. "We have to leave," Bryson said. "Travel separately. We can't be seen together." "Travel where?" "Out of here." "But—" He stopped, his attention riveted on a copy of La Tribune de Genève displayed in a kiosk. A black banner headline above a photograph of a terrible accident. "Terror strikes France. High-speed passenger train derailed in Lille." A powerful bomb blast had derailed and torn apart the high-speed Eurostar passenger train that morning, 30 miles south of Lille. The death toll could exceed 700. Beyond the grisly details of the event, the paper confirmed speculation that in the last several days both the French and British governments had received warnings of an impending terrorist attack on the Eurostar. There were outraged complaints from government spokesmen that they were unable to intercept or monitor telephone conversations between suspected terrorist groups because of legal constraints. The United States National Security Advisor, Richard Lanchester, was attending a NATO summit in Brussels. Reluctantly, on behalf of the Davis administration, he called for worldwide passage of the International Treaty on Safety and Security. Lille. In the chateau, Arnaud had said, "Once Lille happens, the outrage will be enormous. The way will be clear." Once Lille happens. They had foreknowledge of the event. Perhaps they planned it, but to what end? Waller and the other Directorate overseers had always prided themselves on their strategic genius. Everything was strategy. Everything served an ultimate end. The murder of a few field operatives might be justified by the need to remove an obstacle, a threat. The wholesale murder of innocent travelers was in another category entirely. The outrage will be enormous. Yes, as it would be over any such preventable tragedy. Preventable tragedy. The Directorate wanted this outrage, wanted to spur calls for prevention of any future terrorism. A treaty to fight terrorism. Of course. Surely any such treaty would lead to the bolstering of national defenses, the acquisition of weapons intended to protect public safety. That must be it. Arnaud and Prishnikov had a vested interest in world chaos because chaos was a form of marketing for their weapons. It would increase demand. These two moguls were behind Lille and what else? The subway bomb? The jetliner? The European nations would now surely join the Americans in pushing for strong measures to restore sanity to a world spinning out of control. Control. Was this the underlying reason behind the Directorate's madness? A rogue intelligence agency making a bid to seize control where the rest of the world had failed. Damn it. It was all speculation, theory upon theory. He turned to Layla. I need to make a call. I'll be right back. He located an international telephone in a booth on the street and called Harry Dunn. The number he dialed was a sterile line that rang directly through to Dunn's CIA office and his private study at home. The phone rang once. Bryson? Who is this? Graham Finneran, Mr. Dunn's aide-de-camp. What is this? Bryson, Harry's quite ill. You know he's got terminal cancer. He collapsed yesterday and was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. He's dead? No, but I don't know how long he's got. He told me that you, Bryson, hung up. Something was wrong. Dunn had assured him that no one else would answer this telephone. No one. And he would not violate protocol, even on his deathbed. He raced back to Layla. I have to go to Brussels. Come on, I know of a pension in the Marolles where no one will think to look for us. Why Brussels? I'm going to see someone who can help us, someone very highly placed. The last honest man in Washington. The headquarters of the Systematics Corporation comprised 7 large, gleaming glass and steel buildings on a beautifully landscaped 20-acre campus outside Seattle, Washington. Systematics' founder, chairman, and chief executive officer was Gregson Manning. A great man, almost everyone agreed. He was also an incredibly wealthy man, having created from nothing a vast corporation that now manufactured much of the infrastructure of the Internet. Yet, for all his wealth, he always came across as unassuming and unpretentious. Everyone knew his story, how he dropped out of Caltech when he was 18, started Systematics out of a garage. Now it was hard to think of a single company anywhere that didn't rely upon Systematics technologies for some part of their operations. Manning was ruggedly handsome, square-jawed, and broad-shouldered. He radiated health, self-assurance, and charisma. He was working in his large hexagonal office when the call came. His desk phone chimed politely, and his assistant's voice said, "Mr. Manning, the Oval Office, line 2." Manning put down his pen, pushed a button. "Yes, Mr. President?" Davis got right to the point. "Greg, we need a favor. We've got a missing link in the skies over Lille. A dozen American businessmen were killed in that tragedy, yet none of our satellites were overhead at the right time. The French government's been hammering us for years to stop the overflight, stop invading the privacy of their citizens, so the eyes are usually switched off over that segment of the continent. But I've been told that Systematics satellites were in position. They'd have the imagery we need." "Mr. President, our satellites haven't been approved for photo reconnaissance. They're strictly licensed for telecommunications, digital telephony." "Yeah, but you know and I know that, and it was your administration that decided to restrict non-governmental surveillance instrumentation." As Manning spoke, his eyes drifted toward a photograph of his daughter on his desk. A sandy-haired girl with a dreamy, giddy smile. "If you want me to eat crow, Greg, I will. I'm not too proud to beg. But goddammit, this is serious." "Very well. Have your NSA techies call Partovi at my office. We'll transmit whatever we've got." "I appreciate it." "I'm just as concerned about the problem as you are," Manning said. He and his wife had named the little girl Ariel, and she had indeed been a creature of magic. Her laugh had been like the tinkle of a music box. "We're all in this together, Mr. President." "I knew you'd understand, Gregson. Thank you." The Pension La Samaritaine was in the Marolles, a seedy area of Brussels. Bryson had arrived by rail that evening, Layla a few hours earlier via Sabina flight. After a brief conversation, they retired to their respective rooms, but Bryson couldn't sleep. With Harry Dunn gone, Lanchester was the one man with both the power and the independence of mind to do something about the Directorate. Although Bryson had not met the man, he knew the rudimentary biography. Lanchester had made millions on Wall Street but gave up business in his mid-40s to pursue a life of public service. He had run his friend Malcolm Davis's presidential election campaign and in return had been named as Davis's national security advisor. He was notable for his honesty, fair-mindedness, and an unassuming, amiable brilliance. He was now in Brussels to consult with the Secretary-General of NATO. It would not be easy to reach him, but it had to be done. At 8 a.m., after a few fitful hours of rest and 2 early morning phone calls to NATO headquarters, Bryson knocked at Layla's door. She was dressed, freshly bathed, fragrant of shampoo and soap. He sat down in a rickety chair. She sat in another halfway across the room from him. "Well, Layla, I need to tell you this now, because I'm going to need your help, and I'm certain they're going to try to take me out." "They?" Then he spoke of things he had not spoken of to anyone except Harry Dunn. He told her in detail about the Directorate, its activities, its purpose, its disappearance, and of his mission, to find it, infiltrate it, and destroy it. She listened, wide-eyed, taking it all in. When he was done, she said, "And you think the one person in government most likely to help you is Richard Lanchester, the chairman of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, yes? The group that oversees all the American spy agencies?" "Correct." "And you want to tell Lanchester what?" "What I know about the Directorate, what I think it's up to. These are the big questions. Who's controlling the Directorate now? What is it really doing?" "And you think you have the answers?" "No, I have theories backed up by evidence." "What evidence? You have nothing. You go to see this man with these crackpot accusations, he'll think you're crazy." "It's my job to make him think otherwise." "And what makes you think you can trust him? He could be one of the enemies. How can you be sure he's not?" "I'm not sure. The fact is the only people who really know the truth are the people I'm desperate to find, Ted Waller and Elena. Your wife who disappeared." He nodded. "It's so hard for me to know what to believe about her. Did she ever love me, or was she assigned to me? Did she run away from me because she was forced to? What is the truth?" "And somehow you think you'll learn this truth by flying everywhere looking for Directorate operatives? It's insanity." "Layla, once I track these wasps to their nest, they're over. I have a detailed knowledge of operations going back 20 years, transgressions of just about every national and international law." "And you will present all this to Richard Lanchester, hoping he will expose them, put a stop to it?" "Yes." "No. I'm sorry, Nick." "Nick?" He felt a hollow thudding in his chest. He had never told her his true name, but she knew it. She withdrew a Heckler & Koch .45 from her purse and pointed it at him. He sat, frozen in the chair, his normal split-second reactions dulled by disbelief. "I'm truly sorry, but I can't let you meet with Lanchester." "What the hell are you doing?" "My job. You've left us no choice. I never thought it would come to this." "No, not you, too." And he exploded from the chair, lunging at her, startling her, causing her to instinctively draw back to brace herself. He knocked her down, sending the gun clattering across the floor. Layla reared up, her right hand a rigid claw jabbing into his throat, while she slammed her left elbow into his solar plexus, knocking the wind out of him. He swung a fist at her, but she jumped backward, deflecting his blow with her left arm, then sank suddenly to the floor and slammed a fist into his stomach. Bryson gasped, grappled for her, but she was too quick. She delivered a hard kick to the back of his right knee, causing him to sag. He spun out of her way, then launched his body at her frontally, hurling all of his weight against hers while simultaneously throwing a punch into her kidney. She screamed in rage, leapt into the air, and thrust out her right leg, slashing it into his abdomen. Grabbing his shoulders, she drove her left knee into his groin. As he doubled over in agony, she drove her right elbow into his spine, the pain staggering. With one last surge of desperate energy, he thrust his hands out, blindly grasping for her legs, slamming the side of his hand hard against the nerve center just above her left knee, forcing her down, and as she stumbled backward, he thrust his knee into her midsection. She screamed again and twisted away, stretching, reaching for something. The gun! He jammed his elbow into the cartilage of her throat. She gagged, instinctively reaching with her right hand to dislodge his elbow, and that was enough to allow him to grab the pistol with his left hand and crash it against the top of her head. She crumpled unconscious. God! Who was she? What was she? A Directorate operative? Probably. He needed to question her, find out everything she knew. But not now. There was no time. He searched for something to tie her up. In the tiny closet where she had hung her few items of clothing and stowed a couple of pairs of shoes, he felt along the floor, grabbed something. A spike heel that had come loose from her gray shoes, the ones she'd worn to the bank in Geneva. Something sharp lanced his finger. Wincing, he picked up the heel and saw a narrow, razor-sharp blade protruding from the base of the heel that attached to the sole of the shoe. The heel was threaded so that the blade became accessible by simply twisting the heel off the shoe. And then it struck him. Jan Vansina had fettered her and Beko with plastic handcuffs, which she could have easily cut her way out of. Geneva had been a setup. He hoisted her over his shoulder and carried her to the small elevator, which he took down to the pension's basement. He found an empty storage closet and placed her inside. With a length of old clothesline, he bound her wrists and ankles, then stuffed a gag into her mouth and tied it tight. Richard Lanchester and Nick Bryson sat across from each other at a table in a special, highly secure facility located within the NATO Command and Control Center in Brussels. It had been easier than Bryson expected to get through to the man. He'd called Lanchester's aide that morning and recited the names Harry Dunn, Ted Waller, and Gennady Rosovsky. He asked the aide to communicate those names to his boss right away and told the aide he'd call back in 15 minutes. When Bryson phoned the second time, the aide said yes, Mr. Lanchester desired a meeting, 11 o'clock that morning. For over 20 minutes, Lanchester listened to Bryson in rapt absorption, nodding, taking notes, interrupting only for occasional clarifications. What you're telling me is preposterous, yet somehow it has the ring of truth. I say that because bits and pieces of what you say precisely confirm what little I know. Harry Dunn briefed me some months ago when he'd uncovered part of the story. He mentioned his belief that the Directorate's founders and principals were all Soviet GRU, that Ted Waller was a man named Gennady Rosovsky. That's why your mention of that name drew my immediate attention. Yet you must have been skeptical of what he told you. Deeply so. The notion of a covert agency operating entirely out of sight, without controls, without accountability or oversight, outlandish. But what I find most troubling is your assessment of the Directorate's present-day activities. Dunn kept you informed about all this? Lanchester shook his head slowly. I haven't spoken to him in weeks. He should have kept me apprised. Perhaps he was waiting until he had more substantive information. You must have a way to reach him. I'm flying back to Washington in a few hours, and I'll put in a call to Langley en route, Nick. I'm fairly confident I can track him down. Now, let me be brutally frank with you. Look at the totality of what you're telling me. An overheard exchange at a French arms dealer's chateau. I don't doubt it's true, but what do we have, really? You have the word of an intelligence operative of almost 2 decades. An operative for this same bizarre agency that we now know to be a hostile power operating on American soil against American interests. This is the way it reads. You're a defector, Nick. I don't doubt your honesty for a second, but you know how our government treats defectors. You're giving me rumors, overhears, suggestions. I'm giving you more than enough to act on. You know I know nothing. I can't go to the president and tell him that I think there's some sort of octopus out there, an organization whose existence I can't definitively establish, can't substantiate, and whose aims I can only guess at. So you propose to do nothing? I didn't say that. I'm not about to sit back and let these fanatics take the world hostage. What I'm saying is that I need proof. Come back to me with something. I'm counting on you." Bryson returned to the pension and took the stairs down to the basement storage closet. He opened the still locked door and was somehow not surprised to find the closet empty. The clothesline had been severed, pieces discarded on the floor. She was gone. She could not have escaped without outside assistance. Her accomplices were perhaps upstairs even now, waiting for him. Returning to his room was out of the question. Bryson had on his person all of his papers, his passport, his weapon, and the cryptographic key from Jacques Arnaud's secure phone. He didn't need to return to his room. He would need money, though that was easily arranged. He had his hidden accounts in Luxembourg. The necessity of hiding contingency funds was a law of nature among Directorate operatives, a matter of survival. He would arrange wire transfers, secure the funds he needed to travel. But to where? He left the pension by a back door. His first stop was a shabby department store where he purchased new clothing. He also picked up a knapsack and a cheap airline carry-on bag. At the branch office of an international bank, he initiated a sequence of wire transfers from his Luxembourg account. He soon had almost $100,000, mostly in American funds, but also in a range of European currencies as well. As he left the bank, he passed a newsstand. The banner headlines on the International Herald Tribune caught his eye. Geneva, anthrax, outbreak. He bought a paper. Over 3,000 people had been diagnosed with anthrax. 650 dead to date, but with the disease's 90% mortality rate, that number would soar. It was speculated that the outbreak was the result of a biological weapon wielded by an unnamed terrorist organization that had been planning such an attack for weeks. The subway, the jet, the train, now this. Terrorist acts designed to incite chaos, wide-ranging injury, fear. These were classic terrorist paradigms, except for one thing. No one had claimed responsibility. Bryson no longer believed that these attacks were the actions of arms dealers trying to create an artificial demand for their goods. Uzis were useless against anthrax. There was another pattern, another logic. But what? Then a small article on an inside page caught his eye. The headline read, "Arnaud Joint Venture." Jacques Arnaud's corporate empire had just announced an alliance with Anatoly Prishnikov's Nortec, a conglomerate of a number of former Soviet military industries. The article noted Nortec's growing presence in the European market and its role in a wave of mergers in the electronics industry. A worldwide coalescence of major defense contractors, all under the hand of the Directorate? An attempt to seize control of the world's defense establishments? Was that what Harry Dunn was so fearful of? Now, at least, it was clear where he would have to go to look for answers. The Blackbird nightclub was hidden in an abandoned Singer sewing machine factory on a tiny alley near Moscow's Ring Road. It was an oasis of wealth and vice for the rich, the beautiful, and the heavily armed. Bryson had arrived in Moscow that evening, checked into a nondescript hotel, then placed a call to an old friend. 30 minutes later, a midnight blue Mercedes sedan pulled up, and a uniformed driver ushered Bryson into the backseat of the car, where a single envelope had been placed. Russia had gone mad, chaotic, furious since Bryson had last been there. High-priced stores glittered along the once somber avenue that had been Gorky Street. Versace, Van Cleef & Arpels, Tiffany. Yet along with the signs of wealth was evidence of far-reaching poverty, of a social system that had broken down. Soldiers openly begged for alms, babushki sold moonshine, peroxide hookers were everywhere. At the Blackbird, Bryson got out of the sedan, took a small plastic card from the envelope, and inserted it in a slot on the splintering black-painted wooden door. The door buzzed open, and he entered a bizarre, garish world. Purple and red and blue beams of light floated on clouds of white fog and bounced off black marble counters and stainless steel stools. Russian techno-pop music thundered at ear-splitting volume. The odor of marijuana mingled with expensive French perfume and bad Russian aftershave. He paid his admission fee, the equivalent of $250, and sidled through a gyrating crowd of mobsters in gold chains and Rolexes, accompanied by their women who were either hookers or trying to look like them. High above the pulsating throng was a glass and steel gallery where spectators could watch through a glass floor the cavorting below. He climbed a spiral staircase to the gallery, where a hostess escorted him to a steel and black leather banquette. In a few minutes, Bryson spotted the elegant, slim figure of Yuri Tarnopolsky, impeccably dressed as always, gliding toward the table, both hands extended in exuberant welcome. "Welcome to Russia, my dear Coleridge." Bryson stood, and the two embraced. They sat as a waiter brought and poured a bottle of Dom Perignon. Bryson and the ex-KGB agent had worked a number of sensitive jobs together, most recently the Vector operation 7 years ago. International arms inspections teams had been unable to find evidence to support the rumors that Moscow was illegally producing bioweapons. The Directorate instructed Bryson to get the proof, but to do that he would need to break into Vector's central laboratory in Novosibirsk. Bryson turned to Tarnopolsky for help. Yuri proved to be worth every kopeck of his exorbitant fee. He had obtained the blueprints of the laboratory facility and gotten Bryson inside, where he was able to locate the ampoules he needed. Then Tarnopolsky arranged to have the ampoules spirited out of the country. The Directorate was thus able to prove what the arms inspectors could not, that Vector, and therefore Russia, was making biological weapons. They had proof in the form of 7 ampoules of a rare strain of anthrax. At the time, Bryson had been pleased with his success, but the news from Geneva had turned everything inside out, for the anthrax he had stolen years earlier was precisely the same strain used in the Geneva attack. Tarnopolsky smiled broadly at him. "So, may I assume you are not in town merely to take in the sights?" Bryson explained the nature of the delicate operation for which he wished to hire Yuri. As soon as Bryson uttered the name Prishnikov, however, Tarnopolsky's composure changed. "Coleridge, my dear, I have always enjoyed our joint ventures. But you see, this is not an American-style business, man. When you are downsized by Anatoly Prishnikov, you are likely to end up as part of the cement that one of his companies manufactures." Bryson nodded. "A difficult target deserves handsome remuneration. We should be able to work something out to our mutual satisfaction." Over the next several hours at the Blackbird and then continuing at Tarnopolsky's apartment, the two men worked out both the financial terms and a highly complex plan. "To get to Anatoly Prishnikov, blood will certainly be shed," Tarnopolsky warned. "And who's to say that some of it will not be our own, Their plan avoided any direct attack on Prishnikov, who was too well defended. They went after his senior deputy, a small, weedy man named Dmitry Labov. Even Labov would hardly be a simple target. He was driven every day between his heavily guarded residence and the heavily guarded Nortec office in an armored, bullet and bomb-resistant Bentley. The car was practically a tank. But there were always vulnerabilities. Dmitry Labov had a wife and 3 children and was known to be a family man who rarely missed dinner at home. Most days his car left the Nortec garage by 7:15 in the evening. This evening Labov left at 5 minutes after 7. Yuri and Bryson were waiting in a grimy white panel truck across the street, and Tarnopolsky immediately radioed ahead to his confederate. Tarnopolsky drove, following the Bentley at a discreet distance, only pulling up close when the traffic was heavy enough to provide cover. When the Bentley turned left onto Kalinin Prospect, it ran into a serious traffic jam. A large truck was jackknifed and stalled across all lanes of traffic. Car horns honked repeatedly, but the traffic was frozen. The white panel truck was now stopped right in front of Labov's Bentley, cars hemming them in on all sides. Tarnopolsky's confederate had abandoned the 18-wheeler, taking the keys with him on the pretense of searching for help. Bryson, dressed all in black, crouched on the floor inside the truck and released the hinged trapdoor. He dropped to the pavement and crawled under the panel truck, then under Labov's Bentley. Moving quickly, he located a small perforated area where the air intake filter was located. This was the point of vulnerability. After all, even passengers of armored vehicles had to breathe. Swiftly, he pressed an adhesive-backed aluminum alloy filter panel over the vent, a radio-controlled device Tarnopolsky had acquired from contacts in the private security industry in Moscow. Then he wriggled out from under the car, climbed back into the panel truck, and shut the trapdoor behind him. Yuri then called the driver of the jackknife truck, ordering him to return to his abandoned vehicle and get it moving again. Traffic started rolling a few minutes later. The Bentley roared ahead, passing their truck as it resumed its course down Kalinin Prospect. Then it made its customary left turn onto a deserted side street, retracing its morning path. At that moment, Bryson pressed the switch on the transmitter he gripped in his hand. The limousine cabin at once filled with thick white tear gas. The Bentley veered crazily from one side to another before pulling over to the curb. The front and back doors were flung open as both driver and Labov emerged, coughing and retching. Yuri veered the truck over behind the Bentley, and the two men jumped out. Bryson fired a tranquilizer projectile at the driver, who toppled at once. He'd be out for hours. Then Bryson rushed over to Labov, who had collapsed on the sidewalk. Tarnopolsky hoisted the chauffeur back into the driver's seat of the limousine. Taking out a bottle of cheap vodka, he spilled a good quantity into the chauffeur's mouth and over his uniform, leaving the half-filled bottle on the seat beside him. As he did so, Bryson hustled Labov into the panel truck. In less than a minute, they drove away. Dmitry Labov was seated, bound to a hard metal chair in a large deserted warehouse in a remote district of Moscow. He was small and bespectacled, with a round, pudgy face. Yuri stood nearby, polishing his revolver with a soft white handkerchief. Bryson stood before Labov and spoke in perfect Russian. "Your dinner is getting cold. We'd love to get you home before your wife gets frantic. In fact, if you cooperate fully, no one ever has to know you were abducted." "What? Everyone already knows. Your driver is passed out in the front seat of your limousine, parked by the side of the road. Any passing militia will simply assume he's dozing, drunk like half of Moscow." "Do you have any idea who I am?" "Of course. Mr. Labov, please understand I wouldn't think of harming a hair on your head, or that of your wife Masha, or little Irushka. I won't have to. There'll be nothing left of them after Prishnikov is through." "What are you saying?" "Tomorrow morning I will personally drive you to Nortek. I will help you into the building, and then I will leave. But everything will be recorded on the security cameras. Then your boss will become extremely interested in who I am and why you are in my company. You will tell him that you told me nothing. But do you think he will believe you?" "I have been a loyal aide to him for 20 years. "I don't doubt that. But can Anatoly Prishnikov afford to believe you? You know him better than anyone. You know what kind of man he is, how deep-rooted is his suspicion." Labov began to tremble. "And if Prishnikov thought that there was even the slightest chance that you had betrayed him, how long do you think he would let you live?" Labov shook his head, his eyes wide with terror. "Just long enough to know that your loved ones had died horribly." Labov was ashen-faced. "I know much less than you must think. There is a great deal I don't know." "Please. Evasion will simply waste our time. Tell me about Prishnikov's alliance with Jacques Arnaud." "There are so many deals, so many arrangements, they accelerate." "Why?" "I think he is preparing for something." "For what?" "Once I heard him speaking to Arnaud something about the Prometheus group." Jan Vansena had used that name in Geneva. What is the Prometheus group? "You have no idea. No one does. I hardly know. They are important, powerful, immensely powerful people. It is not clear to me whether Prishnikov follows their orders or whether he gives them orders. You know, if you kill me, Prishnikov will leave my family alone. Why don't you kill me?" "More names, Labov." "He is also making arrangements with the man they call the Jade Master." The Jade Master. General Tsai, a powerful officer in the People's Liberation Army of China. Tsai, based in Shenzhen, was famously corrupt. He was also world-renowned as a collector of precious imperial Chinese jade. "I don't know what you hope to accomplish. Everything is about to change, and you cannot stop it." "What do you mean?" "Days remain. Only a few days I am given to prepare." Prepare what? Tarnopolsky said, Are you referring to a coup d'etat? How little you know. How narrow is your view. We Russians have always been happy to give up our freedom for safety and security. The forces are too great. The machinery has already been put into place. Now power is about to be transferred fully. Everything is about to come into view. What the hell are you talking about? Prishnikov and his colleagues, do they aim to take over governments now? Is that it? We would appreciate some specifics, my friend, Tarnopolsky said, his revolver loosely pointed toward their captive. Governments are outdated. It is the corporations that make the rules now. It is the capitalists that control the world. Suddenly Labov's right hand lunged out a few inches, the maximum play allowed by the constraints. It was just enough for him to grab Tarnopolsky's revolver. For a moment the muzzle was pointing upward and back, right at Labov's face. He seemed to be staring at it, hypnotized by it, a strange, sweet smile on his face. Then, just before Tarnopolsky was able to wrench the gun away, Labov squeezed the trigger. Labov's suicide was a grim turn of events, a deviation from their carefully laid-out plan. Now it was a race. Bryson had to get out of Russia as soon as possible, before Labov's wife started calling to find out where her husband was, before the chauffeur was found and interrogated, before Prishnikov learned that Nortek had been penetrated. Tarnopolsky drove his Audi at top speed to Vnukovo Airport, a domestic airfield 30 kilometers southwest of Moscow. He had arranged with one of the new private aviation firms for an emergency late-night flight to Baku for one of his wealthy clients, a businessman. Given the suddenness of the booking, a substantial outlay of cash was required. Customs control also had to be paid off for expedited paperwork. This required another hefty sum. As they drove, Bryson asked, Yuri, what would Prishnikov hope to gain from establishing an alliance with General Tsai? Well, if you want to control half of the world's markets, there are few better partners than the Jade Master. He's the man most responsible for turning the People's Liberation Army into one of the world's largest corporations, and the man in charge of all its commercial ventures. Such as? The Chinese military controls an astonishingly complex web of businesses, automobile factories, airlines, pharmaceuticals, hotels, real estate. Now they've begun to recognize the strategic importance of telecommunications. They own and launch satellites. They've been working with the giants of the West, Lucent, Qualcomm, Systematics, to develop mobile phone and paging networks, information systems. It is said that the PLA owns the skies over China, and the one true owner is the Jade Master. As Tarnopolsky's Audi pulled up to the airstrip, Bryson saw a small single-engine prop plane waiting on the runway. Thanks, Yuri. I owe you. Not at all, my friend. Perhaps we shall meet again someday, yes? Your visits are always so entertaining. Do have a safe flight. Monsignor Lorenzo Battaglia, senior curator at the Chiaramonti Museum in Vatican City, had not seen Giles Hesketh Heywood for many years. He wasn't overjoyed to see him again. Hesketh Heywood had always struck Battaglia as a faintly absurd creature, with those oversized round tortoiseshell spectacles, the bright silk neckties, the checkered vests, the effete English accent. His charm was boundless, his trade unsavory. Ostensibly he was a dealer in antiquities, but really he was nothing more than a high-end fence. Part connoisseur, part out-and-out crook, he was very grey market. But some extraordinary artifacts had passed through his hands. He had once proved useful to the Monsignor, conducting a certain transaction that the Monsignor prayed the world would never learn about. But what he was asking now... Giles, what you propose is out of the question. It is far more than a prank. It is an outright scandal. A scandal, Monsignor? But there are so many kinds of scandal, are there not? For instance, that a senior Vatican curator, an ordained priest to boot, that this gentleman maintains a mistress. Well, some people aren't quite so enlightened as we are about such things, isn't that so? Monsignor Battaglia could feel a vein on his temple begin to throb. Perhaps there is an accommodation that we might reach. Those thick-lensed tortoise-shell spectacles were starting to give Bryson a splitting headache, but he had achieved what he came to Rome to do. As Battaglia had promised, a small item appeared the next morning in L'Osservatore Romano, the official Vatican newspaper. The headline read, "Item stolen from Vatican collection?" It seemed the Chiaramonti Museum had discovered that it was missing a rare Sung Dynasty chess set made of carved jade. The exquisite set had been brought back from China by Marco Polo in the early 14th century. There was a brief, indignant quote from Senior Curator Monsignor Lorenzo Battaglia to the effect that the Vatican Museum had hundreds of thousands of items in its catalogues, and that it was inevitable that some objects might be temporarily mislaid. There was no reason to jump to the conclusion that an act of theft had taken place. Indeed, the legendary chess set still safely reposed in one of the Vatican's hundreds of storage vaults. Like most of the immense Vatican holdings, it was never displayed. It had not been stolen. But anybody reading the paper would conclude otherwise. Bryson picked up the phone and called an old acquaintance in Beijing, a civil servant named Jiang Yingchao, now highly placed in the foreign ministry. Over the years, Hesketh Heywood had furnished a number of priceless objects to his associate. "My English friend, what a pleasure it is to hear from you after so long a silence. And what have you been up to?" Bryson gave a long, aggrieved sigh. "I'm sure you saw that absolutely scurrilous article in L'Osservatore Romano?" "No. Which article might that be?" "Oh dear, forget I even mentioned it. Anyway, an extraordinary object has just happened to fall into my possession, and I thought a chap such as yourself might know of someone who might be interested in it." He began to describe the jade chess set, but Jiang cut him off. "I will call you back. Let me have your number." There was a delay of half an hour before Jiang called. "My friend, I have found that there would indeed be a great deal of interest in the object. There is a General Tsai, who is known to collect masterpieces of carved jade. It is his consuming passion. He is most interested in repatriating looted imperial treasures, bringing them back to the motherland." "Jolly good. But, given the extraordinary nature of this property, I would wish to meet this chap face to face." "Of course, he requires nothing less. He needs to have every assurance of the item's authenticity." "Naturally. All certificates of provenance will be provided." "Fine. The Jade Master is in Shenzhen, and he looks forward to meeting with you as soon as possible." "Smashing. I'll take the first flight over." Flamboyantly attired in a silk and cashmere checked suit, Giles Hesketh Heywood arrived at Shenzhen's airport and was met by an emissary of General Tsai wearing the dark green uniform of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Two other green-uniformed officers hustled him through customs and immigration, then took him to a private room where his person and his luggage were examined thoroughly. He had left behind any firearms, anything that would be out of character for Giles Hesketh Heywood to carry. The risk of being caught was too great. A black late-model Daimler limousine was idling in front of the terminal exit doors, a military chauffeur at the wheel. His face was bland, unreadable. A dour emissary opened the passenger's door for Bryson and placed his suitcase in the trunk. He did not speak a word. He closed the door, and the driver steered the Daimler toward the clamorous metropolis of Shenzhen. From the rice paddies of southern China's Pearl River Delta had sprouted the skyscrapers and power plants and industry of the Special Economic Zone. The 4 million people settled on the banks of the Shenzhen River were mostly Minggong, peasant workers, lured from their rural provinces with the promise of jobs. But the city's billboards and neon and swanky shops were only a veneer. Behind it lay crime and prostitution and desperate poverty, the squalor of the Minggong's grim daily existence, dozens of laborers packed into metal sheds with no plumbing. Unlike Hong Kong, 20 miles to the south, there were no elderly people practicing Tai Chi in the parks. In fact, there were no old people here at all. The maximum length of stay in the Special Economic Zone was 15 years, and only the able-bodied were welcome. The Daimler crawled through the congestion of the streets until they came to the entrance to a highly industrialized area. Bryson assumed that it was here that General Tsai had his primary residence. The car continued down the street, past drab residential buildings into a section of warehouses. Bryson was instantly wary. Where was he being driven? "Care to tell me where we're going?" The driver did not reply. "Where are the General's barracks?" "The General does not receive visitors at his residence. He keeps a very low profile." The driver spoke disrespectfully, not as a Chinese speaker of his station would address a superior. It was disconcerting. "I advise you to turn this car around." They pulled up before a large industrial warehouse filled with Jeeps and Humvees. Without turning around, the driver continued. "Do you know the story of the 18th century Emperor Xianjing? He believed it was important for a ruler to have direct contact with those he ruled without his subjects knowing. So he traveled throughout China disguised as a commoner." Bryson, for the first time, focused on the driver's face. He cursed himself. The driver was General Tsai. Suddenly the Daimler was surrounded by soldiers and the general was barking out commands. The car door opened and Bryson was hustled out. He was grabbed by both arms, a soldier restraining him on either side. The general rolled down his window and grinned. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Bryson. Now, may I suggest you meet your inevitable death with serenity?" His true identity was known. How? And for how long? His mind raced. Who knew he was coming to Shenzhen? Photographs of his face had been faxed, connections made. There had to be someone close to the general who recognized him. As General Tsai drove off, Bryson was shoved toward the warehouse entrance. A handgun was trained on him from behind. Why was he being brought into this warehouse when they could just as easily have executed him outside? And then he realized why. His eyes were riveted on the man who stood in front of him. A man he knew. A man named Ang Wu. He had been the local PLA representative in Sri Lanka. Outside Colombo, Bryson and his commandos had headed off a caravan of munitions under Ang Wu's control. In an exchange of gunfire, Bryson had shot Ang Wu in the gut. He was helicoptered out, reportedly back to Beijing. Now he stood before Bryson, a Chinese AK-47 machine gun slung around his shoulders. On each hip was holstered a handgun. Sheathed at his ankles were gleaming knives. His old nemesis was smiling a glacial smile. "So many ways to die. I always knew we would meet again." He unholstered one of the semi-automatic handguns. "This is General Tsai's gift to me, his generous reward for my years of service. A simple gift that I get to kill you myself. It will be very, how do you say, up close and personal. 10 years ago, in Colombo, you took my spleen. Did you know that? So, we start with that first, your spleen." Bryson took a long, slow, deep breath. It hardly seems a fair fight. The Chinese assassin aimed the pistol at the lower left region of Bryson's torso. But as he thumbed the safety, there was a small coughing noise, and a tiny red hole appeared in the very center of Ang Wu's broad forehead. He slid to the floor very gently, like a drunk passing out. "Hi-ya!" screamed one of the guards, whirling around, just in time to catch a silenced round in his head as well. The second guard shrieked, then abruptly crumpled to the ground, the side of his head blown away. Bryson spun around and looked up. On a steel catwalk 20 feet above, a tall, portly man in a navy blue business suit stepped from behind a concrete pillar. In his hand was a semi-automatic pistol, a wisp of cordite curling from its end. Bryson would know that silhouette anywhere. "Glad to see your skills haven't gone completely rusty," said Ted Waller, as he began descending a steep set of steps. "The hard part's coming up." Bryson froze in shock, barely able to breathe. Ted Waller. He whirled, grabbed the pistol from Ang Wu's hand, pointed it at Waller, realizing that with one well-aimed shot he could kill him. And it would not be enough. It would not answer the questions that tormented him, nor would it satisfy his need for vengeance. Still he aimed the weapon, overcome by fury, yet roiled with questions. So many questions. "Who the hell are you?" Waller invoked one of his old exercises. "Let's play true or false." "You bastard! Your real name is Gennady Rosovsky." "True." "Your GRU." "True-ish." To be accurate, I was. "And it was all horseshit. Everything you told me about how we were saving the world, when all the time you were working for the other side." "False." "Enough lies, you son of a bitch! Enough lies!" "True." "Damn you! I don't know what the hell you're doing here." Then Bryson heard footfalls, the clanking of weaponry, and he spun around. A pair of guards had entered the warehouse, carbines at the ready. Bryson squeezed off several shots. The two guards tumbled forward, sprawling to the ground. Bryson grabbed the submachine gun and the second pistol from Ang Wu's body. He took one of the hunting knives and tucked it under his belt. "This way," called Waller, turning around and disappearing down the concrete-walled balcony. "Building surrounded." Whoever, whatever Ted Waller was, he was surely right about that. Bryson raced up a flight of steel steps just in time to see the fat man disappearing into a large open stairwell beyond long rows of parked jeeps and Humvees and trucks. Bryson ran to the stairwell and began climbing. He caught up with Waller in a matter of seconds. Waller was on a cell phone, talking animatedly. He interrupted his conversation to say, "To the roof, only way out." Bryson shot up the stairway until he reached the top floor. He emerged into the night air, the broad expanse of a parking lot, row upon row of trucks. What the hell now? Jump from the top of the building? Waller came panting out of the stairwell a few minutes later, scanning the sky. Then Bryson heard it, the sound of helicopter rotor blades thundering closer. An armored helicopter slowly descended to the roof. What the hell? It was a U.S. Army Apache. Waller ran toward it, Bryson close behind. How could it be? If the Directorate was GRU, how had Waller arranged for a U.S. Army helicopter and pilot? Waller jumped on board, but as Bryson clambered in, he suddenly felt a crushing blow, then an explosion of pain in his lower right back. He'd been hit. He screamed. Waller grabbed him by the arm and pulled him into the chopper as it lifted off. Bryson had been shot before, but this was worse than anything he'd ever experienced. As if from far away he could hear Waller saying, "U.S. Army chopper. Won't dare to shoot us down. International incident. General Tsai isn't so foolish." He faded in and out of consciousness through a kaleidoscope of images. A landing, a stretcher, a long white hallway, a female doctor stitching the wound, and the pain, astonishing and white-hot, followed by a rapid descent into the darkness of a deep, drugged sleep. He awoke slowly, aching all over, his head throbbing. He was in a recliner seat in a small executive jet, a blanket over him, a fluffy pillow behind his head. The windows were black. The cabin was empty, except for two other passengers. A 40-ish man in a navy blue flight attendant's uniform dozed at the rear of the cabin. And Waller was in a leather seat across the aisle from Bryson, reading. "Where are we?" Waller glanced up, closed his book. "Ah, welcome back, Nicky. We're some 30,000 feet over eastern France, actually." "How'd you find me?" Waller shrugged. "We have our sources, both electronic and human, as you well know." "Pretty audacious to use a U.S. military chopper in foreign airspace." "Not especially. Unless you really believe Harry Dunn's fabrications about our being some sort of rogue elephant." Bryson gazed at his old mentor, who was now stretching his legs, his hands interlaced behind his neck. He looked supremely comfortable. "I always knew there was the remote chance that my GRU file might someday make its way out to U.S. intelligence. The way a long-buried corpse might wash up from its grave in a flood. Aren't you dodging the great unasked question here? Ask it." Are you a GRU sleeper or not? I was. I am not. I defected in 1956. By then I'd seen enough of Comrade Stalin to shatter whatever youthful illusions I'd once had about the radiant future of a communist world. Then Harry Dunn's story wasn't a fabrication. Not entirely, no. Like the very best lies, it was an ingenious pastiche of truths and half-truths and outright falsehoods. What part of it isn't true? Waller sighed. Where do I begin? How about starting with my parents? What about them? My parents were murdered by you goddamn fanatics, to put me under the direct control of Pete Monroe, to bring me into the Directorate. Nicky, come on. You're denying that Pete Monroe killed my parents? That he was racked with guilt for it? I remember him sitting at his damn kitchen table, Ted, drinking, crying how sorry he was. And I remember Aunt Felicia giving him a hard time for speaking Russian in his sleep. Dunn said that Pete Monroe was Russian-born, that his actual name was Pyotr Aksionov. He's right. Oh, Jesus! I recruited Pyotr. Pete. Fanatically anti-communist. His family disappeared in the purges of the 1930s. He was a good friend of mine, and his own table wasn't the only one he got drunk at, cried at. Believe me. In a way, Nicky, Pete did kill your parents. At least he felt responsible for their deaths. They were driving home in a snowstorm. Your father's old Chrysler had bad brakes. It was Felicia's birthday, and Pete didn't want them to be late. He kept pushing your father to go faster, faster. Nina was nervous. She wanted to pull over and wait out the storm, but Pete kept pushing. Your father lost control of the car, and he and your mother were killed. Pete was in the hospital for over a month, and the whole time he kept saying, "It should have been me who was killed. It should have been me." I'm sorry for the loss of your parents, Nick, but you have to know they died in a traffic accident. They were not murdered so that we could enlist you. Bryson's head was spinning. Dunn's tale had seemed so plausible, but Waller's story was what he wanted to believe, what he hoped was true. Jesus, what was the truth? Nick, listen to me now. There are things I never told you for reasons of compartmentalization, but I'm sure you already know the basic contours. The Directorate is a supranational agency established by a small cadre of enlightened members of U.S. and British intelligence, as well as a few high-level Soviet defectors, including yours truly. When? 1962. Shortly after the Bay of Pigs debacle. We were determined to see that such a disgrace never happen again. I wasn't alone in realizing the idiocies, the follies, the essential flabbiness of the CIA. The Directorate was my idea, initially, but my dear friend James Angleton, the CIA counterintelligence chief back then, was my earliest supporter. Angleton set up the channels for the Directorate's initial black box funding and helped me devise the internal segmentation as a way of maintaining maximum secrecy. He emphasized the necessity of keeping our very existence unknown from all but the heads of the governments we served. Only by being invisible could this new organization hope to escape the mire of penetration, disinformation, and politics to which spy agencies on both sides of the Cold War had been held hostage. You don't expect me to believe that Harry Dunn was so far off base, so misinformed about the Directorate's true origins? Absolutely not. He wasn't misinformed. Harry Dunn was a man on a mission. He constructed a plausible-sounding caricature laced with shards of the truth, an imaginary garden filled with real toads, as it were. To what end? To urge you to go after us, and, if possible, destroy us. Is that why you tried to have me terminated in the parking garage in Washington? Waller nodded his head slowly, almost sadly. Yes, that was our hire. We were alarmed by your behavior. All external signs seemed to indicate that you joined forces with Harry Dunn and turned against your old employers. Were you embittered by your early termination? Did Dunn turn your head with his lies? We couldn't know, so we had to take protective measures. You knew far too much about us. A beyond salvage order went out. Christ! Yet, all the while I remained skeptical. I was unwilling to accept the analyst's assessments without further corroboration. So I deployed one of our finest new recruits to cover you on Calcanus' ship, monitor your activities until I could be sure one way or the other. I handpicked her to watch you, check up on you, report back. Layla? That's horse shit. She tried to kill me in Brussels. Part of her charge was to watch out for you, to presume innocence on your part unless and until we learned otherwise. When she learned you were about to meet with Richard Lanchester, she tried to talk you out of it. When you persisted, she panicked and took matters into her own hands. It was a bad decision. She tends to be impulsive. But she's a fine operative, and she's beautiful, a rare combination. Incidentally, she's back in Tel Aviv now, doing fine, thank you for asking. I hope that someday you'll get a chance to meet in more congenial circumstances. Then, at Santiago de Compostela, it became evident that termination orders had been taken out against you by others. I deduced that you were being exploited. Question was, by whom? Ted, I knew some of those people. A blonde dispatch agent from Khartoum, the San Giovanni brothers. They were Directorate hires. No, Nick. They were freelancers who sell their talent to the highest bidders. Presumably they were told you were a sellout, that you might give up their names. Self-survival is a powerful incentive. That and the $2 million bounty on your head. Who hired them? I don't know. Jan Vansena asked me whether Elena knew. What was he talking about? I'm afraid some suspicion fell on Elena at the same time we were wondering about your defection to the enemy. Vansena needed to determine whether she was complicit. Dunn told me Vansena laundered over $5 billion in Geneva. Let me guess. Did he tell you this off-site, afraid his office was bugged? It was a goddamn piece of theater, Nicky. A successful attempt to persuade you that he was the good guy, the forces of darkness arrayed against him. But now it's time to return your seat to an upright and locked position, as they say. We're there. Waller seemed to be speaking from a great distance now, and he could feel everything receding, going black. The next thing he knew, he was in bed in a brightly lit room that was all white and steel. His eyes ached, his throat was parched, and his lips were dry, cracked. Before him were figures silhouetted against the light, one of them unmistakably Waller, the other much thinner and smaller. He's coming to, even as we speak. Hello there, Nicky. He must be thirsty, came a familiar female voice. Can someone get him some water? It couldn't be. Bryson blinked, squinted, tried to get the room into focus. He was imagining things. He squinted and looked again. And then he was sure. Is that you, Elena? Nicholas, she said, coming closer. It was Elena, still beautiful, though she had changed. Her face had gotten thinner, more angular. It's been so long. You've aged so. Bryson nodded, managed to rasp, Thanks. A nurse handed him a plastic cup of water. He gulped it down greedily. Elena sat beside the bed, close to him. We must talk. We need to know everything you've learned. Any way we can break the cryptographic perimeter around Prometheus. Was she questioning him about Prometheus? She had disappeared from his life for 5 years and she wanted to talk about cryptography? I want to know where you went, why you vanished.
Nicholas, you told Ted that you took the key from Jacques Arnaud's encrypted phone. Where is it?
I did? When? On the plane, said Waller. You said you had a disk or a chip. You took it or copied it from Arnaud's private office. You were somewhat delirious and not entirely clear about it. Where am I? Directorate headquarters in the Dordogne, France. We had to move here in order to maintain operational security and do our work. Washington was breached. What do you want with me?
Elena said, We need whatever you have, and we need it immediately. If our calculations are right, then we have just a few days before Prometheus takes over.
Damn it, I want to know what happened. With you, Elena. Where you went, why you went.
Nick.
What was I to you? Our marriage, our life together, what was that to you?
Nick.
I know it had something to do with Bucharest. If you know anything, you must know that what I did there, I did for you. What lies were you told?
Lies? Don't talk to me about lies. You lied to me. You lied straight to my face.
Excuse me, said Waller. You two need to be alone. He and the nurse left the room. Yes, Elena, I lied to you about my weekend in Barcelona. It was the biggest mistake I ever made. But if you knew I was lying, you must have known why I lied. You must have known I went to Bucharest because I loved you.
I didn't know what you did, Nick. I was terrified, and I felt so hurt, so horribly betrayed by you, so frightened for my life, for my parents, that I had to disappear. It was just a few days after you said you were going to Barcelona for the weekend. In the normal course of my work, I came across a report that a Directorate operative had made an unscheduled appearance in Bucharest. I found that it was you. I was devastated. I knew this wasn't any cover story. I told Ted, and I saw the information also took him by surprise. Even he didn't know you were in Bucharest.
Bryson shook his head. He'd been under surveillance the entire time. He'd been so careful. How could it have happened?
Then an agent, codenamed Titan, corroborated the information and added more. He reported that you'd had a secret meeting with Radu Dragan, the head of the ex-Securitas Vengeance Squad. I figured you had to be making a deal. But I gave you a chance. I asked you one day, asked you point blank.
And I lied. Yes. I'm so sorry.
And then Titan reported that you had cut a deal with Dragan, that you had given up my parents' location in exchange for...
That wasn't true.
But I didn't know that at the time. I went to Ted and demanded that he get me out of the country. I was wounded by your betrayal and desperate to protect my parents. Waller moved me here to the Dordogne facility and settled Mama and Papa nearby.
Waller believed that I'd done this?
Waller knew only that you'd lied to him as well, that you were doing something off the books.
Bryson sighed. Yes, I did make a deal with Dragan, a deal to protect your parents. I threatened him. I made it clear that if ever anyone so much as laid a finger on your parents, Dragan's entire extended family would be wiped out. I knew that only the threat of a Sicilian-style revenge would get his attention. Now Elena was sobbing.
In the years since, I've wandered. Papa died 2 years ago, Mama last year. Without him, she had no will to live. Oh, God, Nicholas, I thought you were a monster.
He reached up to embrace her. Weeping, she fell forward, collapsing into his arms.
How I've missed you, my darling.
And I you. They held each other for a long moment. Then he gently pushed her away. All right, Elena. Now tell me, what is this Prometheus? She sat up, then slowly got up off the bed. She began pacing as she spoke, just as she'd always done whenever puzzling out a complex problem.
Prometheus is a name we first encountered some 20 months ago. It appears to refer to some sort of international syndicate, and as best we can make out, it involves a consortium of technology companies, defense contractors, and their agents.
Arnaud, Tsai, Prishnikov, corporate alliances being established on a global scale.
Yes, those three cardinal among them. But there seem to be many participants, acting in concert.
Acting how? Doing what?
Corporate acquisitions, mergers, consolidations in the defense sector. with an emphasis on telecommunications and satellites and computers. And it's more, much more than the amassing of a corporate empire, because in the last 5 months there has been an epidemic of terrorist incidents. Prishnikov and Arnaud knew about Lille in advance. So, defense industry insiders trying to boost the value of their stock? No. The most direct way to increase demand for armaments is to foment war, not isolated terrorist attacks. But terrorism is another form of war, a psychological war whose intent is to demoralize. Terrorism is a form of theater. It's committed by an actor for an audience. So the desired end result is not the destruction itself, but the publicity caused by the destruction. And that publicity almost always helps attract attention to some cause, some group. But this recent wave of terrorism has no known authors, no cause or group. So what do all these attacks have in common? Bryson thought for a moment. They could have been prevented. Elena, every time. After each incident, a comment appeared in the stories, usually attributed to some unnamed government official, to the effect that had adequate surveillance measures been in place, the tragedy would certainly have been prevented. Elena, it's the treaty, the International Treaty on Surveillance and Security, which has just been agreed to by most of the countries of the world. It creates a sort of international watchdog agency, right? A sort of super FBI. Right. Which would require the investment of billions and billions of dollars in new satellite equipment, police equipment, and the like. Potentially very lucrative for companies like Arnaud's, Prishnikov, Tsai's. Maybe that's it. An international treaty that serves as a mask, a cover for massive build-ups in defense. Haven't all the members of the UN Security Council signed and ratified the treaty? All but Great Britain. That's supposed to happen any day now. The main agitator there is Lord Miles Parmore. Yes, he's been quite effective at organizing support for the treaty. Bryson shook his head. Parmore may be an effective frontman, but I'll bet the controlling intellect is elsewhere. It's what our fearless leader likes to say, follow the brawn, look for the brains. You're saying there are puppet masters in London directing the parliamentary debate? Count on it. I'm going to have to go to London, meet with Parmore, question him. But can you go? Are you well enough? If you get these damn tubes out of my arm, I'll be fine. I'll make a call, arrange for them to get the private jet ready for a departure in 6 hours or so. Then she stopped in mid-pace. So now Cassidy makes sense. Cassidy? Senator Cassidy? What about him? He was forced out of office because of revelations about his wife was caught buying drugs or something. That's basically it. Cassidy was the Senate's leading opponent of the treaty. He saw it as marking the end of individual privacy. Many saw irony in the fact that a senator so obsessed with privacy would be brought down because of something hidden in his past. There may be something to that. The thing is, he's the 5th member of Congress in the last few months to resign in disgrace, and all those 5 had been outspoken opponents of the surveillance treaty. Surely that's no coincidence. Private information had been leaked, mental health treatment, extensive use of antidepressants, renting pornographic videos, a check written to an abortion clinic. So supporters of the treaty are playing rough. Yes, supporters of the treaty with access to the most private records. Who? I began to look for a deeper pattern, to see whether there might be a controlling intelligence behind this pattern of exposure. What did these disgraced congressmen have in common? As it turns out, all 5 were clients of First Washington Mutual Bank Corp. So either the bank is complicit in the blackmail or someone managed to access the bank's records. She nodded. Bank records, checks, money transfers, which can lead to health insurance and medical records. We've identified certain members of Prometheus like Arnaud, Prishnikov, Tsai, Dunn, Harry Dunn? A Prometheus member? Yes, or so we speculate. We have 5 months of encrypted communication stored on tape. We've been able to pick them up by phone taps and satellite sweeps, but we haven't been able to crack them. Bryson sat up in the hospital bed. Hand me my phone, would you? It's on the table. She gave him his small silver mobile phone. He turned it over and pulled a tiny black oblong out of its battery compartment. This may help you. It's an encryption chip, copied from Jacques Arnaud's office phone.
Waller had to go to an urgent meeting in Paris and left Bryson in Elena's care. She took him from the infirmary down a long subterranean passage that led from the clinic to another wing of the facility. The floors were highly polished stone, the walls white, the low ceilings acoustically insulated. There was no sunlight, no windows. This place was built a decade ago or so as the Directorate's European base of operations. I've been working here since I left the States. When it became clear that our U.S. operations had been breached, Waller ordered the entire Washington office transferred here, which necessitated additional construction. Very little is visible from the outside. It appears to be nothing more than a posh little villa, a research facility built into the side of a mountain. They came to a brushed steel double door where Elena entered a code on a small pad and then placed her thumb on a sensor. The doors slid open. The air inside was cool and dry. The walls of the low-ceilinged room were lined with racks of supercomputers, workstations, television monitors. We believe this is the most powerful supercomputer center in the world. We have crays capable of quadrillions of operations per second. There are linked IBM SP nodes, a mass storage system with 120 gigabytes of online capacity. Don't forget the 75 miles of fiber optic cable. It was Chris Edgecombe, the communications and coordination operator. Man, every time I see you, you look rougher and rougher. He threw his arms around Bryson, hugged him. I've been helping Elena on the software side of things, trying to crack the Prometheus message traffic. But it's a bare, strong crypto. If this is really a bug-free copy of the Prometheus algorithmic key, we may have a breakthrough. How quickly will you know? Asked Bryson. An hour? Several hours? Maybe less, depending on what level the key is from. Think of it as a key to an apartment building. The key may be a master, the kind that opens every door in the whole building. Or maybe it just opens the door to an individual unit. We'll see. Go and relax somewhere, you two. I'll give you a call when I have a hit. Bryson and Elena passed the time by going for a hike down the mountainside, through hedges of rosemary along the banks of the ancient Dordogne River. It was a rare hour-long oasis of peace and tranquility. And then Elena's phone rang. Yes, she said, and her face brightened. She turned to Bryson. We have something. Chris Edgecombe handed Elena a pile of red-bordered folders, each thick with printouts. Man, when this code cracked, it cracked. We had 5 high-speed laser printers smoking, printing out all this stuff. Thanks, Chris, she said, taking the folders and laying them out on the long table in the conference room. They divided up the pile of printouts and began poring over them. By far the most valuable product was the decrypts of telephone conversations among the principals, of which there were many. Since the exchanges were encrypted, the participants tended to speak freely. Barely had they started reading through the papers than Bryson said, I'd say we've got the goods on them. It's no longer a matter of hearsay. Here Prishnikov is actually planning the Geneva anthrax attack, fully 3 weeks in advance. But they're clearly not running the show, Nick. They're deferring to to 2 others, possibly Americans. Who? So far they don't use the names. There's a reference to West Coast time, so one of them may be either in California or somewhere else on the Pacific coast. What about London? Any idea who the puppet master might be there? No. Chris Edgecombe suddenly came into the room, holding aloft a few sheets of paper. This just broke. It's a pattern of funds transfer traffic into and out of the First Washington Mutual Bank Corp. I think you might find it interesting. He handed Elena several sheets of paper, each covered with columns of figures. Bryson said, That's the bank in Washington you suspect was involved in blackmailing, leaking personal information on opponents of the treaty? Yes, said Elena. These are proprietary transfers. The cycles, the periodicity, it's unmistakable. What is it? Asked Bryson. This Washington bank is owned and controlled by another, larger financial institution. That's not uncommon. Yes, but the ownership is elaborately concealed, carefully hidden. Is there a way to find out who the secret owner is? Bryson asked. Elena nodded. Chris, the recurring number here has to be the ABA routing code. Do you think you can run it down? I'm 1 step ahead of you, Elena. It's a New York-based firm called Meredith Waterman. My God, she said. That's one of the oldest, most respected investment banks on Wall Street. I don't understand.
Why would Meredith Waterman be involved in blackmailing senators and congressmen?
Meredith Waterman is probably privately held, said Bryson.
So?
So it may itself be a holding company, in a sense. A front. If there's a way to get a list of all past and present partners in Meredith Waterman, maybe also majority owners, that shouldn't be hard at all, said Edgecombe. Even privately held firms are strictly regulated by the SEC and the FDIC, and they're required to file all sorts of documents which we should be able to access.
One or more of those names may indicate Prometheus ownership, said Bryson.
Edgecombe nodded and left the room. Bryson suddenly thought of something. Richard Lanchester was a partner at Meredith Waterman.
What?
Before he left Wall Street and went into public service, he was a big star in investment banking. That's how he made his fortune.
You think he could be part of Prometheus?
I wouldn't rule him out. Elena returned to the transcript she'd been scrutinizing.
Listen to this. The transfer of power will be complete 48 hours after the British ratify the treaty.
Who's speaking? Asked Bryson.
I don't know. The call originates in Washington, routed through a sterile pipeline. The caller is speaking to Prishnikov.
It's just as Dmitry Labov said, Prishnikov's deputy. He told me power is to be transferred fully. Everything will come into view. He said that only days remained. As he spoke, the lights in the room flickered for an instant.
Elena,
is there an emergency generator in the facility?
Yes, of course.
It just went on.
But it would only go on in case of a true emergency.
Nothing has happened as far as I can move. Out of here, now! Where's the nearest exit to outside? She pointed to the left. Let's go. I'll bet the doors lock automatically, sealing intruders in as well as out. He raced down the hallway. Elena scooped up several computer diskettes from the table and then ran after him. She raced ahead of him, leading the way. In seconds, they came to a set of steel doors marked Emergency Exit. Bryson slammed himself against the red crash bar. The double doors opened outward into the cold night as an alarm began sounding. Just in front of them was a floor-to-ceiling gate constructed of steel bars. The gate was slowly closing from left to right. "Jump!" shouted Bryson, diving through the steadily narrowing space. Elena jumped through right behind him just in time. They were on the steep hillside next to the old stone villa. They ran directly ahead, away from the villa, down the hill. "Is there a car around here somewhere?"
"There's an all-terrain vehicle parked in front. There."
A small, boxy Land Rover glinted in the moonlight 20 yards ahead. Bryson jumped into the driver's seat. Elena leaped in beside him. The key was in the ignition, and he turned it furiously. The Land Rover roared to life. The car lurched forward and down the steep path.
"Nick, what's happening?"
But before Bryson had a chance to reply, there was an immense, bright flash of white light and a rumbling explosion that seemed to come from deep in the mountain. In a second or two, the blast surfaced, the sound deafening, all-enveloping. As Bryson steered the Land Rover around a sharp bend, he could feel the heat sear his back. Elena looked back.
"Oh, my God, Nick! The compound! It's been completely destroyed! Look!"
But Bryson dared not turn around. They had to keep moving, make it to the airport. As he accelerated faster and faster, he thought just one thing. "My love, you're safe. You're alive. You're with me. For now. Dear God, for now." They arrived in London at 10 o'clock in the evening and spent the night together in a hotel in Russell Square, in the same bed for the first time in 5 years. They were strangers to each other in a sense, but each found the other's body immediately familiar, reassuringly yet excitingly so. For the first time in 5 years they made love, the passion urgent, almost desperate. They fell asleep entangled in each other, exhausted both from the love-making and from the enormous strains that had impelled them there. In the morning, as soon as the stores were open, Bryson went shopping with a highly specific list Elena had provided. He returned with the equipment she needed, the fastest and most powerful laptop computer he could buy, a fast modem, a variety of cables. As she set up the computer, they spoke of the compound's destruction, sifting details, trying to make some sense of the penetration. "When you called the airstrip to reserve the jet, you probably didn't use a sterile line, did you?" She shook her head.
The airstrip wasn't equipped with a scrambler on its end, so there was no point.
Bryson said, Prometheus obviously knew the details of the Dordogne Center. For all Waller's precautions, the comings and goings into and out of the airfield must have been observed, noted. And the airstrip was an easy target for a conventional phone tap.
Waller. Thank God he was gone. But we have to reach him.
I'm sure he knows. But Chris Edgecombe... As her eyes flooded with tears, she covered them with her hand.
Chris, and dozens of others, my friends.
Elena, they must have patched into the power grid and planted explosives throughout and beneath the facility. Without inside resources, without human beings who'd been turned, they never could have done it. The Directorate was on the verge of unraveling the Prometheus group's plans, and so it had to be neutralized. They sent me, and others, I'm sure, and when those efforts didn't pan out, they went for the direct approach. And what that meant, he knew, was that a direct frontal approach to the treaty's most vocal proponent, Lord Miles Parmore, was doomed to fail. It would only alert their enemies without yielding information. Such men were well guarded, well prepared for deception, misdirection. Moreover, Bryson's instinct told him that Lord Parmore was not their man. He was a figurehead, a very public figure, closely watched, incapable of maneuvering behind the scenes. He could not be a Prometheus control. The true control would have to be someone affiliated with Parmore, connected to him in a tangential way. But connected how? The Prometheus conspirators were too clever, too thorough to allow connections to remain visible. Records would be altered, erased. Even close scrutiny would not reveal the hidden controls. The giveaway would be what was not there, records missing, obviously deleted. Yet the search for such gaps would be the proverbial search for a needle in a haystack. Still, it was Bryson's experience that if you went back far enough, the truth could often be discerned. It was that theory that took them to the stacks of the British Library, first to volumes recounting the official proceedings of Parliament, heavy, large, musty volumes that had been unopened for years. It was Elena who first spoke the name aloud. Rupert Vere, Britain's Foreign Secretary, a low-key, highly expert politician, a master of procedural cunning. Also, as they discovered, a man who had been working behind the scenes to prepare the way for the treaty's passage. They traced his career through hundreds of articles in small papers, yellowed and brittle with age. And then, the link they were looking for. A 35-year-old report of a rowing meet on the Thames. Rupert Vere had distinguished himself, rowing for Marlborough School, side by side with Miles Parmore. Yes, the British Foreign Secretary, an early champion of the treaty, had been a teammate and longtime friend of Lord Miles Parmore, the treaty's currently most visible advocate. Had they found their man? The new Palace of Westminster, better known as the Houses of Parliament, represented the height of the Gothic Revival style. It had almost 1,200 rooms and fully 2 miles of passages. Bryson spent 2 highly focused hours in the historical archives, learning and mastering as many details of the palace as he could, inside and outside. It was essential to transmute data into intuition, which could be accessed instantly without calculation. That was one of Waller's early lessons to him, and among the most valuable. In the field, the only maps that matter are in your head. Especially, Bryson focused on the hidden passageways that were built into the structure for workmen to go about their tasks without disturbing the grandeur of the public spaces. The plan was set, the schedule determined. Bryson and Elena went over the details 3 times. Yet his concerns were not allayed. The plan had too many moving parts, but there was no choice now. On the floor of the Chamber of Commons, Foreign Secretary Rupert Vere was puzzled. His assistant had just handed him a cryptic note delivered by a messenger. It was structured like a crossword puzzle clue. Put yourself between support and a definite article, then add a couple. Puzzled? See you at your alcove suite during the intercession. Curious, he mused. We'll have to see about this. He folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. Foreign Secretary Veer was a deceptively wizened-looking man, seemingly older than his 56 years. At least that's what Richard Bryson felt as he watched Veer's every move from his seat in the upper public gallery. Mind you, Bryson thought, he himself looked older than his years, disguised as he was with a hairpiece, mustache, and glasses. He carried the pass and the attitude of a typical mid-level civil servant named Nigel Hillbreath. Members of the British cabinet typically have offices on Whitehall and other nearby streets, but Bryson knew that Rupert Veer also maintained quarters in the Palace of Westminster near the Chamber of Commons. The small suite provided a discreet meeting area for matters that required sensitivity and immediacy. Bryson believed that Veer, his curiosity piqued, would indeed return directly to his Westminster office, but in case he decided for some reason to go elsewhere, Bryson had to tail him. Shadow him he did, until he was sure Veer was bound for his office. Then Bryson headed in a different direction. Rupert Veer's personal secretary was Belinda Headlam, a thick-set woman in her early 60s who wore her grey hair in a tight bun. "This lady says you're expecting her," she murmured as Veer entered. "She says she's left you a note." As Veer turned to her, Elena rose from the leather sofa where she'd been waiting. He raised his eyebrows and smiled rapaciously. Her navy suit revealed décolletage, though not inappropriately so. Her glossy brown hair was pulled back. Her lips were painted in eggplant gloss. She looked stunning. "I don't believe we've met," he said, "but you've certainly got my attention. Your note, that is." He beckoned her into his small but exquisitely appointed office. He sat behind his desk and indicated that she should sit in a leather chair a few feet away. "It would seem you know I'm a puzzle aficionado. You must be one too. This is a rather crude clue, though. Put yourself, me, between support, pro, and a definite article, the, then add a couple, us. Prometheus. Simple, what? So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company, Miss Goldoni?" she replied. She could not read him. Rather than pretending he didn't understand what she was hinting at, he had immediately acknowledged the word Prometheus. Yet his bland reaction revealed no alarm, no fear, no defensiveness. "I assume your office is sterile?" He gave her a look of puzzled incomprehension. "You know who sent me. You'll have to excuse the irregularity of this means of making contact, but the matter is urgent. The existing channels of communication have been compromised." "I beg your pardon?" "You must not use the existing codes. This is of utmost importance, with so little time remaining before the Prometheus plan goes into force." Veer cleared his throat and got to his feet. "You're starkers. Now, if you please excuse me, no. Don't you understand? All crypto systems have been compromised. You must await further instructions." Veer's face grew hard. "Get out of here at once. I'll be reporting you to the constabulary, and you'll be making a grave mistake if you ever try to enter these halls again." As he spoke, the door to his chambers swung open. A lanky man entered, shutting the door behind him. Elena recognized the face from her research, Rupert Veer's longtime deputy and senior staff member, Simon Dawson. "Rupert, I couldn't help overhearing. Is this woman being tiresome?" "As a matter of fact, Simon, yes. She's nattering about something called Prometheus, about crypto something or other. The lady must be reported to MI5 at once. She's a public danger." Elena took a few steps away from Veer's desk, her gaze shifting from one man to the other. Something was wrong. Then Dawson withdrew a flat, silenced Browning from his Harris tweed jacket. "Crikey, Simon! What are you doing with a pistol? That really shouldn't be necessary. I'm sure this woman has the sense to leave at once, don't you?" Dawson squeezed the trigger. There was the spitting sound of a silenced bullet, and then a splotch of crimson spread across Veer's starched white shirt, and he collapsed onto the carpet. My God! Simon Dawson! It was another name she'd come across in the old news story about the rowing meet, the name of a younger classmate she'd assumed had later become Vere's protégé. Wrong. Dawson was the control. He turned to Elena with a faint smile. Now, that was unfortunate, wasn't it, having to cut short such a distinguished career? But then you really left me no choice. You told him far too much. He moved closer to her. Rupert may have been an indolent fellow, but he wasn't dim. What did you think you were up to, chatting to him about Prometheus? But let's talk about you, shall we? Simon Dawson. The real puppet master was the faceless deputy, working through his oblivious superior. So you kept him in the dark all along? Rupert? There was no need for him to know. He's always trusted my advice implicitly. But nobody had his charm. One needed the charming stooge. Needed, past tense. Because Britain's now a signatory to the treaty? As of 10 minutes ago. But who are you? We haven't been properly introduced. He pulled a wireless personal digital assistant from his breast pocket. Let's see what the network has to say. He pointed the device toward her. An image of her face appeared on the square LCD screen. Then the screen began to flicker as hundreds of faces flashed by in a blur until a match was found. Elena Petrescu, he said. He read from an electronic file. Born 1969, Bucharest, only daughter of Simona and Andrei Petrescu, Romania's leading specialist in cryptography. Exfiltrated 1989 by Nicholas Bryson. He looked up. Now it comes together. You're married to Bryson. Directorate employees, both of you. Separated for 5 years. In the year before you left, you bought, 3 ovulation kits. Obviously trying to get pregnant. Didn't happen, I take it. Your plans have leaked. You should know that. It really doesn't concern me. You were concerned enough about Rupert Vere knowing and informing MI5 that you killed him. The CIA, NSA, MI6, MI5, and all the other 3-letter spy agencies have all been neutralized. Mind you, so has the Directorate now, too. It's strange how long it's taken you people to realize that time has passed you by, that there's simply no need for you any longer. Intelligence agencies are a thing of the past. No wonder you all try so hard to block the rise of Prometheus. You're like dinosaurs, impotently raging against the inevitability of evolution. But by this weekend, your demise will be evident to the entire world. A new global order will be assured, and the welfare of the human race will be secure as it's never been before. He pointed the Browning at her. Sometimes the few must be sacrificed at the altar of the many. I can see the headlines in the Telegraph. Foreign Secretary Vere slain by suicidal stalker. As Dawson spoke, he was unscrewing the silencer from the pistol. Then he took 2 long, rapid steps toward Elena. With a grip of iron, he placed the gun in her hand, crushing her fingers around it, then bent her arm so that the barrel pressed hard against her temple. Elena screamed at the top of her lungs. She writhed and flailed, and when she heard another voice, it seemed to come from a great distance. Nick Bryson's voice. "Dawson, what on earth are you doing? She's one of ours." The door to the closet opened, and Bryson stepped out. The shoulders of his suit were flecked with wood splinters and dust, evidence that he'd made his way into the office through a crawl space. He still carried the briefcase he'd brought into the Parliament building. "Who the hell are you?" Dawson gasped. In his uncertainty, he momentarily loosened his grip on Elena, who lunged to one side and managed to wrench the pistol away from him. She hurled it toward Bryson, who caught it in midair. He aimed it at Vere's deputy. "Don't move, or there'll be 2 bodies on the floor." Dawson froze, staring at Bryson, then shifting his eyes toward Elena. "Now, we have a few questions for you," Bryson said. Dawson shook his head in disgust, backing up slowly, edging closer to Elena. "You're sadly mistaken to think that you can do anything about Prometheus. It's larger than any one person, any one nation. You can kill me, but it's not going to change a thing. The gun in your hands was used to kill my dear friend there. If you're so foolish as to kill me too, you'll have 2 homicides on your head. and it's only fair to warn you that this office is equipped with electronic eavesdropping devices. The moment your friend here entered Vere's office and I heard what she was really up to, I placed a call to the Alpha Squad at Grosvenor Square. I'm sure you know about the Alpha Squad." Bryson only stared. "They'll be here any moment now. They're probably entering the building already, you goddamn son of a bitch!" And he leaped toward Elena, grabbing her by the throat in a death grip. There was a thunderous explosion as the bullet left the unsilenced Browning in Bryson's hands. Dawson slumped face forward onto the floor, bleeding from the hole in his forehead. "Quick," Bryson said. "I'm sure somebody will have heard the shot. Grab his pocket computer, his wallet, whatever else is in his pockets." Her face wrinkled with distaste, she searched the dead man's pockets, taking keys, wallet, Palm Pilot, and assorted scraps of paper. Bryson opened his briefcase, and she put it all inside. Then he closed and locked it, and she followed him through the open closet door to where he had removed the plywood backing. The air in the long, dark passageway was musty and stifling, evidently having been undisturbed for years. Bryson and Elena moved quickly yet silently through the gloom, crawling on hands and knees in some places, walking erect with an awkward, stoop-shouldered gait where space allowed. The only light came from the daylight that filtered in through cracks in the mortisework or ceiling molding. The ancient wood flooring creaked alarmingly as they passed between offices and public spaces and supply rooms. At one point, Bryson noticed a peculiar noise pattern, and he stopped. Elena turned to him quizzically, and he put a finger to his lips as he peered through a crack. He saw the boots, then the fatigues of U.S. Marines. The secret Alpha Squad had arrived. Their lethal presence was alarming in the extreme. The highly trained hit squad would be mobilized only upon top-secret code word orders dispatched at the highest levels of the U.S. government. However large the Alpha Squad detachment, it would not be numerous enough to search the immense Palace of Westminster, but there would undoubtedly be others in plainclothes searching for them who would be no less lethal, field operatives in the employ of the Prometheus group. They could be anywhere. Their pursuers would examine all possible means of escape from Rupert Vere's office. That would determine the avenues of their search. Calculations would be made, search routes decided. It would not take the hunters long to realize that the plywood panel at the back of the closet was loose. This meant that several killers from the Alpha Squad or Prometheus were likely to be already finding their way through the crawlspace. They needed to get out. Bryson stopped at another crack of light that seeped through the mortisework. He peered through into a dingy fluorescent-lit utility room, its shelves stacked with cleaning supplies. He felt along the walls of the crawlspace until he found the detachable plywood panel that covered an egress into the room. With a small screwdriver he took from his briefcase, he unscrewed the panel and pulled it loose. Quietly, Bryson squeezed through the low, small opening. Elena followed. The room was empty, though the lights were on. It was likely that someone had been here only recently, a cleaning person, who might return at any time. They stepped across the room to the hallway door. Bryson pushed it open just enough to get his head through. He looked to either side and saw no one. He said, "The crawl spaces and air ducts are probably crawling with agents by now. Somehow we have to get to the east side of the building to have any chance of escape. I want a freight elevator." "To the ground floor?" He shook his head. "That's going to be covered by police and others. First or second floor, then we'll look for a way out." They raced down the empty corridor to the left, and when they reached a turning, Bryson stopped, looked right, spotted an elevator. He ran toward it, Elena close behind. It was an old-fashioned type with a tiny diamond-shaped glass window and a folding accordion gate inside, not the kind likely to require a key to operate. He pressed the call button, and the dimly lit cab whined its way up to them. He pulled the gate open, and they got in. For a moment he closed his eyes, visualizing the map. Then he pressed the button marked 2. When the elevator stopped, Bryson looked out. The area seemed clear. They got out and turned right toward an old green-painted door with a scuffed crash bar. He pushed it open. Now they were in an ornate, marble-tiled hallway lined with mahogany doors labeled with gilt numerals. These were offices belonging to committee staff, office clerks, secretaries. Several people walked unhurriedly by. None of them seemed to glance at Bryson or Elena, nor did anything about their body language suggest that they were watchers or undercover operatives. Bryson stopped for a moment, trying to orient himself. The eastern end of the building was to the right. He continued down the hall, walking quickly, holding Elena's hand, pulling her along. Just ahead of them was a small leaded stained glass window. He knew that the windows here overlooked the Thames. "Straight ahead," he said. She squeezed his hand in silent response. In a few seconds, the corridor turned left and ended at a massive arched door labeled on a frosted glass pane, Committee 12. Bryson turned the doorknob. The door was unlocked. The lights were off. The room was a large amphitheater with several raised seating areas of leather-backed, brass-studded wooden chairs above a center floor of brightly colored tile. Light came in through two large, tall, leaded windows on the opposite side of the room facing the doors, a long rectangular shade running down the middle of each to block the direct sunlight that reflected off the Thames. Bryson locked the doors behind them and took two of the chairs and jammed them under the doorknobs. A minor delaying action, but better than nothing. He ran toward the right-hand window, unhooked the long shade, and threw it to the floor. Then he began working loose a rusty bolt on the window frame. Elena rushed to help him, tugging at the sliding bolt until it came free. Finally it yielded, admitting a rush of cold air into the room. This side of the Palace of Westminster, the east side, fronted directly onto the Thames, the length of the building running nearly 900 feet. Most of it, about 700 feet, was taken up by a terrace furnished with chairs and tables where members of Parliament had tea or entertained. But on either side of the terrace, two narrow, somewhat taller sections of the building jutted out, with just a short stone embankment and a low steel fence, and then water. The river was directly below them. Elena looked out, turned to Bryson, and said, "I'll go first. I'll just pretend I'm diving off the highest diving board in Bucharest." Bryson smiled. "Cannonball it. Jump out as far as you can and tuck your head and neck into your arms as you drop." She glanced at his briefcase. "What about Dawson's Palm Pilot and all his papers?" Bryson smiled and patted the case. "Waterproof, as well as bulletproof." He looked out the window. "I see the boat." "Yes. Thames River Cruises was happy to rent a speedboat to my boss, a rich and eccentric unnamed member of Parliament who wanted to impress his latest lady friend by taking her directly from Parliament to the Millennium Dome in the fastest boat they had. That was the easy part. But their boats are moored at the Westminster Pier. To get one of them to rope a boat up in front of the palace required a rather sizable bribe, in case you wonder where all the cash went." Bryson smiled. "You did great." The boat was bobbing in the water about 20 feet to the left, tied to the steel fence in front of the terrace. He looked around, saw no sharpshooters on this section of the roof, nor any patrolling the terrace, this hardly being a logical or expected escape route. Elena took a short step from the floor to the bottom of the window. She stood ready to leap when the doorknob turned and someone started hammering on the door. "Open up in there! Police!" "Nick, jump!" She leaped straight out, tucking herself into a ball, dropping into the water 50 feet below with a loud splash. The hammering on the door was more insistent now, mingled with shouts of, "Open up!" and "Break it down!" Nick drew the Browning and opened fire. His mini fusillade of bullets punched through the door, sending the silhouettes on the other side diving for cover. A couple of additional rounds, for good measure, then he climbed onto the window ledge and jumped, just as the first tear gas canisters smashed through the door glass and began filling the room with fumes. By the time he hit the cold and murky water, Elena had the boat idling toward his landing spot. When he surfaced, she helped him climb into the cockpit, and in seconds they were speeding up the Thames and away. Within the hour, they were back in their hotel room on Russell Square, and Elena was sitting at the laptop Bryson had bought that morning, hard at work. "You're downloading something?" Bryson asked. She nodded. "Password recovery software. Dawson took precautions. His personal digital assistant was password protected. Unless I can crack that, we're not going to get a thing. Anything in his wallet or papers?" "Nothing useful." Elena entered a password into Dawson's PDA. "This may be it." Her face lit up. "We're in." "You're a remarkable woman." She shook her head. "I am just the woman who loves her work. You, Nicholas, are the remarkable one." She tapped at the device with a small black stylus. "Oh, my." "What?" "There's an entry here in this date book from 3 days ago. Call H. Dunn." Of course Dunn's still around, still reachable by those he's willing to talk to. Does that thing have an address book? "It seems to have everything, an enormous amount of data." She tapped again at the screen. "Shit, it's encrypted. both the address book database and something else that's labeled transfers. That's bad? Not necessarily. The thing is, a careful man like Dawson never uses just one password. It's not secure. How would he keep track of them? There would be a list somewhere. The cryptographic key is a long series of numbers, impossible to memorize, so he has to keep it. She began tapping at the Palm Pilot screen again with the stylus. There's a list here, all right, labeled tesserae. If I remember my high school Latin, that's a plural for tessera, meaning password. Is the list in the clear? No, it's encrypted too, but just by a password protector. This is not difficult at all. It's sort of like locking the front door but leaving the garage door open. Child's play. 10 minutes later, she had broken the code. She was able to read through all of the data Dawson had so carefully locked away. Dear God, Nick. The file marked transfers is a record of wire transfer payments made into a long list of London bank accounts, amounts ranging from £50,000 to £300,000. Who are the recipients? It's like a who's who of Parliament, members of the House of Commons across the whole political spectrum. Bribery and blackmail. That's how Simon Dawson exerted power. That's how he became the secret control behind Rupert Vere, and probably behind Lord Parmore and dozens of others. Simon Dawson was the secret paymaster. And Nick, I'll bet that if we went through the British press in the last year or so, we'd find a pattern similar to what happened in the Congress in the US. Leaks of sensitive private information, embarrassing and damaging secrets. I'm sure the most die-hard opponents of the treaty were forced out of office, and the others were warned, compromised, and then given the carrot, a nice fat campaign contribution. Yes, but is there any way to determine the source of the funds? She popped one of the diskettes from the Dordogne facility into the computer. Yes, Dawson's record is so complete it even has the code for the originating bank. She peered at the screen. Here it is. Meredith Waterman, the same firm that secretly owns First Washington Mutual Bank Corp. He inhaled sharply. An old-line investment banking house has somehow become the conduit of illicit funds into Washington and London. You said Richard Lanchester got very rich there. Right, but the story is that he left all that behind to go to Washington, that he severed all formal ties, all financial connections. Ah, but did he? Consider this about Lanchester. Once this treaty is ratified, it will create an international executive, a new global law enforcement body with sweeping powers. And who's going to head this new agency? Richard Lanchester's name is continually being floated as the possible director. But that makes no sense. He's opposed to the treaty. He's one of the voices in the White House who lobbied hardest against it. But maybe Richard Lanchester wanted to cloak his ambitions because he actually wants to be named to this position, which he would then reluctantly accept. I suppose it's possible he's been engaged in some sort of diversion for some reason. That some reason being that he's behind the Prometheus conspiracy, and it's important that he not seem to be connected to any such maneuverings. Bryson nodded his head. Much of what she was saying was logical, made sense. Richard Lanchester was the key to Prometheus. We have to go to New York, get inside Meredith Waterman. To do what? To find out what the connection is between Richard Lanchester and Meredith Waterman, and the Prometheus conspiracy. The headquarters of Meredith Waterman was located in a graceful, quietly elegant 4-story building on Maiden Lane in Manhattan, in the shadow of the World Trade Center. The building radiated a serene confidence born of its aristocratic pedigree, for Meredith Waterman was the oldest private bank in America. Articles and profiles in financial publications talked of the bank's clubbiness, that it was owned by 14 general partners whose families traced their roots back to the very founding of Manhattan. Elena did considerable online research on the bank using the internet facilities of the New York Public Library. Very little financial information was available. Since it was not a publicly held corporation, the bank was required to divulge relatively little about its operations. Richard Lanchester was not among the listed general partners. He had resigned shortly after being named the president's national security advisor. Since then, he seemed to have no ties at all to his old employer. As Elena worked, Bryson gathered information in the way in which he was most comfortable. By foot, by eye, by telephone call. He spent several hours walking around the neighborhood, posing as a software salesman, a businessman in search of office space, chatting up computer specialists who worked out of neighboring buildings. By the late afternoon, he had amassed a decent amount of information about Meredith Waterman's physical plant, its computer systems, even its old corporate records. In a final sweep of the area before his rendezvous with Elena, he walked past the front of the building. The main entrance was at the top of a broad, steep granite staircase. Inside, the marble lobby was illuminated dramatically, the centerpiece a large bronze statue on a pedestal. It was modeled after the famous gilded bronze statue at the skating rink in Rockefeller Center, the statue of Prometheus. They sat in their hotel room planning. It was 7 o'clock. They had completed their preparations, yet Bryson's surveillance indicated that they should not attempt a covert entry until well after midnight. In the meantime, they could attempt to reach Ted Waller. Bryson said, "I can try one of the emergency relay channels, but I have no idea how deeply the Directorate has been penetrated. I can't even be sure he'll get it, if any of the channels still exist."
"It's worth a try."
"Yes, but only if it doesn't compromise our own security. I'll make the call from a payphone when we leave. Now, were you able to find a phone number in Dawson's Palm Pilot for Dunn?"
"No, nothing's listed in any of the databases."
"You looked under D."
"Of course."
"Did you look under H?" Comprehension dawned.
"For Harry. Why didn't I think of that?"
She grabbed the Palm Pilot, tapped it with the stylus, shook her head.
"There is an HD here, but the full name is HD Hospice, and
that's it. Dunn's aide-de-camp told me Dunn had terminal cancer. He's not in a hospital, he's in a hospice. Where is it?"
"Area code 814.
She pressed a few keys on the laptop.
"Franklin, Pennsylvania."
"Then that's our next stop after our visit to Meredith Waterman tonight. I only hope we're not too late." At 1 o'clock in the morning, there was only a skeleton staff on duty at the Meredith Waterman building. A handful of security guards and one information technology staffer. None of the guards questioned the man and woman from McCaffrey Information Storage Services too closely when they showed up at the employees' entrance, saying something about some kind of errors in their off-site backup download. The guard didn't understand this stuff. But then, thank God, she didn't have to. She signed them in, pointed them to the service elevator, told them to take it down to level B. The corporate records center was one large below-ground room, lined with row upon row of steel warehouse shelves that held endless lines of tall gray archive boxes. The records stretched from 1860, the year of the bank's founding, to 1989, the last year whose paper files were stored here. Bryson started with the paper files while Elena sat at a computer terminal and began examining the records management database. It was laborious work, made more difficult by the fact that they had no idea exactly what they were looking for. Client records? But which clients? Records of large money transfers to offshore accounts? But how could they tell legitimate wire transfers from ones that might be bribes? After an hour, they still had nothing. In fact, they began to find documents missing, whole sections of them. After 1985, there were no partners' income records or earnings statements to be found. It was not as if the documents had been removed. They didn't exist. Frustrated, Bryson decided to narrow his focus to just Richard Lanchester. The story the files told was of the genesis of a Wall Street whiz. He started at Meredith Waterman immediately after graduation from Harvard, and within a few years emerged as an aggressive, wildly successful bond trader. He soon headed the department. Then he added another specialty, currency speculation and investment. He mastered the delicate art of trading in derivatives, placing immense multi-billion-dollar wagers on stock index futures and interest rate futures. Essentially, he was gambling on a massive scale, the casino being the global capital markets. He kept winning and winning and winning. No doubt, like a true gambler, he believed his luck would never run out. Late in 1985, it did. One of his immense bets on Eurodollar futures went bad. Overnight, he lost the bank $3 billion. This exceeded the bank's assets many times over. Meredith Waterman was insolvent. It had survived a century and a half of financial crises. And then Richard Lanchester lost a bet, and America's oldest private bank was broke. My God, Elena breathed as she looked through the internal auditor's reports. But none of this was ever made public. Bryson shook his head slowly. Never. Not a mention in the press, on TV, nothing. How can this be? Bryson looked at her, eyes wide. I understand now why we couldn't find any partners' income records after 1985. Why? They found someone to bail them out. What do you mean? He got up, found a gray file box he had noted earlier but passed by, marked Partnership Interest Assignments. He opened it and found only one thin manila file folder inside. It contained 14 thin, stapled legal documents of 3 pages each. He read the first one with a racing heart. Nicholas, what is it? In November of 1985, each of the 14 general partners in Meredith Waterman sold their stake in the partnership. Each of the partners was directly and personally responsible for the $3 billion of... No choice. They had to sell out. But what was there left to sell? Just the name. An empty shell of a bank. The buyer paid $14 million, $1 million to each partner. And they were lucky to get that because the buyer was now saddled with billions of dollars of debt. Fortunately for him, he could afford it. Part of the condition of the sale was that each partner was required to sign a non-disclosure agreement, a vow of secrecy. She shook her head. Are you saying that in 1985, Meredith Waterman was secretly sold to one person and no one knew it? Exactly. But who'd be crazy enough to make such a deal? Someone who wanted to become the secret owner of a prestigious a front for illicit payments around the world. A billionaire named Gregson Manning. Gregson Manning? Systematics? Bryson nodded. The man behind the Prometheus conspiracy. It was 3:20 in the morning when they finally left the bank and drove through the empty streets of Lower Manhattan. It's amazing, Bryson said. One of the richest men in the world and America's most respected political figure. A partnership sealed years ago in conditions of absolute secrecy. Manning and Lanchester never appear in public together. They're never mentioned in the same sentence. They seem to have no connection. Appearances are important. Crucial. I'm sure Manning wanted to preserve Meredith Waterman's impeccable reputation. It was far more valuable to him that way, as a paragon of old-line Wall Street that he could secretly use to control political leaders the world over. Now he had the camouflage of unimpeachable respectability, concealing his conduit for bribes and other illegal funds channeled to Congress, Parliament, the Russian Duma, the French General Assembly, you name it. And he had a front that could in turn buy stakes in other banks, other companies, without his name ever being associated. Like First Mutual Washington Bank Corp., where most congressmen do their banking. It's all there. Bribery, blackmail, and, of course, access to the White House through Lanchester. Certainly Manning has major influence on U.S. foreign policy through him. That's why it was important to both men that not a word ever leak out of how Manning bailed out Meredith Waterman. Richard Lanchester's reputation had to remain intact. If the word got out that he had single-handedly brought down America's oldest private bank, he'd have been ruined. Instead, he was able to preserve the mystique of his financial genius. The brilliant but ethical man who made a fortune on Wall Street, who became so rich he was incorruptible, was willing to give it all up to work on behalf of his country, in public service. How could America not be honored to have such a man in the White House assisting the president? I wonder whether Gregson Manning actually sent Lanchester to the White House. Interesting. But don't forget, Lanchester already knew Malcolm Davis before Davis announced his run for the presidency. Yes, and then he ran Davis's campaign. She nodded. No doubt Manning secretly helped out there, too, shoving a lot of money Davis's way from Systematics and its subsidiaries, thereby making Lanchester look invaluable. So Richard was suddenly a major player on the world stage, and he owed it all to Manning. He thought for a moment. We need some answers, and there's only one place I can think of to go now, to Franklin, Pennsylvania, to see Harry Dunn. There were no direct flights to Franklin. The fastest way was to drive, but they desperately needed rest, even if only for a few hours. They found an anonymous motel half an hour outside of Manhattan and turned in. Bryson awoke, groggy, just after 8 a.m., to the sound of the tapping of computer keys. Elena looked rested, showered, and was sitting at her laptop, which was plugged into the phone jack in the wall. She spoke without turning around, obviously having heard him stir. Systematics is either the most impressive example ever of unrestrained global capitalism or the most frightening corporation that ever existed. It depends on how you look at it. Tell me what you found.
Well, if knowledge is power, then Systematics is the most powerful corporate entity on the face of the earth. Their corporate motto is the knowledge business, and that seems to be the only element that unites its immense holdings.
I thought Systematics was a software company.
Software and computers are just a fraction of its real business. It's extraordinarily diversified. It owns Meredith Waterman and First Washington. I can't yet prove it controls the banks in Great Britain where most members of Parliament have their accounts, but I strongly suspect it. Systematics also has major stakes in the military-industrial giants, and recently it's launched a fleet of low Earth orbit satellites. It also owns 2 of America's 3 major credit reporting agencies.
Credit?
Think of how much highly personal information a credit company has on you. It's staggering. And Systematics owns several large health insurance firms, plus the data management firms that maintain the records for those companies, plus the medical data companies that manage the medical records for virtually all of the country's HMOs.
My God.
As I said, the one element that unites all these entities, or at least many of them, is information. And through its web of corporate holdings, Systematics has access to the most intimate, most private records on over 90% of the citizens of the United States.
And Manning is just one member of the Prometheus group. Don't forget about Anatoly Prishnikov, who probably has similar holdings in Russia, and Jacques Arnaud in France, and General Tsai in China. Who knows what personal information this group has control over? What Prometheus has managed to do in Washington, obtaining personal information that no one should ever have, then releasing it or threatening its release, it has the ability to do around the world. Systematics may be about information, but Prometheus is about control.
Yes. But for what? To what end?
I don't know. And by the time we learn the answer, it may well be too late. Shortly after 2 o'clock, they pulled into the drive of a Georgian red-brick building that was once a grand private home. It was marked with discreet brass letters on a low brick wall. Franklin House. Elena waited in the car. Bryson wore a white doctor's coat purchased at a medical supply house on the way. He identified himself as a pain management specialist called in for a consult by the family of a hospice patient. Bryson relied on the generally unsuspicious environment of hospitals and other medical establishments, and he was not disappointed. No one asked to see identification. Harry Dunn looked like a cadaver on life support. His narrow face was sunken. An oxygen tube was in his nose, and he was hooked up to an intravenous drip, as well as an array of monitors. He looked up when Bryson entered the room, and then he grinned. "You come to kill me, Bryson? That'd be a laugh. They got me on life support. Keep the corpse breathing, just like the goddamn CIA. How much longer? 6 weeks ago, I was diagnosed with lung cancer. Did a last-ditch course of chemo, radiation. The shit's in my stomach, in my bones, my hands and feet even." "You really set me up well, Dunn. Spun a whole elaborate lie about my past, about the Directorate. Was the point just to get me back inside to find out what we knew about the Prometheus group? Because we were the only intelligence agency in the world who'd managed to find out what was going on?" Dunn smiled. "Forget about it, Bryson." Bryson looked over at the pouch of clear liquid hanging on Dunn's IV stand. Ketamine, a painkiller, but it had other uses. In the right quantities, it could induce euphoria and delirium. It had even been used upon occasion as a crude truth serum by both Directorate and CIA. He strode quickly over to it, found the stopcock, and turned it to increase the flow. "The hell are you doing? Don't shut me off.
Morphine stopped working for me. They had to move me to harder stuff.
The increased flow of ketamine had an immediate effect. Dunn flushed, began perspiring heavily, and his reticence faded. "You might as well talk to me. We know about Manning. We know it all." Dunn laughed dryly.
"You don't know shit, Bryson. Remember what happened to Manning's kid?"
"She was kidnapped, wasn't she?"
"Kidnapped. Not the half of it. Manning divorced. 8-year-old daughter. The whole world to him. He's visiting Manhattan, some big charity thing. Daughter Ariel's in his apartment at the plaza with the au pair. Returns home that night, finds the au pair murdered. Daughter's gone. Some wise guys make a little cash. Manning paid ransom. Nothing. Took her some remote cabin. So Manning owns whole electronics empire, right? Offers help FBI crack it. We got satellites, can't use them. They're shuttered. Justice won't approve wiretap kidnapper cell phones. Bureaucratic bullshit. Protect privacy of criminals. Pretty little 8-year-old girl dying of asphyxiation. Coffin 3 feet underground."
"Dear God," Bryson said. "What a nightmare."
"Manning never same after that. Saw the light."
"What light?" Dunn shook his head, smiled. "Where's Lanchester?"
"Where they all are. The whole Prometheus gang, except yours truly. Lakeside. Manning's house, Seattle."
His eyes closed.
"Now go away, Bryson. I don't feel so good."
"What's the objective? What's the point?"
"It's a freight train bearing down on you, brother. Can't be stopped. You're too late, so you might as well get out of the way."
Bryson realized he'd gotten all he was going to get from Dunn. He turned the ketamine flow back down. Then he noticed someone approaching from down the corridor. A slim black man, a male nurse, somehow familiar. From where? Abruptly he rose and left the room. His instincts warned him of trouble. As he reached the end of the corridor, he glanced back and saw the black man entering Dunn's room. Bryson ducked into a lounge filled with vending machines and formica-topped tables. A few minutes later, he stuck his head back out into the hall. No one was in view. He walked to Dunn's room. The door was open. He glanced inside. No one was there except Dunn, sleeping. No. From the heart monitor, a single, unbroken tone. The EKG, normally jagged, was a flat line. Dunn's heart was no longer beating. He was dead. Bryson rushed into the room. Turning to the IV stand, he saw that the valve on the ketamine had been opened all the way and the pouch of liquid was just about empty. The nurse had turned the spigot. He had killed Dunn. Bryson raced from the hospice. They had to find the closest airport immediately and catch a commercial flight or charter a plane to Seattle. Gregson Manning's house on the lake. The Prometheus group was assembling there, all of them, meeting to do what? Whatever they were doing, they were all in one place. He and Elena had to get there at once. Then it hit him. The male nurse, Rock Creek Park. Dunn's driver, Solomon, firing at him, then lying dead, crumpled on the floor, shot in the back by his boss. As he drove, he told Elena the story. The nurse was Dunn's chauffeur, obviously a Prometheus control. Why didn't I see it? We all have special effects wizards on staff. Blood packs and squibs, those little explosive charges triggered by battery, the rigged wardrobe, the whole bag of tricks. I was straying, and Dunn had to do something to get me back into the fold. Wait, listen. He turned up the volume on the car radio. It was a report from CNN. The newsreader was saying, as well as Richard Lanchester, who sources say will be named to head the new International Security Agency. The reaction in Washington has been overwhelmingly favorable. Lanchester, who is reportedly enjoying a rare working vacation in the Pacific Northwest, was unavailable for comment. Elena went rigid. It's happening. They're not even bothering to hide anything any longer. Dear God, what is it? What are they doing? 2 hours later, they had chartered a private plane to Seattle. Neither one slept on the flight. They planned, strategized. They held each other, neither able to vocalize what they both feared, what the dying Harry Dunn had taunted Bryson with. They were too late. They had converted their suite at the Four Seasons Olympic Hotel in Seattle into a command center strewn with maps, computer equipment, cables and modems, printouts. They had found out little about the gathering that evening at Manning's house other than the fact that it was happening. No one revealed the name of a single arriving guest. The cordon of secrecy was very tight. So, too, was the secrecy that surrounded Gregson Manning. It was as if 2 or 3 sanitized accounts of his personal life had been doled out to journalists, published prominently, and then recycled endlessly. Although much was written about Manning, little was known. They had more success in obtaining information about Manning's famous mansion on the shore of a lake outside Seattle. This digital fortress, this so-called smart house, had taken years to build and was described in tones of breathless astonishment in numerous magazines. The futuristic $100 million estate was cut so deep into the steep hillside that much of it was underground. The mansion's front lawn was directly on the shores of the lake with a dock and boathouse. Deep under the front lawn was a giant concrete and steel parking garage. But what Bryson found most intriguing about Manning's house was that it was fully digital. All its electronic devices were networked and controlled from the Seattle campus of Systematics, 3 miles distant. The house was programmed to serve the every want of its residents and guests. Every visitor was given an electronic badge programmed with their likes and dislikes, their tastes and preferences, from art to music, lighting to temperature. Signals were relayed from the badge to hundreds of sensors. Wherever the guests moved throughout the house, the lights would dim or brighten according to their wishes, temperatures would adjust, their favorite music would play on the concealed sound system. Video screens were embedded in the walls, disguised as picture frames. They displayed a constantly changing selection of artwork from the some 20 million images and pieces of art to which Manning had quietly acquired the rights. Visitors to the house would therefore see the walls hung with only the art they loved, whether it was Van Gogh, Picasso, Monet, or Vermeer. But very little existed in the public record about the security at Gregson Manning's high-tech Xanadu. All Bryson could turn up was that the security system was, of course, redundant. The place was said to be more heavily guarded than the White House. There were hidden cameras everywhere, and the electronic badges that all visitors and staff wore did more than change the music and the lighting. They also kept track of every visitor's whereabouts to within 6 inches. Elena was anxious. "Nicholas, what do you intend to do?" "I need to get inside. It's the seat of the conspiracy, and the only way to blow it and them out of the water is to confront and witness. Observe the members, take photographs, record video evidence, shine daylight into the darkness. It's the only way." "But won't that be very dangerous?" "Yes, especially without the Directorate as backup." "Nick, we need Ted Waller." "I don't know how to raise him. I keep checking, but he still hasn't surfaced." "To try to enter the Manning estate on your own will be difficult. But with your expertise, we may have a chance. The security at Manning's house is monitored both locally and at Systematics headquarters. How would the house be connected to the company?" "Probably a buried fiber optic line." "Can it be tapped?" She smiled. "Just about everyone believes it's impossible, but I've done it. It takes some equipment, though nothing you can't get at a decent computer store." Bryson kissed her. "Terrific. I have a lot of equipment to buy, and I need to conduct some surveillance on Manning's house and property. But first I need to make a phone call to California." "Who's in California?" "A company in Palo Alto founded by a Russian emigre, Viktor Shevchenko, an optics genius. He used to sell a fair amount of classified equipment on the black market, which is how I got to know him. I didn't report his activities to justice because I figured he'd be more useful as a lead to much bigger fish later. He was deeply grateful. And now it's time to collect. Victor is one of the very few sources for the instrument I need. Using small but high-powered binoculars, Bryson spent the next hour conducting discreet surveillance of Manning's estate from the national forest land that adjoined it. The lakeside property occupied 5 acres. The security was extremely sophisticated. The chain-link perimeter fence was 8 feet high with fiber-optic stress sensor line enmeshed throughout it. A pressure sensor system in front of the fence detected the footsteps of intruders above a certain preset weight, and the entire area was watched by surveillance cameras. But every security system had its vulnerabilities. For one thing, there was the forest that adjoined the Manning property where he now stood. Then there was the lake. Bryson returned to his rented Jeep hidden among the trees and far from the nearest road. There were errands to run, purchases to make. Bryson had no difficulty locating a huge sporting goods store where he found the mountain climbing and scuba gear he needed. At an industrial safety product supply house, he found batteries and bell wire, as well as a portable electric winch, battery-operated and quiet, with 225 feet of galvanized steel cable and a controlled descent device. Then there were visits to a theatrical supply house and a military surplus warehouse where an employee recommended a shooting range close by. There he bought a .45 caliber semi-automatic for cash from a young, grubby-looking man practicing with it. All that remained was one single exotic piece of classified military equipment. Viktor Shevchenko had been reluctant to part with one of his virtual cathode oscillators, but relented when Bryson told him there was no statute of limitations on violations of U.S. national security law. That and $50,000 was enough to twist his arm. By the time Bryson returned to the Four Seasons, Elena had purchased what she needed and had downloaded a U.S. Geological Survey topographical map of the national forest land abutting Manning's estate. After he explained what he had observed on his visit to the Manning estate, she asked, "Wouldn't it be simpler for you to get in as a caterer or a florist?" "I don't think so. My guess is the florists are accompanied in, they do their work, and they're accompanied out. The caterers are going to be photographed and fingerprinted and issued electronic security passes upon arrival. I've rented a boat. It's the only way to get up on shore." "But then what? I'm sure he has the front lawn protected." "No question. But from everything I can tell, it's the least secure entry point. Now, what have you learned about the security system link between Manning's house and Systematics?" "I'm going to need a van." Outside of Seattle, the U.S. Department of Agriculture maintains a garage facility where the U.S. Forest Service keeps their vehicles. In the adjacent open-air parking lot were several small green trucks marked with the Forest Service pine tree shield. The security was virtually non-existent. They were in and driving out in a Forest Service truck in minutes. Bryson drove Elena into the woods adjoining the Manning property. She wore green pants and shirt purchased at an Army-Navy surplus store, the closest thing they could get to a U.S. Forest Service uniform. 5 hours remained before their strike time of 9 p.m. They walked through the forest near the high-security chain-link fence, careful to keep back from the cameras and the pressure detection alarm system next to the fence. Elena was looking for a buried fiber-optic cable that ran from the Manning mansion through a small area of the national forest. She knew it was there. During the construction of Manning's house, his contractor had filed an official request with the U.S. Department of Agriculture for an easement to run just 20 feet of fiber-optic line between his house and the public road. The form, which was a matter of public record, mentioned one detail that intrigued Elena: the need to put down an optical repeater. This was a box that served in effect as an amplifier to boost the signal along the way. A repeater could easily be tapped into if you knew what you were doing. The only question was, where was the line? She punched out a Seattle telephone number for the contractor listed in the easement request, the one who had installed the miles of cable. "Mr. Manzanelli, my name is Nadia. I'm calling from the U.S. Geological Survey. We're taking soil samples from the area around the Manning estate to test for acidification. I understand there's some buried fiber optic cables out here, and we want to make sure we don't accidentally cut any of them." "Jesus Christ! Doesn't anyone there remember the hassle you folks gave us over digging the trench through government land? Goddamn Forest Service wouldn't permit it. We had to run an above-ground conduit right along the fence." "Sir, I'm terribly sorry to hear that You have any idea what kind of money Manning pays in property taxes alone?"
No, sir. But next time you speak with him, you tell him that all of us here at the U.S. Geological Survey appreciate what he's done for the country."
At shortly after 4 p.m., Bryson was notified by Pacific Air Freight that they had received a delivery for him at their terminal at the Seattle-Tacoma Airport. At a few minutes before 6, he pulled a rented U-Haul van into the terminal where the 1,000-pound machine was loaded on. An hour later, he drove the van deep into the forested area next to the Manning property, 100 yards from the green Forest Service truck. He backed the van up so that its tail end faced the chain-link perimeter fence, though far enough away that it would not be detected by the security cameras. He slid the van door up and then positioned the machinery so that it had a direct line of sight to the Manning compound. The numerous trees and dense foliage that blanketed Manning's property and concealed his estate were no problem at all. Quite the opposite. They helped camouflage the Russian scientist's device. Then he took a knapsack full of small round discs, each one connected to a firing pod that would detonate when it received a signal from a wireless transmitter. He hiked almost a quarter of a mile through the woods back toward the main road. Then, strolling along the property line out of sight of the cameras and removed from the pressure-triggered intrusion detection system, he began tossing the discs over the fence, one by one, each separated from the other by approximately 200 feet. The cartridges were small enough that they would attract no notice. If anyone happened to be monitoring the cameras, he would see nothing more than a blur, perhaps an insect or something dropped by a bird, nothing worth a second look. Inside the cargo bay of the green Forest Service truck, Elena set up her tools. Her laptop was now connected to the optical repeater by means of a 20-foot cable that ran under the truck right to the junction box. Her tap was in place. She did what was called a stealth scan to fingerprint the system, see what sort of intrusion detection software was present. And she inserted pre-written script designed to overload the system with an unexpectedly large quantity of data, create a buffer overflow. Then she ran a network packet sniffer to map out the systems on the security network to find out what kind of network traffic was being sent and received, what the basic organization looked like. Within the space of a few seconds, she owned the box, as the hackers like to say. She was in. The 14-foot aluminum fishing boat was powered by a quiet outboard motor. Bryson moved quickly across the lake, buffeted gently by the swells. As soon as he saw the string of bright orange barrier floats that demarcated the protected waters before Manning's dock and front lawn, he reduced speed and then cut the engine. The mansion was illuminated by floodlights, low-slung and hugging the hillside. He dropped anchor, mindful of keeping the skiff in place as an escape option if he was so fortunate as to be able to escape. He had told Elena that his plan provided for a way out, but it was not true. He would win and survive, or he would lose and be killed. There was nothing in between. Quickly he organized his gear. Although he needed to travel as light as possible, he also had to provide for dozens of different obstacles that he could not foresee, which meant a range of equipment. His tactical vest was heavy with various weapons, neatly folded clothing and other objects, all sealed in plastic. He radioed Elena on the secure two-way communicator. "How's it going?" "Good. The eyes are open." Which meant she had succeeded in penetrating the video surveillance feed through the fiber optic line. "How far can the eyes see?"
There are clear areas and areas that are not so clear."
"What's not so clear?"
"Private, residential areas and the like. They seem to be monitored locally."
Which meant that the cameras in the non-public parts of the house were watched not at Systematics headquarters, but within Manning's house itself. That's unfortunate.
True, but there is some good news. There are some great reruns on TV.
Which meant she had located yesterday's video feed and had figured out how to pipe it back to the video monitoring system so that it appeared to be today's. That's excellent news. But wait until after Stage 1 is completed. I'll be back in touch after I've gone for a swim." He was dressed in a lightweight black Nomex bodysuit and a scuba wetsuit. He donned his inflatable buoyancy compensator, his scuba gear and dive mask, and plunged into the lake. He looked around, oriented himself, and started deflating his vest. He sank slowly beneath the surface of the water, which was cold and crystalline. As he descended, the water became muddier and more opaque. When he had reached a depth of about 60 feet, it was hard to see much farther than 10 or 20 feet ahead. He began swimming carefully, slowly, in the direction of the shore. Listening for the distinctive bass-toned moan of sonar, he heard only silence, but there had to be some sort of security system in place. And then he saw it. There, floating no more than 10 feet ahead of him, swaying in the water like some marine predator. Netting. But no mere netting. A sophisticated underwater alarmed security barrier of the kind used to protect military marine installations, not dissimilar in structure to the estate's perimeter fence. The aquamesh was rigged to a series of buoys and anchored to the lake bed. He could not swim through it, cut or tear it without setting off the alarm. But he had set something like this up in Sri Lanka. He knew how to defeat it. He settled to his knees and began pushing at the soft, muddy lake floor. He dug using his hands as spades, and soon he had dug an elongated trench beneath the mesh, which he was able to wriggle through to the other side. He swam onward to Manning's dock. Underneath it, he removed his mask, looked, listened, was satisfied that there was no one in sight. He unbuckled his scuba gear and placed it securely on a broad support beam. There he hoped it would remain in case he needed it again. He grabbed the side of the dock and lifted himself up, crawled to the boathouse. The small building blocked his view of the house, but it also gave him cover. He took off the tactical vest, peeled off the wetsuit, and put the vest back on over the black Nomex bodysuit. One by one, he removed the weapons and other instruments from the vest, pulled them out of their plastic bags, and replaced them. He pulled the snub-nosed .45 out and gripped it as he walked toward the main expanse of lawn. So far, so good. He took out a black knit balaclava and pulled it down over his face. From another pocket of the utility vest, he took a metascope, a night vision monocular that detected infrared light, and strapped it on his head, the eye cup securely over his right eye. He saw the beams at once. The lawn was crisscrossed with them, infrared motion detector sensors. Anyone walking across the front lawn would break a beam and trigger the alarm. But they went no lower than approximately 3 feet, in order to keep from being set off by small animals. Dogs? Possible. In fact, likely. And even as he dropped to his hands and knees and began crawling under the level of the lowest beam, he heard a low whine, a canine growl. He looked up, saw several dogs trotting across the lawn, their pace quickening, their teeth bared. Dobermans. From his tack vest he took out a tranquilizer dart gun. When the dogs were within range, some 20 yards distant, he fired. 3 short coughs, and the gun shot 3 tranquilizer darts, all hitting their targets. 2 of the barking dogs sagged to the ground almost instantly. The largest one continued on unsteadily for another few yards before wobbling and then crashing. He lay flat on the lawn, waiting. The barking might have attracted the attention of the security guards. 45 seconds of silence. Time to go. Built into the front lawn, he knew, were several grates, the openings of ventilation shafts that fed the underground parking garage immediately below. Bryson resumed crawling across the lawn. He went straight ahead another 10 feet or so toward the house, and then he felt it, the steel grill of a ventilation grate. He grabbed at it, and it loosened after a few tugs. The opening was not large, but it was enough for him to enter. The only question was how far down. The inner walls of the ventilation shaft were smooth concrete, nothing to grip onto, no handholds. He had hoped for an easier descent, though he had prepared for the situation he now found. Peering through the night vision monocular into the shaft, he satisfied himself that there were no infrared beams there. He removed the monocular and put it in a pocket on his tack vest. Taking out the 2-way radio, he called Elena. "I'm going in. Cue the effects. Ignition stage 1. The security guard stared at the image, dumbstruck. "John, look at this." The room in which they sat was round, high-tech, its walls smooth and unbroken by individual monitor screens. Yet dozens of individual panels showed a mosaic of views from different security cameras in and around the property. The second guard in the control room swiveled around in his chair and did a double-take. A fire was raging on the border of the property. Cameras 16 and 17 stationed on the western perimeter fence showed flames shooting up from the woods, thick smoke. "Shit," said the second man. "That's a brush fire, and it's spreading. Call the fire department, then notify Mr. Manning." As soon as Bryson gave the word, Elena had pressed the button on a small wireless transmitter, which emitted a signal that instantly detonated the firing pods Bryson had wired to each of the 12 theatrical flash cartridges and the 4 flame projector tubes. The flash cartridges, which nestled among the leaves and low foliage just over the perimeter fence on Manning's property, immediately generated thick plumes of dense grayish and black brush fire smoke. The tubes produced flames that shot 8 feet into the air, lasting only a few seconds. Bryson had timed them to go off in sequence, simulating the effect of a wildly spreading brush fire. These were props, special effects used in theatrical and film productions to imitate forest fires without actually causing one. "Seattle Fire Department dispatch, go ahead. This is security at Gregson Manning's estate. We've got a huge fire that seems to have started in the national forest." "Thank you, but we're already on our way." "What?" "We've already been notified by one of your neighbors. The situation appears to be quite serious. We advise complete evacuation of the residents immediately." "That's out of the question. Mr. Manning is in the middle of an extremely important function with guests invited from all around the world. Important guests." "Then it's all the more crucial, sir, that you evacuate your important guests to safety, now." Working at top speed, Bryson hooked the compact mechanical winch onto the steel collar at the head of the ventilation shaft. The snap hook at the end of the galvanized steel cable he connected to a carabiner which hooked on the full body harness sewn into the tactical vest. He reached over and replaced the grate, shoving it up against the black casing of the winch, which would not be obtrusive at a distance. Then he began lowering himself down the shaft at a steady, metered rate. In the distance he could hear the warbling sirens of fire engines. The mock brush fire would raise all sorts of alarms, diverting the precious resources of Manning's security complement. Attention would be riveted on the threat of an enveloping forest fire, a far more immediate concern than any theoretical intrusion. Confusion would reign, controlled panic, the ideal cover for his infiltration. Bryson saw the red end of travel indicator on his cable. He had descended almost 225 feet. As the line jerked to a stop, he looked down. Another 5 or 6 feet remained. He dropped down to the polished concrete floor, his crouch absorbing the impact of the fall. He left the line dangling in place in case it was needed. Captain Matthew Kimball of the Seattle Fire Department planted both feet before Charles Ramsey, Gregson Manning's chief of security. "There's no evidence whatsoever of any brush fire," the firefighter said. "Well, 2 of my men saw it on the cameras," Ramsey replied defiantly. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "No, but the cameras don't lie." "Well, someone was in error," Captain Kimball grumbled, turning back to his crew. Charles Ramsey turned to the security man next to him. "I want a head count of every single firefighter who entered the property. Something suspicious here." Bryson found himself in a spacious parking garage whose floors were of concrete polished to the sheen of marble. There were more than 50 vehicles here, Duesenbergs, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, classic Porsches. At the far end was an elevator, which went to the main house directly above. Depressing the talk button on the two-way communicator, Bryson said quietly, "Everything okay?" "Fine. The last of the fire trucks has left. The flames and the smoke dissipated long before they arrived, leaving no trace." "As planned. Now, as soon as all exterior activity returns to normal, I want you to go to reruns." It was far too risky to feed in yesterday's surveillance video as long as there was activity outdoors, movement whose absence would be noticed by anyone watching the monitors. "And as soon as I'm in the house, I'm going to need you in close radio contact to guide me through the minefields." Bryson became conscious of a movement in the shadows to his left, a shifting between the rows of automobiles. He turned, saw a blue-jacketed guard with a gun pointed. "Hey!" the guard shouted. Bryson spun, dropped to the floor. The guard fired, the round hitting the concrete inches from his head. Bryson whipped out the .45, aimed, fired. The bullet took the guard in the chest. He bellowed, his body twisting. Bryson fired again, and the man was down. Bryson raced to him. Clipped to the lapel of the guard's blazer was a security pass. Bryson took it, examined it. The house's security system was structured into zones and controlled by means of a conditional access system. The entrance to each separate zone would be equipped with a scanner, much like the electric eyes of supermarket doors that open automatically as you approach. The security pass was scanned, the computer noting the wearer's ID as well as his location, the time and date, and checking which level of access the individual was allowed. For unauthorized persons, doors would not open, alarms would sound. The system kept track of where everyone was at all times. The guard's security pass might in fact do nothing to help him get into the house. He would soon know for sure. The elevator was his only way into the house. He raced toward it. He would have to move quickly now, for the slain guard's failure to answer a routine radioed question would raise alarms. The elevator operating panel on the wall was dark. He inserted the guard's magnetic striped pass into a card reader slot above the call button, and the panel lit up. He pressed the button. As he waited, he inspected the walls nearest the elevator, looking for concealed cameras. There were surely security cameras here, but Elena had spoofed them by now by substituting yesterday's surveillance footage in the system. If for some reason she'd been unable to do that, or she had reason to believe that her ruse was not working, she would have radioed him already. She was his eyes and ears. He had to rely on her thoroughness, her skill. And he did. He always had. In seconds, the brushed steel doors opened, and he stepped inside. Past surveillance feeds were stored in flash memory in the database back at Systematics, easily reachable on this system. 10 days' worth of digitized video was stored, each by date, then further broken down by sector. It was a simple matter for Elena to retrieve a copy of yesterday's video and rename it with today's date. Then she inserted it into the video monitoring system. Now, instead of viewing live footage, security was watching yesterday's archived footage at the exact same time of day, just 24 hours earlier. Of course, this would work only for cameras 1 through 18, the outside and certain interior areas where foot traffic was light or non-existent. In the elevator cab, Bryson pushed the button marked 2. The car ran smoothly, quickly upward. The doors opened. And if someone's on the other side? He hoped not, but he was prepared for that too. He stepped out into a dimly lit, elegantly furnished lobby in the main part of the house. The lights went on, subdued lighting from several sconces along the wall, undoubtedly activated by the security guard's badge. He was in. The 2 men in the security control room went through the tedious laundry list, the regular security check they performed countless times throughout the day. Camera 1? Clear. Camera 2? Clear. Camera 3? Wait. Yeah, it's clear. What's the problem? I thought I saw some movement through the big picture windows, but it was just rain. Camera 4? Charlie, hold on a second. Jesus, it's really coming down out there, just like yesterday. It was beautiful, really sunny when my shift started. Damn Seattle weather. You mind if I take a quick break? A break? Yeah, I brought the Mustang convertible and I left it open. You didn't park in the underground lot? Got here sort of late, so I used the front outside lot. I just want to run out and put up the top before the leather gets ruined. Charles Ramsey, head of security, sighed with irritation. All right, but make it fast. The security guard exited the house through the service entrance, emerging outside not far from the outdoor parking lot. He looked around, bewildered. Just minutes ago it was pouring rain, and now it was a totally clear night, with not a trace of rain anywhere. No puddles on the ground, not even wet leaves on the trees. What the holy hell? He exclaimed, taking out his handheld radio and calling Ramsey back in control. Ramsey immediately began issuing orders all around. We got a perimeter breach. They're checking back at corporate, so now we got to follow the fiber optic line from right outside the gates, see if there's a break. Sweat poured down Bryson's face. He needed to orient himself, to determine which direction to move in order to find the security control room. That was the first order of business. It would tell him what he needed to know, where everything was. It was also the eyes of the enemy, and therefore it needed to be shut down. He pressed the talk button on the communicator. I'm at the main level. Which way to control? If you're facing the elevator, it's left. There's a long corridor running to either side. Check. She was working off an array of video surveillance images, going by sight rather than by blueprint. Take the one to your left. When it ends, left again. There it widens out into sort of a long portrait gallery. That looks like the most direct route. Roger. He turned to the left and ran down the hall. Fiber optic cables were threaded through the walls and foundations of this house, Bryson was certain. Miles and miles of the stuff connected to miniature lenses whose pinhole apertures probably dotted the walls and ceilings. Unlike visible security cameras of old, these could not be detected, so they could not be spray-painted or duct-taped over. Were it not for Elena's ability to replace the actual feeds with yesterday's, Bryson would have been observed everywhere he went. Now at least he could move freely, unseen. Except the guard's pass would reveal his travels through the house, enable those monitoring the security system to track his every move. It had to go. He unclipped it and placed it on the floor of the corridor against the wall as if it had been lost by the person to whom it had been issued. Elena put down the two-way communicator when she heard the crunch of footsteps outside the truck. It was going too smoothly, she thought. The forest patrol was going to ask questions, and she would have to be persuasive in her answers. She slid open the back of the van and let out a scream when she saw the muzzle of the pistol pointed at her eyes. "Let's go," shouted the man in the blue blazer. "I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey," she protested. "Tapping into our security line? I don't think so. Hands down at your sides. We've got some questions to ask you." Bryson had reached the long rectangular room that Elena had called the portrait gallery. He traversed the room and depressed the communicator talk button. Passage successful. Where to now? No answer, so he spoke again, a bit louder. Again no response. Just staticky, dead air. Christ. Were the communications malfunctioning? Were their transmissions being jammed somehow? Had something happened to her? That was a possibility he had not seriously considered. He felt a cold dread come over him. But he could not expend any time figuring out where she was or what had happened. He had to move. Bryson didn't need radioed instructions to tell him where the caterer's kitchen was. He could smell the enticing aroma down the hall. A door slid open at the far end of the hall, and a caterer came through, dressed in black pants and a long-sleeved white shirt with a large, empty silver tray at his side. Bryson ducked back into the gallery and changed his clothes. He removed the tactical vest, then stripped off the black bodysuit. Taking a neatly folded pair of black dress pants and a white shirt from a plastic-sealed package in the tack vest, he put them on, then changed his combat boots for rubber-soled black dress shoes. He waited until he heard the sound of the kitchen's double doors swing open, then emerged stealthily. The same waiter who had come in 5 or so minutes earlier was now holding aloft a large tray loaded with appetizers. Bryson stole up behind the waiter. When he was just a few feet behind him, Bryson lunged, clapping one hand over the man's mouth, crooking his elbow around the neck, forcing him to the floor, while at the same time grabbing the tray of food. The waiter tried to scream, his cry muffled behind Bryson's hand. Bryson set the tray down carefully and with his free hand squeezed hard at the nerve bundle under the man's jaw. The waiter slumped to the floor, unconscious. Quickly dragging the body back into the gallery, he pushed the waiter into a seated position, hands folded, head down, as if grabbing a quick catnap. Then he ran back down the hall and grabbed the tray of food. "Move it," he told himself. At any moment another waiter could enter the hall and see his face, not recognize him. He knew the security control room was nearby, but where? He retraced the path the waiter had taken when first approaching the kitchen. A set of electronically operated doors slid open to a corridor that he could see led to the main reception hall, but another hall intersected long before then, branching off to the right. He took the right, walked about 50 yards, saw a door marked Security, Authorized Personnel Only. He stopped before it, took a deep breath, then pushed a small inset button on the door jamb. A voice came over a speaker mounted on the wall outside the room. "Yes?" "Hi, it's catering. I've got your dinner." "We didn't order anything." "Okay. Mr. Manning said to make sure his security people got fed tonight, but I'll just tell him you didn't want any." The door flew open. The man who stood there in a blue blazer was stocky. The name badge on his lapel said Ramsey. "I'll take that," the man said, reaching for the tray. "Sorry, I'm going to need the tray back. It's a big crowd out there." Bryson stepped forward into the round security room. He saw there was just one other guard monitoring the dozens of viewing panels on the room's walls. "We've got smoked duck breast, caviar, lox, tenderloin. Do you have a surface here I can set this up for you?" "Put it anywhere," Ramsey said, turning his attention back to the images. Bryson set down the tray gingerly on a bare area of console, then reached down to his left ankle and pulled out the tranquilizer gun. 2 sharp coughing sounds, and each of the security guards was struck, one in the throat, one in the chest. Both would be out for hours. Bryson rushed to the computer keyboards that controlled the images. Pictures could be enlarged, moved around. He located the set of images coming from the main reception hall where a banquet was taking place, a meeting of the Prometheus group on the eve of its takeover. He quickly figured out how to manipulate the images. By moving a computer mouse, he was able to move a security camera, pan it from side to side, up or down, move in for a close-up. The reception hall was immense, several stories high, ringed with balconies overlooking the atrium. Around dozens of elaborately set tables were over 100 people, familiar faces. At the end of the room, standing at a sleek podium, was Gregson Manning. He clutched the sides of the podium, the fervor of his speech evident even without any sound. Most remarkable was the wall behind him, which was lined with 24 giant video screens, each broadcasting a live image of Manning speaking. Bryson moved the mouse to zoom in on the audience, the seated guests, and what he saw paralyzed him. He did not recognize all the faces, but there was the head of the FBI, the Speaker of the House, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, several leading United States senators, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the head of Britain's MI6, the head of the International Monetary Fund, the democratically elected head of Nigeria, the chiefs of the militaries and security services in a dozen third-world nations, the CEOs of numerous multinational technology corporations, some of whom he recognized, some vaguely familiar. All of them in formal evening dress were listening to Manning with riveted attention, including Jacques Arnaud, Anatoly Plishnikov, and Richard Lanchester. He found the volume knob and dialed it up. Manning's voice came over the speakers, velvety smooth. "A revolution in global surveillance. I'm also pleased to announce that Systematics facial recognition software will also be ready for use in all public places. With the closed-circuit TV capabilities already in place, we will now have the ability to scan crowds and match faces against a stored international database. And this is only possible because of the cooperation of all of us, representatives of 47 nations and growing daily, all of us working together." A woman, her accent Russian, asked, "When will the International Security Agency's powers become effective?" Manning glanced at his watch. "The same moment that the treaty takes effect, which is in approximately 13 hours. The esteemed Richard Lanchester will be its director. Global security czar, you might say. Then, my friends, we will all bear witness to a true new world order, one in which we can take pride in having created. No longer will the citizens of the world be hostage to drug cartels and drug smugglers, terrorists and violent criminals. No longer will public safety be forced to take a backseat to the privacy rights of child pornographers, pedophiles, and kidnappers. No longer will we all live in fear of another Oklahoma City bombing, another World Trade Center, another downed airliner. No longer will the U.S. government have to beg courts for permission to place wiretaps on the phones of kidnappers and terrorists and drug lords. To those who will complain that their individual liberties are being abridged, we will simply tell them this: those who do not break the law will have nothing to fear." Bryson did not hear the door to the control room open until he heard the familiar voice. "Nicky." He whirled around. "Ted, what the hell are you doing here?" "The same question might be asked of you, Nicky. It's always what you don't see that gets you, Bryson took in Waller's attire, his tuxedo and black tie. Ted Waller was a guest. "You're one of them," Bryson whispered. "Oh, Nicky, What's this talk of sides? This isn't some schoolyard game, shirts and skins, jets and sharks. You bastard! What are you doing? This was your battle. You enlisted all of us for years. The Directorate has been destroyed. You saw it happen. Has this been some sort of deception all along? Nicky. Prometheus is now our best chance, really. Our best chance? And besides, are our goals really all that different? The Directorate was a dream, which we actually had the good fortune to realize for a few years, against all odds. Ensuring global stability, protecting it from the crazies, the terrorists, the madmen. This is no last-minute conversion. You've been behind this for years. I've been a supporter of the possibility. A supporter of... Wait. The assets that went missing from that Tunisian bank, the Banque du Nord, $1.5 billion. It was you. You helped create Prometheus, didn't you? Seed money, I believe they call it. 16 years ago, Greg Manning was a bit overextended, and the Prometheus project needed an immediate infusion of cash. You might say I became a principal stakeholder. Bryson felt as if he had been kicked in the stomach. But if Prometheus were the enemy... Nicky, have you never entered two competitors in the same race? It's backup contingency planning, redundancy that assures victory. Communism had fallen and the Directorate had lost its sense of purpose. I looked around and examined the options, and I knew that conventional spycraft was doomed. Either we were the way of the future or Prometheus was. One horse had to win. So you hedged your goddamn bets. Gregson Manning is a brilliant man. It occurred to me that his idea was worth nurturing as a contingency. I've always told you, Nick, spycraft isn't a team sport. Where's Elena? Manning's people have her somewhere in the residence. I'm assured she's being treated with the respect she deserves. Nick, do I really have to ask you outright? Will you join us? Can you recognize the way of the future? Bryson raised his pistol, pointing it at Waller, his heart racing. Why did you make me do this? He pleaded inwardly. Why, damn it? Waller saw the gun, but did not flinch. Ah, I see. I have my answer. I didn't think so. Alas. The front door to the room flew open again, and a small army of Manning security guards entered, guns pointed. Another concealed door in the round wall opened at his back, and Bryson was grabbed from behind. He felt the cold steel of a muzzle against his right temple. Ted Waller was gone. Hands up, a voice commanded, and don't even think about trying to grab the gun out of anyone's hands. You're a smart guy, you know about smart guns. Electronic pistols, Bryson thought. The technology had been developed to keep police officers from being killed with their own firearms when the gun is grabbed from them in a confrontation. There were fingerprint sensors on the trigger, each gun personally programmed so that only the authorized user could fire it. He was marched down the hallway outside the control room, down another short corridor. He was thoroughly frisked, the .45 caliber pistol taken from him. He was now totally disarmed. He had only his hands, his instincts, his training. But why had they not killed him? What were they waiting for? A door was opened, and he was shoved into a dim, oblong room similar to the portrait gallery. Books lined the walls on mahogany shelves that went from the floor to a 20-foot ceiling. A beautiful, grand library with a parquet floor. And suddenly the library disappeared. The book-lined walls glimmered, went silvery gray. It was an illusion. Like the portraits in the gallery, the books were a digital phantasm. Then the walls lit up again, this time bright, filled with hundreds of different images. He stared in horror. The images were of himself. Strolling on the beach, riding horseback with Elena, in bed with her, making love, arguing with her, kissing her, showering, shaving, urinating, sitting in Ted Waller's office shouting, running through the passages of the Spanish Armada, hiding in the abandoned cathedral in Santiago de Compostela, searching Jacques Arnaud's office, meeting with Lanchester, with Tarnopolsky in Moscow, with Harry Dunn, running. scene after scene. From a distance, from close-up, the most intimate moments of his life, the most secret field operations. Nothing, not a single moment of the last 10 years had gone unrecorded. Footage of him lowering himself into the garage and entering the elevator. They had seen him infiltrating the house. They had seen everything. He felt violated, raped, sick. He dropped to his knees and vomited, retching and retching until there was nothing more in his stomach. The whole thing was a setup. They knew he was coming. They wanted to observe. He'd been under surveillance the entire time. A calm voice, a soothing voice addressed him. Prometheus, you may recall, stole the gift of fire from the gods and gave this great gift to downtrodden mankind. Bryson looked up. At the far end of the room, standing in a marble alcove, was Gregson Manning. Prometheus gave man civilization, language, philosophy, mathematics, and brought us from savagery to civility. This was the meaning of the gift of fire: light, illumination, knowledge, making visible what has been concealed in the shadows. Bryson rose to his feet. And to make things visible, you have supercomputers and miniaturized fiber optic lenses. You have the ability to put everybody under the microscope. Everyone in that hall out there, they've all bought into your nightmare vision. The Treaty on Surveillance and Security is merely a cover for a system of global surveillance that will make Big Brother seem benign. Isn't that right? Come now, Mr. Bryson. We teach our children when they're toddlers about Santa Claus. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. The ethical principle has always been linked to what is known about us, the all-seeing eye. When everything is visible, crime disappears. Terrorism becomes a thing of the past. Rape, murder, child abuse, all gone. Mass murders, wars, gone. As will be the fear that grips every man, woman, and child, our inability to leave our houses, to walk through our cities, to simply live our lives as we want to live them, free from fear. And who will be watching? The computer. Massively parallel computational systems around the globe, girded with evolutionary algorithms and neural networks. There's never been anything like it. Bryson took a few steps toward Manning. And at the center of it all is the despot voyeur, Gregson Manning, orchestrating your computers into a billion virtual peeping toms. Manning smiled. You must be aware that over the last decade the crime rate in the United States, especially in the major cities, dropped to a fraction of what it once was. Now, why do you think that happened? I suppose you have a theory. No theory. I know. It was a pilot study of our outdoor surveillance capabilities. A 10-foot square section of the wall to his left went blank for a moment, and then a map of Midtown Manhattan snapped into view. Small blue dots peppered the street grid. Those are the hidden rotational cameras that we installed. It starts with anonymous tips to the police. Suddenly, mysteriously, the arrest record begins to improve. And for the first time in decades, crime doesn't seem to pay anymore. The police crow about their new methods, criminologists talk about the ebbs and flows of the crack wars, yet nobody talks about our pilot project, the cameras that record everything. The safety blanket of surveillance we've unfolded over the city. Nobody talks because nobody wants to know. Are you beginning to understand what we're capable of doing for humanity? Poor Homo sapiens. First they have to live through millennia of marauding tribalisms, and when the Enlightenment arrives, the Industrial Revolution hunkers down. Industrialization and urbanization brings a whole new wave of social disruptions, unleashing ordinary crime on a scale never before seen in human history. 2 world wars, more atrocities on and off the battlefield. And when there are no wars, hand-to-hand combat breaks out in urban war zones. Is that any way to live? Is that any way to die? another few steps closer to Manning. And this is your idea of freedom? Real freedom is freedom from. We seek to create a world in which its citizens can live their lives free from the fear of the sadistic wife-beater, the drug-addicted carjacker, or any of 1,000 other threats to life and limb. That, Mr. Bryson, is true freedom, where people are free to be at their best behavior, the way they are when they know somebody is watching. Another 2-3 steps closer, casual, keep talking. And so goes our privacy, Bryson said. He was now no more than 10 feet from where Manning stood talking. The real problem with privacy is that we have too much of it. It's a luxury we can no longer afford. Now, thanks to systematics, we have a powerful worldwide surveillance system in place. Satellites orbiting the globe, millions of video cameras, even soon implantable microchips. None of this will bring your daughter back. Manning's face colored briefly. You know nothing about it. No, Bryson admitted. Suddenly he leaped toward Manning, his hands extended to clutch Manning's throat in a powerful vice, crush his throat. At once he found himself falling through thin air. He slammed against the marble floor of the alcove, stunned, his jaw cracking hard against the stone. He looked for Manning, and then he saw the array of laser diodes lining the interior of the alcove. He had been witnessing a 3-dimensional holographic projection, a high-resolution, lifelike image. It was an illusion. Bryson heard the slow clapping of one pair of hands from the far side of the room, the side through which he had entered moments ago. It was Manning, walking toward him as he applauded, a phalanx of guards surrounding him. "Well, if that's the way you feel," he said. "Guards?" The security guards rushed toward him, smart guns extended, surrounding him. Manning paused on his way out the door. "Most men in your line of work die ignominious deaths. A bullet in the back of the head, the assailant unseen, unknown, or one of 1,000 possible accidents in the field. Nobody will be surprised to learn of the deaths of 2 more operatives, a man and a woman, killed in a foolhardy attempt to assassinate an assemblage of world leaders. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must rejoin my guests." And he was gone. Bryson sneaked a glance at his watch. It should have happened by now. Or did they move the U-Haul van as well? Smart guns were pressed against his temple, the back of his head. He saw his confiscated .45 in the holster of a guard just a few feet away. Suddenly, the dim lights in the room were extinguished, and they were plunged into absolute darkness. At the same instant came a series of clicks, and he could hear the locked doors to the library slide halfway open. It had happened. As emergency lights came on, Bryson lurched forward and grabbed his .45 from the guard's holster. A clutch of security guards pummeled him to the floor. "One more move and you're dead," shouted one of them. "Go ahead," Bryson screamed. They pointed their guns at him, squeezed the triggers, and nothing. Nothing happened. The guns were dead. The electronic brains had been incapacitated, fried, along with all of the electronics in Manning's house. There were bewildered shouts, screams, as Bryson fired a shot into the air with his mechanically operated pistol, warning them to back off. And they did back away from him, realizing that somehow they were powerless, impotent, their guns dead in their hands. Bryson ran to the half-open door and slipped out into the hallway. He had to get out, had to get to Elena. But where was she? And how long would his ammunition last? Some of the guards pursued him. He fired at them and they backed away. He was fairly sure he had another round in the chamber, maybe one in the magazine as well, but rather than stop for a second to check, he had to run. He ran through the house, through corridors once lined with great oil paintings and covered in the finest wallpaper, now gone silvery gray, like the dusty wings of dead moths. Everywhere doors were half open. The Russian scientist's device had worked. The virtual cathode oscillator was invented by Soviet scientists in the 1980s as a means of targeting the electronic circuitry of American nuclear weapons. When activated, the device emitted a high-powered electromagnetic pulse just a microsecond long. long enough, however, to heat up the microscopic junctions inside computers and burn them out. All computers, everything with circuit boards and microchips within a quarter-mile would be affected. Cars and trucks with electronic circuitry would not start, smart guns were struck dumb, and Manning's entire digital mansion had become inert. And there was more. The tiny fires in thousands of circuits throughout the house had caught on. Fires were burning in hundreds of places around Manning's house, smoke accumulating, wafting everywhere. Bryson remembered that the KGB had used this weapon to start a fire inside the U.S. Embassy in Moscow in the 1980s. Bryson could hear screams from the reception hall. Could she be there, he wondered. He flung open the doors to the banquet facility, found himself on a balcony overlooking the great hall. Fire had begun to rage below, flames licking the walls. Smoke was everywhere. Panicked guests were running to the exits, tugging at doors that would not open, shouting, screaming. For some reason, whether it was a malfunction in the electronic equipment or some sort of security precaution, all the doors to the hall had locked automatically. Was Waller down there? Was Manning? Was Elena? Flames were consuming the carpets now, the drapes, the tablecloths, the guests' clothing. The screams were intensifying, the panic escalating. "Elena!" he shouted into the din. No response. "Elena!" Screaming her name now, again and again. Then he sensed someone moving near him, approaching. He spun to his right, ready to attack or defend, and saw it was her, walking towards him, eyes wide from her vision of the inferno below. They collapsed into each other's arms. "You escaped? How?" "The room they locked me in was no longer locked." "Elena, we need to get out of here. Must get out of here." "I know," she said. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked out of the balcony, through the smoke-filled corridor, toward the exit.
In the fading light, a piglet adrift on clouds so high. Through the azure canvas, it roams the sky. With each gentle breeze, it finds its way. And the electronic symphony is dead. Sky drifting in twilight's gleam, and the digital realm is more than it seems.
The story was worldwide front-page news. From the New York Times, scores of world leaders killed in freak house fire in Washington state. A glittering conference on the new global economy at the high-tech lakeside mansion belonging to Systematics founder and CEO Gregson Manning ended in tragedy yesterday as a blaze burned the $100 million estate to the ground. The fire may have begun within the delicate electronic circuitry hidden in the walls of this computerized home. Malfunctioning computer chips may have caused exit doors in the banquet hall where a gala dinner was taking place to seal, trapping the guests inside. 102 bodies have been pulled from the rubble. A sidebar story read, Manning taken in for questioning. Systematics chairman Gregson Manning was taken into custody at noon today at the Justice Department. Sources insist that Mr. Manning's arraignment on unspecified charges of national security violations was unrelated to last night's tragedy. A second sidebar story noted, President's National Security Advisor Richard Lanchester a suicide at 61. Richard Lanchester, the widely respected White House advisor and director of the National Security Council, took his own life this morning. He was said to be highly distraught over the loss of many close friends who perished in the Systematics fire and was suffering as well from clinical depression and a failing marriage. A year went by. Getting the morning paper was a ritual, her ritual. Not because she liked to read the news. She didn't. That was Nicholas's habit, his need to stay in touch with the world they had left behind. It was a habit she disapproved of, precisely because they had left the world behind, the world of violence and weapons and lies. But getting the paper from town was the way she liked to start the day. She would arise early and go for a swim. Their bungalow was just up the bluff from one of the most beautiful, most isolated beaches they had ever seen, and then she would ride her horse to the general store in the tiny collection of ramshackle huts that passed for a village here. Buying a paper, Elena would then gallop back along the deserted beach to their bungalow. By that time, Nicholas was usually sitting on the stone patio he had laid himself, drinking coffee and reading. After breakfast, they would go for another swim. So passed their days. It was paradise. Even when the blood test administered by the island's doctor confirmed that she was pregnant, Elena continued to ride, though more carefully. They were overjoyed, planning for the arrival of their child, discussing how their lives would change and yet not change, their love deepening by the day. Money was not a concern. The government had provided them a generous lump sum settlement, which, invested carefully, yielded more than enough to live on. Rarely did they discuss what had brought them here, why they had to live here under new identities. That was the past, and the less said about it, the better. The mini DVD Elena had recorded from Manning's surveillance system that night provided them with all the protection they needed. Not because it afforded them the opportunity to blackmail, but because the explosive secrets it contained were secrets everyone preferred to remain buried. It could only be destabilizing for the world to know how close it had come to the Prometheus group's bloodless coup. Most of those individuals were burned alive in the fire at Manning's. Yet there were others who had aided and abetted those men and women, and so arrests were made. Quietly and discreetly, deals were struck. Gregson Manning was believed to be in a special federal facility in North Carolina, serving time for unspecified violations of the National Security Act said to involve economic espionage. He was rumored to be isolated from all contacts or means of communication. Powerful voices in the Senate called for a recall vote on the treaty. Some blamed Richard Lanchester for manipulating the process. Without American backing, the treaty agreement fell apart. 16 copies of the DVD were made. One was couriered to the White House using a code Bryson knew that marked it for the president's eyes only. A second went to the Attorney General of the United States. Others went to London, Moscow, Beijing, Berlin, Paris, and other world capitals. Heads of state had to know what it all, or else the virus would endure. Of the three copies that remained, one was deposited insurance policies. Bryson and Elena hoped they'd never have to collect on them. Elena returned from a swim after bringing the morning paper to Nick to find him sitting, reading. She was drying her hair when he suddenly said, "Jesus." "What is it?" "A tiny item in the business section. Reads like a press release from Systematics." "But Manning's in prison." "He is. His company's being run by certain of his deputies in the interim. This says that the NSA has just acquired a fleet of low-orbit surveillance satellites manufactured by Systematics. They try to bury the news, but it's really not very subtle, is it?" Bryson turned and walked into the house, turned the TV on. Another terrible habit she wanted to break him of. He had rigged up a satellite dish so that he could watch the news, though he had kept "I know that. What are you saying?" "I see Waller's hand in this. I'm certain of it." "Trust your instincts, I always say," came the voice from the television. Bryson whirled around. His heart was thudding rapidly. Ted Waller's face filled the screen. "What is this?" Elena gasped. "Call it reality TV," Waller said. We were assured we'd be left alone, Bryson thundered. However you manage this satellite feed interruption, it's a violation. I still regret that we weren't able to say goodbye properly. I really do hope there's no bad blood. Speechless, Bryson scanned the small living room frantically. Microscopic surveillance devices could be planted absolutely anywhere, undetectable. I'll be in touch when the time is right, Nicky. Now may be premature. He smiled. Well, I'll be seeing you. Not if I see you first, Ted. We have a great deal of evidence in safekeeping, evidence we won't hesitate to release. On the screen, Waller's gaze turned wary. Remember, Ted, it's what you don't see that always gets you. Abruptly, Waller's image disappeared. A move had been made, and countered. Bryson felt fury, outrage at the violation. And yet, after so many years in the service of the great game, oddly stirred as well. If Elena caught a glimpse of this, she kept it to herself. She still went for her early morning rides, and they still spent much of the day outdoors, either on the shimmering white beach or on their wooden deck surrounded by bougainvillea and shaded by young palm trees that undulated gently in the breeze. Bryson had made a complete break from his past life, while he and Elena prepared to nurture the new life that was on its way. In the sun, his scars faded, and there were days when, the air fragrant with frangipani and lime and salt water, the dull ache from his old wounds grew imperceptible, like memories just out of reach. At moments, he almost thought he had left the world behind. Almost.